Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen. Ameen. Namaste.
Public business, government business, bill second reading.
Honorable members, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the House adjourned on Saturday, October 1st, 2022, will be resumed. A bill entitled, An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September, 2023. Honorable members, 22 members have already spoken on this bill. I now call upon the member for San Fernando West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it gives me great satisfaction to come here to report to the people of Trinidad and Tobago through you and to speak for and on behalf of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. And if you'd permit me, Madam Speaker, to recognize, as I see them sitting in the gallery here today, the very many members of local government, chairmen, councillors, and persons who have served this country for years sitting in the gallery. Indeed, I'm honored by their presence. Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago is hurting. Our people feel a sense of, how should I say, of difficulty that is expressed on a daily basis in many places. If you go online, if you look at the print media, if you listen to the airwaves, the world has come and all issues affecting us reside here in Trinidad and Tobago. I recognize, Madam Speaker, that people don't want to hear so much about what's happening in the Ukraine or what's happening in other countries. People want to know what's happening here and how they think their lives can be better done. I appeared on a program recently with Fazir Mohammed, who characterized the budget contributions as old talk. And I have to recognize for a moment that many people do think that there are a lot of talking issues that shouldn't be discussed. But I'd like to respectfully say, as I recognize and as the government recognizes the feelings of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, that context is important. So let's get down to brass tacks and let's be simple. We're here dealing with a budget. This is the appropriation bill. We're here because the Parliament says if you want to take money from the people of Trinidad and Tobago, that the process is you come to the Parliament and you lay an appropriation bill. And the Minister of Finance has done that. And he has said to the country, take $48 billion of tax-paying dollars, of taxes coming from oil and gas companies, of coming from people's pockets, and give it to certain people. And the ministry which I represent, Rural Development and Local Government, we have our fair share. Our fair share this year is $2,718,000,000 odd. And that represents, Madam Speaker, one of the large pots of people's money put into the hands of a ministry to be used. My task today is to say what has happened with last year's money. Last year's money was significantly less. It was $2.3 billion roughly, 2.4 when we got the supplementation. What happened to that money? How was it spent? And then to speak to what we are going to do with this $2.7 billion this year. In this contribution, I hope to speak to a new Trinidad and Tobago where people can see their money working for them, and to explain in the context of our reality how the Minister of Finance has structured all of this around my small part of the equation. So, Madam Speaker, generally speaking, we spend billions of dollars every year. In fact, we're going to take $67 billion this year, $19 billion of which does not come to Parliament because the Constitution says these are direct charges, salaries for judges, etc. And we then are left with $48 billion that the Parliament approves. Madam Speaker, the truth is, if you read the newspapers, it's wide open, it's known that there have been serious increases in prices. Yes, it's true it happened because of the increases that everywhere around the world are feeling. We're feeling it in food, we're feeling it in positions. But Madam Speaker, the simple point I want to say, the government has also to balance the fact that whatever it's going to spend on is now more expensive. If we're in housing and construction, the cost of construction for the government, paid for by the people, it's the people's cost, is more expensive because steel is up, because cement is up. If we look to food prices, when we give social services, we give hampers, we give relief to people who need relief, that costs more too. So the Minister of Finance, in juggling the budget, has to say, listen, how are we going to make this a little bit better? Now, Madam Speaker, if you were to carve out a couple of the big issues that the population has been speaking about, obviously we have the effect of the fuel prices. Obviously, we have the effect on food prices. And Madam Speaker, this budget represents an attempt where everything costs more to say, let's shift the burden a little bit. Madam Speaker, I told you that this ministry has received $2.7 billion this year. Madam Speaker, that is a significant amount more than this ministry has ever had. In fact, Madam Speaker, we are getting, between the developmental program and our recurrent expenditure, we're getting $327 million more. Now, Madam Speaker, put that against the population having to suffer the burden of $550 million more in fuel costs. The government is going to pay $1.5 billion, and the taxpayer at the pump is paying $550 million. The Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development and Local Government, we therefore have 67% of that $550 million put back into local government. And therefore, the objective of the ministry that I am coordinating is to take that 67% of the fuel cost as an example, put it to work on the ground in developmental programs and in paying more for salaries, because we're going to pay $127 million more in salaries and in goods and services, and we're going to spend $244 million more in development on the ground. So I say to the good people of Trinidad and Tobago, yes, it's rough to have to pay more at the pump, but just for one moment understand that I acknowledge that because of the structures in the budget, that the ministry that I'm coordinating has the task of spending 67% of that fuel increase, the cost that people are paying more, in the Ministry of Local Government. So let's get to local government. Let's get to the fact, let's put aside the fact that taxpayers pay $21 billion in subsidies for a moment. Because, Madam Speaker, it's true, tax-paying dollars that go into the budget, they pay for all of the structures at WASA, $2 billion, T&Tech, $700 million. If you look to the subsidy for CAL for the inter-island movement, that's $100 million. The subsidy for the ferry, that's $200 million. The subsidy for Tobago senior citizens traveling, that's $20 million. The payments for GATE, $400 million. The expenditure in healthcare at the hospitals where you don't pay for that because the taxpayer pays for it, $2 billion. $6 billion, forgive me. CAL, another $700 million. LPG cooking gas, $300 million. We, the taxpayers, tell the government every year, take $22 billion and give it in that fashion. But put that aside for a moment, and let's get to the Ministry of Local Government in its form. Madam Speaker, we are 19 entities large, rural development and local government. The Prime Minister has assigned me by way of the Gazette on the 16th of March 2022. One of the main responsibilities is to deliver local government reform and, very importantly, to wind up the affairs of local government by giving the power for local government into the hands of the local government bodies. There are 14 local government bodies. The ministry has the Rural Development Company, it has CPEP, it has in the Rural Development Company the National Forestry Working Program, it has the Secondary Road Repair and Improvement Company, and it has the Municipal Police as well. If you take this, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government has anywhere between 24,000 to 30,000 people working under its hand. But how do people feel? Do they feel in our discharge of local government that they are getting value for money? The cries tell us otherwise, which is why the Prime Minister's prioritization for local government reform is so significant. And I hope to speak to local government reform in very particular details in the value for money that we are speaking to in the budget today. But in getting local government reform, we are saying move away from the 1958 Exchequer Act, Audit and Exchequer Act, come down to the ground, give the power back to the corporations, and we're asking the 14 regional corporations to collect money, importantly property tax, generate revenue by its lines of business, collect that money and spend it in a very different way. That way we tell the local government entities, go and look after schools, go and look after roads, go and look after markets, go and look after cleaning, sanitization, go and look after public health, go and look after building permits, go and look after sports grounds. Each 14 of those entities having the money and the resources to get it done. But Madam Speaker, you're familiar with a concept I use all the time in the Attorney General's domain: plant and machinery, people, processes, and then the law. So we've passed the law. We have the Local Government Reform Bill, which is now an Act of Parliament, and that amends 9 pieces of law. But to operationalize it is a process. That process is going to involve installing full-time municipal executives, taking your mayor and your bodies that win the corporations, putting them into an executive council, which looks like a cabinet, which looks like the THA secretaries, they're called secretaries, give them full-time opportunity, give them a CEO that reports to the mayor like a permanent secretary does, give them the ability to hire people for themselves in addition to the PS, the Public Services Commission, and the Statutory Authority Service Commission, so 3 entities can hire. Give them the ability to say to the people by way of reports what's going to happen. Give them property tax. Give them standing committees and include the people in how money is spent. And in that local government reform, in the plant and machinery, the people and the processes, Madam Speaker, a large part of what we're going to do is digitization. Why? Madam Speaker, as I report to the figures of what we did with last year's money, I can tell you now that each corporation and the head office perform at different rates. We are given money every year in the developmental program to perform works. How does an economy grow? An economy grows by taking money given to you by the people in a budget and applying it on the ground. Employ people, build drains, build buildings, build bridges, improve conditions. But Madam Speaker, I want to tell you that my analysis of local government expenditure in the developmental programs has demonstrated that the time for reform is now most appropriate. Why? Madam Speaker, I can tell you that the process of executing works involves identification of projects by the corporations. They send a corporation project to the head office. They send it on paper. It then is processed at head office. Approximately 3 to 4 months later, sometimes 6 months later, the project gets back. They then have to tender, they have to hire, they have to perform. And Madam Speaker, leveling with the country, now that we have the reform in place and that these processes can happen, I can tell you that 2 months before the financial year end, a particular corporation had only spent 1% of its public sector investment program. Another corporation, 2%. Another corporation, 30%. Another corporation, 60%. And another corporation, 95%. And that, Madam Speaker, introduces me to the concept of a fuse. You see, it's like getting to an explosion. You want the work, you want to explode on the work, you want to hire people, you want to perform the works. But Madam Speaker, the processes are so locked down by bureaucracy and inefficiencies that the local government reform and the legislation that we have passed can now fix. That, Madam Speaker, since March to now, I can see that we have already restructured the programs of how projects and planning operate. And Madam Speaker, our intention, our best intention with things being implemented as we get them one by one into the basket is to make sure that up to mid-year, that is when we get to the mid-year of the financial year, our intention is to spend all of the developmental money. So, Madam Speaker, let's talk to the developmental projects. Last year, Madam Speaker, we spent in developmental projects at the close of the financial year, we can now account to the people. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that of all of the developmental monies given to us last year, head office spent 57% of its money. Administration, 71%. San Fernando City Corporation, 98%. Port of Spain City Corporation, 72%. Arima, 42%. Chaguanas, 98%. Point Fortin, 89%. Rio Claro, 82%. Sawa Laventil, 86%. Siparia, 79%. Pinal Debe, 88%. Cuva Talparo, 78%. Tunapuna Piaco, 84%. Diego Martin, 50%. Sangre Grande, 65%. Princestown, 89%. Now, why those figures? It's because some of the projects had delays as a result of COVID. Some of them had to, remember, you only pay when the project is completed. What I can report to you, all projects are ongoing, but the expenditure of money can only be 100% done when the project is completed. So Diego Martin, for example, had some very large projects that, like West Park and other positions, that could not be fully completed, but which will be carried over and completed this year. So I don't want you to get the impression that the corporation is inefficient. It's the nature of the projects inside of the corporation. And part of the local government reform is to ensure that those are managed in a different way go forward. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that this year, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, in its developmental program, as I said before, we have received approximately $375 million more in a first budget than the last year's budget. And this budget represents one of the largest increases in the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government because of the priority of projects being given, particularly in operationalizing local government reform. Permit me to say this. The Port of Spain City Corporation has moved from $12 million in developmental programs last year to $32 million. That's a 154% increase. San Fernando from 12 million to 30 million. That's a 148% increase. Arima is moving from 8 million to 27 million. That's a 242% increase. Point 14 is moving from 9 million to 28 million. That's a 133% increase. Chaguanas is moving from 14 million to 25 million. That's a 74% increase. Diego Martin, to finish the balance of works that it has to do, which are a few big projects that are near completion, is moving from 6 million to 24 million, and that is a 270% increase. Sawa Lavantil, one of the largest corporations spanning several constituencies, is moving from 12 million to 31 million, a 152% increase. Tunapuna Piaco, another very large corporation, from 14 million to 28 million. That's 101% increase. Sangre Grande, part of our rural development, a UNC Health Corporation, unless you want to talk about politics, is moving from 12 million to 30 million nearly. That is a 140% increase. Cuva Tabaki Talparu is moving from 13 million to nearly 30 million. That is a near 100% increase. Mayaru is moving from 7 million to 21 million, near 96% increase. Siparia is moving from 18 million to nearly 88 million. That is a 381% increase. Pinal Debe from 12 million to 22 million, a 78% increase. Princestown from 12 million to 22 million, nearly an 81% increase. Now, what do those increases represent, Madam Speaker? The government is acutely aware of local government reform and what is required to make corporations the best versions of themselves. We are very acutely aware of drainage and irrigation, very aware of cemeteries and cremation facilities, markets and abattoirs, local roads and bridges, and disaster preparedness. Madam Speaker, with respect to drainage, we have a nearly 82% increase in funding for drainage across the board. In improvements to markets and abattoirs, 194% increase in monies. Local roads, 125% increase. And I stick a pin on local roads. That does not include the $200 million that the secondary road repair company is going to engage in spending. And Madam Speaker, disaster preparedness is nearly an 80% increase. Madam Speaker, the process of digitization is critical for us. But let's for a moment, while we're on developmental projects, say that in justifying the percentages of increases, let's tell you what the ministry did with their major projects. Madam Speaker, last year, we spent on restoration of local roads, local bridges, Bailey bridges, landslips, local drains, refurbishment of buildings, national streets, etc. And Madam Speaker, what I can tell you, we have 82 drainage and irrigation projects ongoing with 167 completed. 22 development of recreational facilities ongoing, 37 completed. Improvements to markets and abattoirs, 4 ongoing, 8 completed. Local roads and bridges, 73 projects ongoing, 164 completed. Local government building program, 5 ongoing, 7 completed. Major vehicle and equipment, 5 ongoing, 7 completed. In disaster preparedness, an increase of nearly 100%. In our computerization, 2 projects ongoing, 19 completed. If we're looking to cremation facilities and cemeteries, 5 ongoing, 4 completed. Municipal police equipment, 16 projects completed, 7 ongoing. Municipal police stations, 13 under renovation, 13 completed, 2 ongoing, 13 completed, 2 ongoing. When we get to local government reform, you can see that we have 5 projects ongoing at various corporations, 5 completed and 1 ongoing. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to tell you that of the many projects ongoing, we are now in a position of transformation. In our transformation, we have money to spend on recurrent expenditure. That's salaries. That's goods and services. Those are things that come every year, electricity, rental, etc. When we get down to expending money, we have the developmental program, where each corporation is now receiving almost everybody close to 100% and more money. We get to the IDF, and we get to a further pot of money, and the Rural Development Company enters and assists in executing works, not only with the $200 million that it is in the balance of spending right now, but also assisting in spending money at the IDF. What is the IDF? It's that pool of money which you can use to develop, and corporations and head office can ask the Rural Development Company to come and spend that money. This year it's up from $20 million to $35 million in that pot. Madam Speaker, in terms of reports, I'd like to say we have acknowledged that corporations constantly complain that last year's projects are paid for by this year's projects' money. And in part of our reform, I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that in the process reform at projects and planning, how we map out our projects, this year we intend to make sure that projects are completed in the same financial year. That's why I've given you the percentages of performance, because whatever was not performed with last year's money has to be paid in this year's money. But what I want to assure you, Madam Speaker, is that of the $2.4 billion that the ministry got last year, $60 million went back to the Ministry of Finance. $4.5 million went back from the corporations because they did not ask for the money. This year, we are going to track that to make sure the corporations ask for their money. $55 million went back to the Ministry of Finance from the developmental programs. Again, this is going to be solved in the local government reform by head office transforming the position of expenditure and babysitting project by project. Because that $55 million has to be delivered to the people in their roads, in their drains, in their services, in their construction permits. Madam Speaker, head office did not get to spend some of its money, largely on the municipal police, because COVID delayed us in rolling out the number of municipal police. We just took a batch of 61 people forward. We're now up to 772 municipal police. The commitment is that this year we will be able to bring more municipal police on, creating nearly 700 more jobs for the citizens of this country, taking those jobs into local community policing, into eyes everywhere. We are looking at ensuring that there are body cameras. We have engaged in a significant digitization effort so that we can head office manage. We are introducing the concepts in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service of gender-based violence units, of child protection units, so that the municipal police established under Section 48 of the Act can be a material part of safety for the people. So there are 700 jobs on the horizon. Part of the head office expenditure also involves the employment of 150-odd litter wardens. Again, 150 more jobs, Madam Speaker. As we come forward now, that's nearly 1,000 new jobs in local government. But Madam Speaker, with the improvement in the developmental program of $370 million more, Madam Speaker, that's where the benefit to the citizens comes about. That's where people can see the identification of their roads, their drainage positions going alongside. Madam Speaker, we have roughly 18,000 people cutting grass in this country. 9,000 in CPEP. 7 to 9,000 depending upon how the cadres are run in daily paid workers. Madam Speaker, there are more jobs on the horizon because the managers, the road supervisor positions are vacant. And in managing our 7 to 9,000 daily rated employees under the local government reform, as we operationalize that, I can tell you there are nearly 200 more jobs available in supervisory positions because, Madam Speaker, we intend to put digital access so you know where your people are at any point during the day. Now, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister made a very important submission that part of our fuel difficulties and our flexibility in working times, Madam Speaker, local government with its near 30,000 employees has a big part in that flexible arrangement. What do I mean? Well, our corporation workers go to work at 4 a.m., some of them. Some go to work at 6 a.m. Some can go to work at 9 a.m. Some can go to work in afternoon schedules. Madam Speaker, with our digital transformation, and stick a pin, Madam Speaker, the last place that I had the privilege of running digital transformation was in the Attorney General's office. And if you judge by what achievements were done there by the government, you know that you no longer go to court physically. You know that you can access all your legal affairs documentation online. By digital transformation, we are on an aggressive drive of digitizing our material. That involves our processes. You see, Madam Speaker, my submission is that some people working in the public sector are needed from the neck up. What does that mean? Your brain needs to get to work at a particular point in time. Your body may be where it is. But that can only happen as we complete the process mapping of jobs. In the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, there are positions that we are rolling out in all of the corporations and at head office where we take all of the paper, we scan and we digitize, we take the material information, and now the entry point to getting your projects, your planning, your positions is you enter the ministry by a virtual portal, you upload your documents into something called SharePoint. That means Princestown Regional Corporation has sight of the documents that head office has sight of, and now you know who in the ministry is processing your information. And that, Madam Speaker, is an aggressive program that I give my solemn commitment not only involves more jobs for people, but it involves an easing of traffic woes, of difficulties, because the Prime Minister was correct. The process mapping and the aggressive digitization is the program. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, Minister Bacchus has not spoken yet, but he will account for how that is going on right through the government, as will Minister Alison West, who is dealing with the public administration side of the equation. Now, Madam Speaker, while I'm on the point of digitization, I'd like to announce that we will be very shortly rolling publicly a program called Local, L-O-C-A-L. It's an app. In that app, Madam Speaker, more jobs. Why? The members of the public will log on to Local. You have a two-step authentication so that Faris Al-Rawi is the real Faris Al-Rawi, or John Brown is the real John Brown. You are able to report all issues. T&Tech issues, WASA issues, local government issues. You send a pin location, you send a picture of where it is. It goes in to the app separates it into the different typologies, and there's a back room. What is the back room? The room that processes the information and relays it to WASA, to T&Tech, to local government. So picture a call center at work. Picture your app telling you, received, being worked on, and what we're introducing is something called a traffic light system. Red light, yellow light, green light. Green light, it's ongoing, this is the person responsible. Yellow light, it's awaiting an input from this particular entity. Red light, it's stuck for some reason. That app has been developed in-house by IT app builders we hired in the ministry, by local government, through local government, for local government. It will go into beta testing, meaning we'll launch it to figure out the bugs. And then, over a period of time, we'll execute the works. Because, Madam Speaker, people speak with frustration. As an MP in San Fernando West, I walk along the streets and people tell me, boy, this place wicked. That simple street light blown now for 2, 3, 4 years, I can't get it fixed. They feel a sense of hurt that we can't deliver because it's just that small street light. But Madam Speaker, that small street light put into the context of how many other street lights need to be fixed means that there's a dollar figure attached to that, which means we can get people to decide, and then we have a real conversation with Trinidad and Tobago. How are we affording it? When can we afford it? How do we perform the works? So this is what we call in the ministry open source reporting, where transparency in local government can become apparent. And remember, there are coordinates. Madam Speaker, I believe it is section 235 and then 261 of the Municipal Corporations Act allows the regional corporations to have a coordinating committee approved and appointed. Our coordination committees are built in with WASA, with T&Tech, with all of the relevant agencies, because, Madam Speaker, we certainly do not intend in our secondary road development company to be paving a road with the people good money to then have somebody come and dig it up. And therefore, the coordination issues between the state enterprises is a realistic dream under digitization, because there is an ability to follow project planning, execution with value for money. As we speak about that, Madam Speaker, I can tell you, in our reform package, we are moving away from counting boxes of nails and lengths of wood into rated. Madam Speaker, what is important in value for money is to check that you're spending money good. It didn't go into the wrong hands, and you got what you were supposed to get on time, in budget, as best as possible. And therefore, our process of adding supervision in audit and accounts becomes real. Let me give you a real example. For everybody who knows local government, we have this thing called unspent balances. Madam Speaker, if a corporation asks for money and gets it from the Ministry of Finance and don't spend it, under Section 109 and then Section 112 of the Municipal Corporations Act, that money goes into their unspent balances. Madam Speaker, do you know that in Trinidad and Tobago, we have nearly $95 million in unspent balances? And Madam Speaker, I can tell you the first thing that the ministry did under the reform package that I've been given the baton to handle, and permit me for this moment, it was remiss of me not to celebrate and thank one of the hardest working people I have ever met, Senator Kazim Hussain, for his incredible discharge of local government throughout COVID in difficult times, as he, as a servant of the people, made sure he did. He's handed that baton thanks to the Prime Minister's direction across to me. My process is reform now. What I'm speaking about is go forward. I've already told you of close to 1,000 new jobs done right. That didn't include the back room for the local app, because somebody has to sort the data. When you call on a credit card or you're calling at the bank, you call a back room of 300 people sitting down there sorting out the issues. Now, Madam Speaker, unspent balances. Port of Spain City Corporation, $45 million in unspent balances. San Fernando City Corporation, $3.7 million. Cuva Tabakit, $8.5 million. Princestown, $4.26 million. Sangre Grande, $9.7 million. San Juan Laventil, $11.3 million. Pinal Debe, $285,000. They're spending the money. Point 14, $810,000. We didn't get from Mayaro, Siparia, and Tunapuna. Chaguanas, $8.9 million. Madam Speaker, what we did was to send out a team of auditors inside of the corporations to audit those numbers so that under Section 112(2) of the Municipal Corporations Act, they can spend the money for the benefit of the citizens of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Madam Speaker, as we talk to unspent balances, we're not only looking at how we spend the money, how we get the jobs done, how digitization improves that. And Madam Speaker, we're looking at the extra money that's coming in. The monies that you didn't use, where is it? Why is it there? What do you want to do it for? Madam Speaker, in local government reform, the corporations get to decide what they want to do under Section 112(2). Cuba, Tabaquite, Port of Spain, San Fernando, Princestown, they get the benefit of spending their money. And that is why the Executive Council and the Municipal Council is so critical to reform, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we did an audit of assets. And what I can tell you, Madam Speaker, local government is large. We have 660 recreation grounds, 180 open spaces, 33 markets and abattoirs, 4,451 vendors in there, 24,000 people accessing that, in nearly 1 million square feet of just markets, 155 cemeteries. There's one cemetery at Streatham Lodge, which is 22 acres large. That's the whole of Arima. One cemetery is as large as the whole of Arima. Crematoriums, 9. Roads, we have 18,163 roads. That's 80%. But Madam Speaker, what we're doing in the Ministry of Local Government right now, we are vesting assets, because the last time we vested assets.
Honourable Member, you have 5 more minutes of your speaking time left. You may wish, if you wish, request a further 10 minutes to complete your contribution.
15 in total. I wish to use all, please, Madam Speaker.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, we have 80% of the road network, 80%. But the last time we vested roads and facilities was in the year 2000. We have 22 years of vesting that the ministry is busy engaged in. What does that mean? We're going to get up to 82 to 83% of the road network. Now, people of Trinidad and Tobago, I hear you. The government hears you. The Prime Minister hears you. The potholes, the state and condition of our roads, it burns us. It aggravates us. Yes, I could give you a good reason that we spent on salaries. Yes, I can say that we spent $10 billion in deficit, $13 billion in deficit to make sure that people were employed. But Madam Speaker, I understand, the government understands, the Prime Minister ensured that a company called Secondary Road Repair, along with Pure, got the mission to carry out the roads. Yes, it might be coming late. Yes, there was a good reason. Yes, we know you're hurting, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, I want to assure the people of Trinidad and Tobago, as a minister that is on the road in service of the people every single day, pillar to post in local government in Trinidad, everywhere. It's why we engaged in a national cleanup campaign. It was a survey campaign at the same time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we had 15,000 people involved in that cleanup and survey campaign. We spent 63,000 man-hours. We had 4,800 yards of trucks, 8-yard trucks. We did 119 acres of cleaning. We took the height of the Twin Towers times 40 times the height of the Twin Towers in clearing rubbish out of the corporation. And I want to thank every single person in local government, in particular the team at the ministry's office. Young people, day and night on the field, and I, Madam Speaker, can tell you I enjoyed every minute of those days that we spent in coordination. CPEP is one of the best performing entities in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Some of the hardest working people. As Madam Speaker, our orphan roads being vested, HTC road that didn't come to the corporation can't get maintained. Private road that was built 22 years ago that never handed over can't get maintained. That's what we're doing the vesting exercise on. Now, Madam Speaker, that means more jobs. That means that we can knock on the door of the cabinet and say, let us improve CPEP. But Madam Speaker, I'd like to say this. As hardworking as our daily rated employees are, we had to have an honest conversation. And I'm beautiful people in having a conversation on productivity, because we can do it together. People need to know that the value of their tax-paying dollar is being spent right, hence digitization. Hence knowing where your municipal police are by having an app that while you're on duty, you know where your police are. They're 7 minutes away from response time. They're 5 minutes away from response time. Your cleanup crew, 7,000 to 9,000 people in daily rated employees. Where are we? What are we doing? Let us hold our heads high and tell the people we are serving you, because we find dignity in our jobs. We find dignity in making our country beautiful. Because the secondary road repair company involves slopes, stabilization, drainage. And Madam Speaker, we have 25 forestry teams that are going to be planting on those slopes, ensuring that they are stable, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, welcome to local government connected to people. Welcome to rural development connected to people. Welcome to a government that wants to give local government autonomy, Madam Speaker. Yes, we know the Revenue Authority might be frightening for some people. Yes, we know that taxation is an ugly word, Madam Speaker. IRC versus the Tomlin, the two certainties of death and taxation. Yes, we know it's a rough concept, but Madam Speaker, in a world of governance, your money comes from taxation. So we hear you, we understand, but under the rural development, local government, digitization, vesting orders, delivery of local government reform, and ability to make sure you work from the neck up, or you work in phases and in patches, this is what local government means. Because corporations get to hire their people within the confines of a new law. More jobs, more money, more efficiency, Madam Speaker. I already crossed 1,300 jobs already in my reporting to the Parliament of what is possible. Now, Madam Speaker, we have to ensure that we do our best in the time that we have. Yes, our oil and gas reserves demonstrate we're a mature province. But, Madam Speaker, I want to compliment Minister Young, the Member of Parliament for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West. He gave a phenomenal contribution on the last occasion. He spoke to the energy and enterprise that he has brought back to back on God rest his soul, that beautiful man Franklin Cann in the Ministry of Energy, and the heavy lifting that the Prime Minister engaged in. Madam Speaker, put very simply, Minister Young demonstrated, had we stayed on the plans up to 2015, we would have $0 because we weren't going to get any oil and gas revenue until 2024. And Minister Young reported to the Parliament that billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars came back. Now, what does this all mean? Why are we giving tax benefits to the oil and gas sector and supplemental petroleum tax in PPP positions? Because, Madam Speaker, in a world that is going green, with Trinidad and Tobago next to the largest oil and gas reserves between Guyana, Suriname, Venezuela, our reserves may very well be there. We have an opportunity as a services sector. We have an opportunity to transition, which is why the Prime Minister has said to us repeatedly, take every molecule and every drop out of the ground, put it into diversification and get on with the job. Because, Madam Speaker, even though 50% of our revenue comes in terms of taxation revenue from the oil and gas sector, we're looking at the sector actually comprising about 27% of our GDP, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, what the government is doing on the top end of the equation is to ensure that investment comes here into the ground so we can diversify our way out. I've watched a lot of the commentary saying the government needs to speak to its plan. Our plan is simple. Get revenue, diversify, digitize, create a better working condition. But, Madam Speaker, I can tell you this, having served with the Honorable Prime Minister now for 13 years, 7 of them in the Office of the Attorney General, there were some very tough times, particularly during COVID. Midnight hours, And if I may, Madam Speaker, I have not had the chance to publicly thank the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs for the amazing work that they all produced in those very tough times. 650 laws, they burned the midnight oil. I just wish to say thank you there. And to the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, Madam Speaker, I am blown away by the enterprise and share ability of every single member of local government. Madam Speaker, there are only two entities that employ both government and opposition: the Parliament and Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. Rural Development and Local Government has 7-7 split. 7 yellow, 7 red, so they say. But you know what, Madam Speaker, the reason why I can publicly commit to supporting all of local government as the government does is because if yellow wins, we win. If red wins, we win because the people win. Supporting transformation and reform and dedicated delivery is an exercise that is capable of being done. Madam Speaker, permit me to speak a moment on San Fernando West. Madam Speaker, I am privileged to be the Member of Parliament for San Fernando West. I want to thank all the good people of San Fernando West. Madam Speaker, what do we have to look forward to? We want jobs, we want housing, we want local content, we want fair share. We want to make sure that we walk our streets in safety, our children feel safe, our schools are the best. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Prime Minister. In the budget, the Minister of Finance spoke to our land reclamation, 3.8 hectares, $78 million. Our fishing depot, $38 million. Our coastal protection, $67 million. Lady Hales widening, $136 million. The squatter relocation, $43 million. The PTSD relocation, $15 million. Housing at the PTSD site, $207 million. Plaza San Carlos, which is what we call the wharf, $61 million. Skinner Park, $160 million. Hospital car park, $120 million. That's nearly $1 billion in development. A lot of that is ongoing. A lot of it was only recently unleashed by the CEC. The Certificate of Environmental Clearance took 6 years to get because we had to comply with the law. And Madam Speaker, to the people of San Fernando West who celebrate the building of a walkover, which is not even in that figure, at the gap between Embacadere and Ramsaran Street, where a family got to help to build that walkover, having lost a son to the traffic on that road. Madam Speaker, the $250 million going into Pure, the $1 billion road development program, I just want to tell the Cabinet and the people of Trinidad and Tobago, thank you, because it's tax-paying dollars and it is decisions. And Madam Speaker, if you look across the developmental program, Sangre Grande, Manzanilla, the rural development that the Ministry of Works and Transport is engaging in. You looked at the development of the regional corporations in Princestown, in other areas, you can see that there is a fair distribution, Madam Speaker, of prioritization. The key for Trinidad and Tobago right now is, okay, how do we accept a different life? Can we get there? To the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Planning, Madam Speaker, I want to say to the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Planning, thank you. The Minister of Planning and Minister of Finance ensured that we went over budget documents 3 times, Madam Speaker. And that was to make sure that we juggled every cent of it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am hopeful of a better Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, these are difficult times. Yes, people are hurting. Yes, wage negotiations are going on. Yes, global inflation has arrived at our door. Yes, we have to take a little bit more here and there. But Madam Speaker, everybody in this room sitting on the benches, opposite and government, we are all elected members of Parliament. And as we represent our citizens, Madam Speaker, for my part at rural development and local government, I am confident of job creation. I am confident that we can improve service deliverability. I am confident that we can ensure that our road conditions and our services are better delivered. I am confident that the municipal police can bring a more safe environment as we move to 1,500 as opposed to 771 of them, Madam Speaker, litter wardens, etc. Trinidad and Tobago, we hear you. It's tough. Your government is with you. We're prepared to take the lash. We have to. We signed up for the job. But Madam Speaker, to my colleagues in this parliament, I am here at your service. It's why the first thing I did in coming in is to put the hashtag I am LG. And everybody in the ministry wears that t-shirt, hashtag I am LG, because it's every single one of us. Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity.
Member for St. Augustine.
Madam Speaker, I thank you very warmly for this opportunity to contribute to this budget debate delivered by a government who is clearly disconnected from reality and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I take this opportunity to congratulate the member for Siparia, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessa, for what was a fulsome response to the Minister of Finance that not only exposed the paucity of P&M competence, and the use of the deliberate use of what we call alternate data, alternate facts, alternate statistics. But the leader of opposition also laid out the UNC Economic Recovery Plan that gave hope to citizens much more than this government budget gave any hope at all. I also want to commend my colleagues on the opposition bench who, in continuing the debate, have given contributions, have responded with vigor, with excellent knowledge of their portfolio, and not only with criticism, but with recommendations on how to get things improved. I wish the government could listen a little bit to the opposition and to the people. When I listen to the contributions from the members of government, there is a very clear common thread. This government is bereft of reality. They are disconnected from the real world. When they could talk about roasting a breadfruit on a coal pot, I wonder, while that is a delightful thing for a special occasion, I wonder if that particular member left the parliament that night and went home and light coals to hot water to make a cup of tea. While the P&M continuously chastised the UNC and called us a box drain government, this certainly, P&M, is a pothole government. Not only potholes in the road, but gaps in terms of leadership, in terms of competence. But when we were labeled a box drain government, it was a signal of growth and development versus this pothole government, which is a symbol of neglect and decay and incompetence. The member for San Fernando West who spoke before me mentioned that on some occasion when he walked along the streets in San Fernando, somebody met him and said to him, "This place wicked." I think he was trying to mellow what the person said. The people on the streets are saying the P&M is wicked. That street light and that pothole that your government cannot fix is a symbol of the P&M's abject failure as a government. Accept the reality. I heard the member speaking about digitalization And several ministers spoke about digitalization, and my colleagues captured the irony where even the Ministry of Digitalization is not digitalized. But specifically with regards to local government, I don't know if the minister knows that local government representatives are in their third year, in their 3-year term, and some councillors still are not equipped with laptops by the regional corporations. Some chief officers do not have functioning laptops. The monies for training for digital work and digital administration has been cut so significantly that they cannot prepare themselves. The minister spoke about an app. I mean, what percentage of citizens really utilize apps to access government services in terms of ease of access to internet and smart devices? So you come to announce, you want to announce an app for pavements, an app for street lights, an app for potholes, and you are doing absolutely nothing. Madam Speaker, we know that unemployment and joblessness and the fact that so many people have been fired under this PNM government is a serious issue amongst people. And I hear the minister talking about creating jobs in the Ministry of Local Government. I am shocked to hear the minister speaking about hiring litter prevention wardens. When the PNM came into office in 2015, they fired hundreds of litter prevention wardens higher under the UNC government. When you speak about your cleanup campaign, which in my view was a PR campaign, not really a cleanup campaign, because the PNM fired the litter wardens, they reduced the number of days for garbage collection in every regional corporation. You reduce the capacity for solid waste management, and then you launch a cleanup campaign because you created an issue of garbage pileup. You coordinate the corporation resources. You didn't give them much additional funding, very little additional funding. This was not a cleanup campaign by the ministry or by the government. This was the corporations being forced to take their resources from other places to make the minister look good. It was pure PR, not anything meaningful. So this government has a habit of creating problems and then finding halfway solutions and come to tell you that they're doing something good for you. Whatever happened to the tire tax? I recall this government announced that they will charge additional taxes on tires for disposal, and that money would go towards environmental management. We are yet to hear any report about where the citizens' monies are going for additional taxes. I've said before, and I will say it again, the PNM does not care about local government and developing regional corporations. The PNM only cares about winning local government elections. That is all they are about. I listened to the minister talking about increase in funding to regional corporations. And the first on the list, Madam Speaker, was Arima. The PNM lost 1 seat in Arima Borough Corporation, and they increased the allocation from $9.8 million to $27 million. $9.8 million to $27 million. And that, my friend, is because of a political objective. So the message to citizens must be very clear. You have to use your democratic right to vote and vote out the PNM to show your dissatisfaction in this country. What about the other regional corporations? Time may not permit me, but I can share with the members opposite the breakdown of the funding for each regional corporation over the years. And from 2015 to present, you significantly reduced the funding. Today, you are coming to boast of a little increase, and I want to tell you, you have yet to reach the level of funding that regional corporations got under the UNC. You have failed. The minister came here to berate the regional corporations for their percentage in terms of the percentage of monies that they spent. And I was so sad to hear him say corporations did not ask for their money. Minister of Local Government, your ministry gave superior regional corporations and other regional corporations releases on the last day of the financial year. That is a failure of the ministry and the government, not the regional corporations. My honorable colleague has really illustrated how his government has been sabotaging the regional corporations and preventing them from efficiently spending what is allocated to them. When you see the volume of funding that is considered unspent, ask how does that happen? When regional corporations are prepared, they have no shortage of projects to do. They send requests for funding, and the minister is constantly saying, I am waiting on the Minister of Finance. I hope the Minister of Finance knows that they are blaming him for their incompetence, because regional corporations often spend a lot of time waiting on the ministry to release funding. And you know they say, while grass growing, horse starving. While the regional corporations are waiting for funding from the government that is not forthcoming, the issues of flooding, drainage, potholes, and other forms of neglect are significantly affecting the citizens. You do not need new legislation to ensure that regional corporations effectively spend the monies allocated to them in the budget. What you need is political will, and this government clearly does not have the political will to deliver in local government. Under the UNC government, I was a chairman, and I will tell you that the drive to ensure that projects were submitted on time, that requests for funding were met with positive responses by the government by way of releases, was something we did to ensure early delivery. I want to ask the minister at some point if he could reconsider a phrase he used when he said he intends to babysit the regional corporations. Do not belittle those local government practitioners. What some of those councillors have in their big toe, there's a colloquial saying, but I wouldn't go into it. I just want to ask the minister to reconsider and don't belittle the people who are out there on the first line of government delivering. The minister also spoke about an increase in the cost of material. And I'm happy he mentioned it because it is something that I am very concerned about. There has been a significant increase in the price of construction materials. Due to inflation, the regional corporations now have reduced buying power. When you give them a little pittance extra, that may not even meet the requirement that they have. For the development programs, the PSIP within each regional corporations, many corporations experienced where the tenders they received were higher than the 300,000 CEOs limit. We also have, of course, increases in things like traveling allowance. Because of the exponential increase in the price of fuel, the cost per mile has increased tremendously to all officers, and of course in regional corporations, you'll have a lot of field operations. And so I would like to ask the minister to consider increasing the CEO's limit, because the number of feet of box drain, 300,000, used to give you under the UNC. You're getting about half of that under the PNM. That is something that we have to consider, and other ministries will also have to consider it. But on top of that, on top of the issues of inflation and their reduced buying power, local government is bearing the brunt of PNM non-performance and incompetence in several ministries. Several ministries have failed the nation, and it falls back on the regional corporation. In 2018, the then Minister of Local Government launched what he called the Vacation School Repair Program. And that is because of the inefficiency and failure of the EFCL, the Education Facilities Company Limited, to do what they are mandated to do in terms of repairing schools. And even though many corporations wrote to the minister, put in writing that they simply did not have the resources to do this vacation school repair program, up to today, in all those years, the regional corporations are providing additional services that is a drain on their resources. When the Minister of Public Utilities fails to deliver water in areas throughout the country, you know who they turn to? Their local government councillor and the regional corporation. The regional corporations provide truck-borne water to areas that do not have pipelines laid by WASA. When an area is not serviced, when they have pipelines and they don't receive water in their pipelines, WASA is supposed to send truck-borne water supply. But any citizen who had that experience knows that it takes days, sometimes weeks, to get a truck of water from WASA. So WASA's inefficiency now causes the citizens to go to the corporations to get truck-borne water supply. And the truck-borne water, the money is allocated to that has also been reduced. But you know what else affects them? When WASA fails to do road repairs. Every citizen in this country can tell you of a pothole filled with running water that WASA has failed to address. And the regional corporations are now being forced to intervene when the pipelines are repaired to fix the potholes. Madam Speaker, the failure of the HDC. In the HDC developments, where citizens live, where the services of road maintenance, garbage collection, and other issues are not addressed, also falls back on the regional corporation. And of course, it puts a drain on their resources, but who compensates them for that? Nobody. And the HDC goes about their merry way because the regional corporations are picking up the slack. That is not an easy thing for them to do. It means that they are leaving something else undone. The Ministry of Works and Transport. Madam Speaker, I have a long list for the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport, and I will try to condense it. Because everywhere you go in this country, you have potholes, you have landslips, you have drainage issues, and these also impact on the regional corporations. Regional corporations are mandated to maintain and develop local roads. Many of the roads that fall under the Ministry of Local Government, because of how critical they are, the regional corporations, when they have a request to repair a road and ministry does not do it, the regional corporations have to step in. In Mayaro Rio Claro Corporation, I don't know if the minister knows that the Ministry of Works borrows the trucks and backhoes from the regional corporation to load material. So they are, in fact, instead of giving, depending on the regional corporation, once again, because of the failure of the Minister of Works and Transport. Madam Speaker, when the Minister of National Security fails with regards to lifeguards, it impacts on local tourism. If you look at the Mayaro and Lafayette and Blanchisseuse and areas, Las Cuevas and so on, local tourism is affected by the minister's incompetence. Madam Speaker, another critical area that I want to ask the government to pay some urgent attention to is because of the shutdown of Petrotrin, where Heritage, as a special purpose company, has inherited the properties of Petrotrin. Many of these facilities are considered public spaces. Many of their roads are public access roads. Because of the failure of Heritage to maintain these facilities, these roads, these parks, we have a lot of environmental issues, overgrown bushes, rats, snakes, the security risk of high bushes on the side of the road where, criminal activities and so on. And the failure of Heritage to maintain these facilities means that the regional corporations in those areas, such as Point Fortin, Siparia, Penal Debe, are now forced to send resources to those areas, resources that they are not given in the budget. So Heritage is high and mighty, going about their business, and the regional corporations are now forced to deal with the issue. Madam Speaker, when I think about local government, I feel that we are spending so much time dealing with roads and potholes and garbage pileup because of the failure of this government, when local government should really be focused on local economic development, creating an environment for sustainable development, improving the lives of citizens and increasing their happiness and well-being. And the government has failed to reach that level. We are here talking about box drain and roads because that is the level of incompetence and failure that you have reduced local government to. Local government should be dealing with local tourism and tourism development and tying it into tourism as a national development objective as we talk about revenue outside of gas and oil. But what is happening is that places such as, for instance, the Devil's Woodyard in Princestown, the road to get to this site, the Hindustan Estate Road, is in a deplorable condition, impassable, and it's difficult to access the site. And what it means is less local tourists, but it also means less local entrepreneurs, micro-entrepreneurs, to go and make a living for themselves. When the Bunsey Trace is inaccessible in Penal Debe and people cannot get to the La Michelle mud volcano, the people who sell food and drinks and water and craft along the way, their income is interrupted. And you talk about asking citizens to see about themselves and wean off the government when you have been victimizing these people. The Cali Bay fishing area, there was a proposal for a Cali Bay waterfront. They have a big fish festival down there. I see Mayaro has started a fish festival in Ottawa as well. But the Couva Regional Corporation does not get the support to ensure that these facilities are in place. These are areas where you can have small entrepreneurs, vending booths, and other local craft, local food, local delicacies. And I want the government to understand that when you fail to fix a road, the impact is not just on the vehicle, it is on that entire community and its ability to earn an income for themselves. That is local government. When the PNM speaks about the Local Government Reform Act, and they talk about the local plans for each region, which was developed under the Manning administration. They were updated under the UNC government between 2010 and 2013, and the government has been promising to update these regional development plans. I want to ask what is happening with those, because it is only an item of reporting. It is not a reality. If the plans have been produced, they have not consulted with the local government representatives and with the citizens. Once again, typical of the PNM, to leave out the citizens. The government is talking about creating 2 new boroughs, Degomartin and Separia. Again, where is the development objectives to create true borough status? This, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, is an election gimmick to say that you have achieved something when in fact you have achieved nothing. What is the rationale for creating a borough for these 2 areas? It is not data-driven. There's no real plan for development for these regional corporations. You say, give one to the PNM in Degomartin, give one to the UNC in Separia, and call that George. St. Augustine constituency sits in the region of Tunapuna Piako, the largest population in the country, a town center that is bustling. Isn't Tunapuna Piako a region that should be considered for upgrade to borough status? If you consider the population and what they do in terms of schools, education facilities, universities, the Mount Hope Hospital and Medical Sciences Complex, what is the criteria? So while I applaud any regional corporation being upgraded from regional corporation to borough status, I want to ask that the superficial name change not be the only event that you have listed to make these into boroughs. Madam Speaker, the issue of national security, I had mentioned earlier, where various government ministers have failed in their delivery and how it falls back on regional corporations. The issue of crime is of serious concern in every part of the country. While the Minister of National Security has been less than satisfactory in indicating his plans, the Minister of Local Government, then Minister of Local Government in 2018, I recalled, promised us that he will recruit 1,400 municipal police officers, 100 for every region, and he boasted that that will be done by 2020. Between 2018 and 2020, there was no COVID. There was no excuse for the government to not implement the 100 officers per regional corporation. And again, this is a promise that never materialized under the PNM. So when I see the Minister of Local Government today, the newer minister, speaking about a delivery on a broken promise that he inherited, I trust that he will put a new date of delivery for those 1,400 municipal police officers. And I want to warn as well that the accommodation in terms of municipal police stations is critical because many of them are in cramped situations, and for them to be properly equipped and outfitted and trained, because police officers go out there and risk their lives against bandits and criminals that this government has allowed to bring in all kinds of high-grade weapons against our police officers. So our police officers are at risk, and municipal police in every regional corporation will help with making our communities safer. Madam, I also want to express some concern with one of the new measures of this government that came in the midterm review, where the Secondary Road and Rehabilitation Company was born. In fact, in the midterm review, that company was allocated $100 million, even before the company was properly registered. The Minister of Finance in the budget announced an additional $100 million to this Secondary Road and Rehabilitation Company. And I want to ask the Minister, what is your purpose for creating this entity while you are depriving the regional corporations of the funding to fix the local roads? You see, the creation of special purpose companies has a history of political use in under this government. Because at present, under the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, you have the CPEP company, which is responsible for maintenance within the regions. And we in the opposition have been highlighting and asking questions concerning the allocation of CPEP contractors in various areas, as well as the selection of contractors. It is clearly something for PNM constituencies and PNM activists and friends and family. And again, this special purpose company for secondary roads seems to be another avenue created by the PNM for political control of where roads are to be paved and who will get contracts to pave roads. I warn about this because while the regional corporations have not been getting the funding to pave roads, they have each been asked to submit 5 roads per regional corporation for $200 million in contracts, But you know what is not very public? I want to ask the minister, how many roads were the PNM MPs asked to submit to be paved under these special purpose companies? There is a clear political objective in creating this special purpose company. And Madam, I want to warn, we have a local government election due this year. And it is very clear that the PNM's objective with this special purpose company is not to make efficient paving of roads. It is to pave roads in areas that they have neglected, that they want to win in local government elections. In the last election, we saw roads in the marginal Sandy Grande region.
Remember, I understand the passion. The mic is working perfectly. I know you have a history of complaining about the mic, but it's working perfectly. Please check the volumes. It's really over the top. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the last local government elections, because the PNM was at risk of losing Sandy Grande, in fact, they lost Sandy Grande to the UNC. At the last minute, they rushed up there and they were paving over mud on roads that they neglected. And I warn again that the resources of the state and the taxpayers' dollars should not be used for campaigning in local government elections. And I warn of that in the face of a recent THA election, Tobago House of Assembly election, where we saw self-help grants, food cards, CPEP contracts, and other things being delivered to people as a form of bribery.
Just withdraw.
Right.
Withdraw that, please.
Okay.
Find another way to say it, please.
Fine. Thank you. As we saw... Yes, I withdraw the word bribery. So, Madam Speaker...
So you withdraw the word?
Yes, I withdraw.
Right, good. Thank you.
I will rephrase. Madam Speaker, in the last THA election that the PNM lost, during the lead up to the campaign, we saw the giveaway of self-help grants, food cards, and CPEP contracts. We saw the blatant use of taxpayers' dollars to incentivize voters to vote for the PNM. And they took it and they vote them out. I want to warn against this habit the PNM has of using taxpayers' dollars to campaign. Madam Speaker, I also hope that the upcoming local government elections and the fact that the PNM has been talking about local government reform, I want to just touch a bit on their reform agenda. The PNM has been talking about local government reform since what I could remember is when I first became a councillor in 2003, and the Honorable Hazel Manning was Minister of Local Government. And even before that, they were talking about local government reform. So they have had a lot of talk. They brought a bill to Parliament, and I want to repeat that the UNC opposition did not support that bill that the PNM brought, because it is one of the major issues is that they intend to bring property tax, something that we will not stand for at this time. The PNM has spoken about their reform agenda. The minister has announced that there will be a schedule, a rollout of activities. And the things that he announced are not things that he has anything to tap himself on the back about. One of the things in a press conference some time ago was that the term of office being changed from 3 years to 4 years, that is one of the early deliverables. Madam Speaker, that is automatic once the EBC calls the elections. That is not an achievement of the minister. Madam Speaker, the regional corporations have not been engaged in terms of the rollout for the Municipal Corporations Act. Again, it is just talk and no action. The municipal corporations are yet to be engaged when it comes to procurement legislation. So you are way, way behind. But I do hope that you will have meaningful dialogue with the stakeholders in the regional corporations. I also want to warn this government that I want to warn the government not to use local government reform as you did in the past to postpone local government elections. The history of the PNM speaks for itself, and to deprive persons of their right to vote may result in some serious consequences, because in 2010, when the local government elections was finally called by the UNC government, it was whitewash for the PNM. This local government elections, Madam Speaker, that is due, is an opportunity for citizens to have their say. And I want to urge citizens of this country that even though you are voting for a local government councillor and not a member of parliament or the government, it is important to use this democratic right to vote as an opportunity to register your dissatisfaction with the PNM government. Madam Speaker, I speak in this House as the member for St. Augustine. I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the members of the staff of the MP's office. But in addition to that, I want to pay tribute to the volunteers within St. Augustine constituency who give time, money, and other support for us to deal with those who are most vulnerable in the constituency and to deal with issues that arise because of the failure of the government. But while we try to do outreach, there are certain things that even volunteers cannot do that the government has a responsibility to do. Madam Speaker, I turn to the issues within the St. Augustine constituency at this time. The people of St. Augustine have had numerous protests by the Dry River Bridge in St. Augustine South. This is an alternate route to the highway, and a lot of heavy machinery, vehicles, and so on pass there. That bridge is collapsing so badly, and we have been begging, protesting, pleading for that bridge to be repaired. In St. Augustine, we also have the Bassi Bridge in Spring Village, the Blackman Bridge in Blackman Lane in Curep. We have issues of flooding because we are on the northern bank of the Caroni River. We are bounded by the Caroni River on the southern side of the constituency. We have floodgates that have been in need of repair since before I became the Member of Parliament. The Minister is well aware of it, and the government continues to fail, where the repairs to the floodgates in the Wayabal River in Bamboo number 2 have not been attended to. There is need for floodgates to be repaired. there are requests for new floodgates, in particular, the NUGFW housing development in Real Spring in Valsayn South, at the end of the water course where it joins into the Wyabal River. When we see the dramatic photographs of water reaching up to the street sign in Valsayn South, it is because of that water being allowed to flow freely. The problem has been identified, and I am pleading and begging for this government to install a floodgate, a new floodgate at the Real Spring watercourse to prevent the entire Real Spring and Valsayn South from flooding. I also want to plead with the minister to treat with the issue that came out of the construction of the Currap interchange, where the watercourse apparently has been narrowed, the Blackman Ravine that flows from Currap under the highway to south of the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway. Currap has been plagued by flooding since the construction of the interchange. Abdul Lane all the way up to Bush Street. If people who know Currap know how horrible it is. And every time it rains, we have this problem. And the ministry is clearly the custodian of that watercourse. And the entire Currap, where businesses, a lot of residents, a lot of students, schools are tremendously affected. And again, the regional corporation is being called upon to do work that they do not have the resources for. I also call on the Minister of Works, the same Minister of Works, to continue the construction of the drain at Back Street in Tunapuna.
Honourable Member, you have 5 minutes remaining of speaking time. You may, if you wish, ask for an extension of a further 10 minutes to come.
Thank you. I will use the additional time to speak on behalf of my constituents. Thank you. Madam Speaker, about a year ago, the member for Tunapuna made representation on behalf of his constituents to relieve flooding, and that watercourse flows into St. Augustine constituency. They fixed the part in Tunapuna, and when it reached over the Eastern Main Road, construction stopped. So every time it rains, Back Street in Tunapuna, which is in St. Augustine constituency, becomes a muddy river. Water is going into all the properties. And there is a second phase of the project to come. But if you continue to do work with political objectives, you will be failing the citizens of the country. Water doesn't flow in PNM constituencies and UNC constituencies. The best practice is to start at the outfall. And I am pleading with the government to complete the Back Street drain from the outfall on Makoya Road to prevent the residents from getting flooding. Madam Speaker, we also saw a budget promise of the Makoya interchange. I didn't hear a word about that in this time, but I'm concerned because in the last few months, residents of St. Augustine constituency received visits from persons who said they were collecting information. And they are fearful that they may have to be relocated. They are seeking information, and neither the ministry nor the consultants have been able to come and meet with myself as the elected representative, or with the councillors. It is your duty to speak to the representatives of the people so that you can facilitate development. And the Makoya interchange, I'm not sure what timeline the government has for delivery, but it will impact on the constituents of St. Augustine. And so I am reminding the government that as the duly elected member for St. Augustine, I will be representing the interests of the constituents, and I will not allow this government to treat them in the manner that they have been treating citizens when it comes to these type of projects. We welcome the development. In fact, it was one of the projects that the UNC government was a part of in terms of the formulating the plans and so on. We welcome the project, but I don't want to see any simple citizen bulldozed or removed or lose their home and property in a manner that is unbecoming. Madam Speaker, St. Augustine constituency also has a number of areas that are agriculture producing. South of the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway from Bamboo, St. Augustine South, when you talk about Paray Extension, you talk about Centenary Extension, the area by the Macoya Wholesale Norris Dearnorine Market, Macoya Extension, Maloney, south of the highway of Maloney, Orange Grove in the back of Blue Waters, as they say. Those areas have a lot of agriculture activities. When I hear the minister promise agriculture incentives and speak about things that you are doing for farmers, you are so disconnected that you don't realize you could give how many policies and incentives. If you do not renew the leases for these farmers, they will not be recognized by the ministry to get those incentives. So you are failing the farmers of St. Augustine constituency. And we have been writing, it requires cabinet approval. We have been writing, we have been working together. The farmers have been responsible as farmers groups. And I want to ask the government to quickly approve the renewal of the leases for the farmers within the St. Augustine constituency. Under community development, because of the financial straits that this government has put us into, many NGOs and village councils are the ones who are helping citizens in times of need. We have active community organizations, but two village community centers, are in terrible state of disrepair. The Spring Village Community Center is functional, but the conditions there, they do need some repairs. They have submitted their requests, and I want to take this opportunity to ask the minister to please look at the Spring Village Community Center to ensure that they complete their renovation. The Bamboo No. 2 Community Center is, I think it's beyond repair now because it's pigeon infested. It was overgrown with grass growing all on top of the roof. We did a cleanup project there, but that is a facility that the Ministry of Community Development is responsible for. Madam Speaker, I mentioned before how the issues in HDC are affecting local government, but there is a major HDC development in St. Augustine constituency called Oropoon Gardens. In fact, one of my sub-offices is very close to Oropoon Gardens. What we are still missing is the what we are still missing is the deed titles for the original Oropoon residents who were relocated when the airport was expanded. I have made representation to the HDC. Those persons were given an allocation slip and they have not received their deeds. So I want to ask that the Oropoon development also get a community center, that the HDC begin the construction of a commercial hub for the residents. The primary school that is supposed to be built in Oropoon Gardens, that should begin, that where you have one entrance in and out, that be dealt with, an alternate alternate exit. Madam Speaker, under schools as well, I see that the Cura Presbyterian School got an allocation in this year's budget after so many numerous protests by the government and advocacy by those involved. I want to ask the minister to intervene with the assistance to refurbish the Tunapuna Boys RC School. Madam Speaker, we have a number of squatting areas that are listed in the Squatter Regularization Act to be dealt with, and I see the PNM has been cherry-picking people who are PNM activists or people who are involved with their political party to give them deeds of comfort. That is wrong. Regularize every single citizen. Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to express my dissatisfaction with this budget. Every speaker so far has been arrogant and harsh in their suggestions inside and outside of Parliament. Every person here who is a minister of government has a duty to care for the citizens, and as such, it is the duty of the citizens to send a clear message when the government tells us that they do not care. The time for that message is now. Just as citizens are beginning to speak out more, they are beginning to protest, they are beginning to riot, Mr. Minister of Finance. When you said that you raised the gas price twice and 3 times and they have not rioted, they have started to riot. Are you listening? We, as a citizenry in Trinidad and Tobago, must also use every opportunity through our democratic right to speak out against the harsh measures of the government. And a time is coming where a local government election is due. And I am certain that a strong message will be sent against this PNM government. I thank you.
Member for La Hokita Tonparo.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to join this debate. And let me say that I wish to congratulate my cabinet colleague, the Minister of Finance, for once again delivering a budget that will certainly benefit and leads toward the further development of Trinidad and Tobago. I wish to also express congratulations to the Minister of Planning and Development and the staff at both ministries for the work that went into the preparation of our 2023 budget. Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to join this debate. And as I speak here today, it is not for political gain, but it's to highlight the plans of the government for the development of our young people of Trinidad and Tobago. And before I go on, allow me to recognize in the gallery young persons who are here taking on this debate from the Dream Chasers apprenticeship program of East Port of Spain. Madam Speaker, whether we accept it or not, our future, our very existence and development as a nation depends on the investment that we place in our youth. Those young persons, 10 to 35 years, that the UN has categorized as the youth, and in our circumstances, who account for over 40% of our country's population. They are going to have to overcome the challenges in today's society, and with our guidance, we'll create the safe spaces for their sustainable development as we nurture our future generation. The young people are our greatest asset, and we will spare no cost in making sure that we provide them with a better life. In this 2023 budget, there are several benefits for this youth cohort. The Minister of Finance would have announced in the budget that the personal allowance for income tax has now been increased. And this increase in the personal allowance will put an additional $1,500 of disposable income into the pockets of over 300 citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, that is the work of a caring government. We are also taking special steps to expand our digital economy. And, Madam President, paying attention to emerging local software developers and entrepreneurs who will all serve as an online trading platform for skills development. The budget also gave significant attention to our non-energy sector, in particular the agricultural sector, which the Ministry of Youth has been working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture in making sure that we provide the opportunities for our young people who wish to get involved in the agricultural sector. Notwithstanding that there are those who feel or who have referred to the young people getting involved in the sector as strangers to farming in Trinidad and Tobago, this government will make sure that there are opportunities for all our citizens, Madam Speaker. Permit me to reiterate that the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service will do all that is necessary and make the required investment in our young people, Madam Speaker. At the ministry, we boast of our commitment to ensuring that we provide such opportunities, and we stand ready to continue our movement towards achieving our Vision 2030, Madam Speaker, which involves, in theme 1, putting people first and nurturing our greatest asset, which are the people of Trinidad and Tobago, delivering good governance and service excellence, which is theme 2, and theme 3, building globally competitive business, Madam Speaker. And so over the last 2 years, we have developed and implemented several programs. And because of these programs, many of our young people are now ready for that transformational pathway to their future. Every program that we announce from time to time, all of these programs are oversubscribed because there's this hunger by our young people to develop themselves, and this government will provide the opportunities for that. The Vision 2030 document provides the roadmap for us because it suggests a whole of government approach so that the Ministry of Trade and Industry, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Agriculture, the minister in the Ministry of the Office of the Prime Minister, all of these ministries come together and work. The Ministry of Labor, all have programs designed towards assisting our young people, Madam Speaker. The Youth Ministry, of course, leading the charge in youth development and national services. And we have been able to press forward to ensure that our young people benefit from excellent service. Let me speak to the National Youth Policy, Madam Speaker, because in the contribution coming from Caroni Central, the member for Caroni Central, it appears that the member is grossly uninformed, because the member claimed not to know about the National Youth Policy. Let me say that this policy, not a program as he mentioned, provides general guidance on the objectives of the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. And any young person will be able to enlighten the member that a simple Google search will provide a complete copy of the National Youth Policy approved by the government of Trinidad and Tobago for 2020 to 2025. Madam Speaker, this policy was laid in the Parliament in August of 2021. So it is a public document available to each and every citizen. But what it does, it clearly demonstrates that the other side has no genuine interest in the development of the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. The pillars of the National Youth Policy, Madam Speaker, are not an imposition by the government. This document followed upon surveys, consultation, interviews, focus groups with youth serving organizations and with young people involved in youth work throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, including the Youth Council. And so what it then provided us with is a roadmap and a development landscape as to how we will approach youth development. We're speaking about training of our young people. We're speaking about youth health. We're speaking about creating youth safe spaces so that our young people can participate in civics and in government and climate change and all of these matters. You see, Madam Speaker, as a government, we recognize the value and the contribution of our young and active citizens. We view them as strategic partners to our development. And these 8 strategic pillars embody the dreams and aspirations of our diverse youth population. We see our young people as co-creators of Trinidad and Tobago's sustainable future, and we will work tirelessly with them in the realization of their fullest potential. We have determined 3 core areas that we will focus on: youth development, enterprise development, and national service. And each of these strategic areas continue to inform the mandate and the work of the Youth Development Ministry. Let me speak a bit about youth development. Cabinet earlier this year appointed an advisory committee to look at the whole question of the facilities and programs geared towards youth development. The committee was headed by former Minister of Education, Anthony Garcia. And in 6 months' time, that committee was able to submit a report to the cabinet. And the report gave certain recommendations, and cabinet accepted the report of this committee. And following upon that, we were able to then chart a course as to how we would, on the one hand, reintroduce some of the facilities that were available before and introduce new facilities in this new and modern era for the development of our young people. Not only did the committee look at the facilities that would be available, but the committee also paid particular attention to a revised curriculum to ensure that our young people would be able to access certain skills that are directly tied to the development program of our country at this time. Madam Speaker, not too long ago, if I may take a shift for a moment, we hosted the National Youth Awards, the 26th National Youth Awards ceremony. And through this initiative, we were able to recognize young people who have demonstrated a certain level of achievement and dedication and leadership in different spheres, in terms of agriculture, entrepreneurship, engineering, and all fields. And it was such a welcome sight to see the many young persons, not only the ones who won awards, but all those who were nominated and who very proudly came from their various communities to receive, based on recommendations from their peers, awards for their excellence. We have to start to showcase those young people who are involved in positive work throughout this country. And in that regard, our stakeholders, including members of the media, would pay some attention to our young people and our very talented and skilled young people. We stand out in this part of the world as having some of the most successful, bright, intelligent, and talented young people in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. Going back to the question of youth development, we took the discussion as to how do we nurture the talent of the persons, the young persons within our community who seek that space to enhance their development. And you would recall that we had in this country before youth camps at Presto, Chatham, and El Dorado, one at Mount St. George, one at Chagaramas. And these residential facilities provided a space, a residential space, where our young persons can attend for a 2-year program and get access to skills training, and then move on to employment, or then move on to create or form their own businesses. I met a young man who's from Tobago, who came back to Trinidad and Tobago recently, and he was a student at the Mount St. George Youth Camp, did electrical. And he was able to tell me that he now lives in New York, runs his own construction business, which he started off as electrical only and then branched into other areas, and that where he is now, he thanks his time that he spent at the Mount St. George Youth Camp for giving him that foundation to launch into his business. There are so many stories like that, Madam Speaker. And so the government, in accepting the report of the Garcia Committee, is committed to the reintroduction, what we know as youth camps, what we now call youth development and apprenticeship centers. We will refurbish and reopen the one at Chatham, the youth camp at Presto, the youth camp for girls in El Dorado, and the government will as well construct 2 new facilities, one at Chagaramas and one at Wallerfield. That is your government at work. For the development of our young people. And we do not stop there, because we know that all persons will not be able to access the residential training, or for that matter, are not in need of that kind of support. So that the same programs will be rolled out throughout communities at non-residential youth development centers. At present, there are 6 existing facilities which the government has committed to refurbish and bring up to standard to accommodate our youth population. And in addition to those 6, the government is committed to expanding that suite of non-residential facilities to construct additional facilities at various locations to make sure that our young people, wherever they are, if they are interested in developing themselves, they will have ready and easy access to skills training opportunities within their various communities. So in Morva, in Sandy Grande, in Point Forte, we will expand in Diego Martin, in Naparima. Wherever the young people exist and are interested, we will bring the training as close as possible to them. In Maruga Tableland as well. I heard a member mention earlier on about the government providing facilities only for areas in which they have support. The member for Couva South will tell you that there is one in California, and the government is committed to the refurbishment of that facility and expanding training opportunities for young persons throughout the country. And therefore, we will, as a responsible government, provide opportunities for all of our citizens. This is not campaigning time. This is governance time, and the PNM knows about that. Madam Speaker, we have rolled out several programs, and I will share some in this contribution today. The Amplify program, a 7-week development program implemented in collaboration with the NESC. In the last fiscal, Amplify trained young persons between the ages of 16 to 35 to become skilled music producers and arrangers. This program also is a mentorship program. Entrepreneurship and life skill training opportunities are also offered in this program. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to say that we were oversubscribed long before the deadline date. And this shows that we have tapped into and identified our young people's interests and provided a pathway for their positive development. Yet we have other persons on the other side, members on the other side, claiming that all they hear is talk. Well, if you think you're hearing talk, this is action. This is action by the PNM-led government, a government led by Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. Our youth are anxious and ready to take advantage of these many programs being implemented by this government. That program, the Amplify program, touched over 100 young citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and we will expand and continue that program in fiscal 2023, Madam President. Again, reiterating the whole of government approach, we collaborated with the NESC to introduce the All Set program. And what is the All Set program? It is geared towards young men and women 18 to 35 years of age. And this program is about promoting employability through technical vocational training in heavy equipment operations. So that if you want to be a crane operator, if you wish to operate an excavator or a backhoe or a skid steer or a dump truck or a bulldozer, then you have access to the All Set program implemented by the Ministry of Youth Development as a pathway for young people to access training and become certified in this area to enter the construction industry. Madam Speaker, that is PNM governance at work. Over 100 citizens benefited in this fiscal from the All Set program in heavy equipment operations, and we will expand this program in the new fiscal, Madam Speaker. That is not all. We also offered a program in conjunction with YTEP in barbering, hairdressing, and life skills. And Madam Speaker, the young persons interested in modern hairstyling industry were given the opportunity. Again, another 100 persons access this program, and we will continue the program throughout the communities. A very successful intervention on the part of this government. And we don't stop there. There's more. To further assist young persons with their academic qualifications, because we have a large cohort of persons who we refer to as NEET. They are not employed, they are not in any formal education or training program. They are just there in society, not significantly contributing to the development of our country, or their own development for that matter. We know many other young students who have exited secondary school and may not have achieved a full certificate. And in furtherance of assisting these young persons, the ministry has introduced a Bridging Success program, a step-up program. So if you left secondary school with 2 or 3 certificates, 2 or 3 subjects, in conjunction with the UTT, we have developed a Bridging Success program. The aim of this program is to foster the intellectual development of our young persons who are underemployed and who do not possess a full CSEC certificate. Bridging Success will allow the participants to take part in a program at UTT involving mathematics, English A, and 1 other subject. And upon the successful completion of Bridging Success, young participants will now be able to access higher level education, Madam Speaker. That is the PNM government at work for the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. The government in the budget has also announced the expansion of the GATE program. By adjusting the criteria, students who have completed an initial program of study, such as a diploma or an associate degree or the N1 at UE, will now be able to access gate towards the completion of their bachelor's degree, Madam Speaker. That is the PNM government at work for the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, it does not stop there. I know that the young people of Trinidad and Tobago will be pleased to hear the programs being implemented by this government. On the topic of equipping young people for employment, the Ministry of Youth will ensure that they are well equipped to be part of the digital economy in both the public and private sector. And with this in mind, the ministry has strategically collaborated with MIC IT to deliver digital advancement training in areas of introduction to mobile application, web design, and coding. Our friends on the other side could not think about that when they were in government. It takes a PNM government to introduce programs like these for the development of our young people, Madam Speaker. Since the start of this program, over 450 young men and women have developed competencies in the areas I mentioned before: mobile application development, web design, and coding. And the government will continue this program in fiscal 2023 for the benefit of our young people. Madam Speaker, that is PNM vision at work in the government led by Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. And you may think that it is exhausted, but the list goes on. Because in this country, we have a very huge youth population. And you will be pleased to know, Madam Speaker, that over 200 young persons were able to upskill their social media know-how for their professional growth through one of our latest initiatives called Project Trending. And with Project Trending, this project equips small business owners and budding entrepreneurs with practical insights to manage their individual and business presence on social media and online platforms. This is the new trend. A lot of our young people conduct business and have set up online businesses, and we are prepared to facilitate, to encourage, and to hold their hand and give them required skills that they need. We expect that this program will empower our young entrepreneurs to use the social media platforms as a tool to gain a competitive edge, to increase the sustainability of their business. And again, Madam Speaker, this reiterates the government commitment and dedication to working alongside, particularly our young people, but more so some of our tech-savvy young persons, to encourage their economic innovation and growth. The member for Caroni Central spoke about offering a certification without accreditation. Well, the Ministry of Youth Development is not a school, so we partner with accredited organizations to offer these certificate programs. You don't take a taxi down to my DNS to come and do a course. We, as I mentioned, every program is either the UWI, the UTT, NESC, MIC, YTEP. We have partners in the achievement of our objectives. And so these courses are not just designed to display a certificate. All of our programs are practical and give real-world experience, because it's our goal to create job creators, not job seekers. We want to get young people into business. We want them to create employment for their peers, so that all our trainees graduate with a certain level of proficiency where they can participate and be empowered as young business people and entrepreneurs. And we have the NEDCO that will hold their hand and assist them not only in funding for their business, but also in record keeping and in entrepreneurial skills and development. So, Madam Speaker, all the citizens of our Twin Islands state are paying close attention, and they will not be distracted by the very low performance of the UNC. They don't perform well in government, and certainly in opposition, they're not doing so well either. Madam Speaker, let me touch on some of the ministry's capital projects. As I mentioned earlier, the ministry has prioritized developing safe spaces. And let me tell you why. You would go into certain communities, and this is true throughout Trinidad and Tobago, and you would notice that you will see young persons, what we call the block, on the block, not doing much, open fodder for those gang leaders or persons who are up to not much good. And the safe space we talk about is a place within that community that will be attractive to the young person, that they will come to that space, and in that space, they'll be able to socialize with their peers in a safe environment. In that space, they'll be able to access training programs towards their own development at the state's expense. In that space, they'll be able to take part in certain recreational facilities, and therefore, you would find less and less of them being available to be recruited into illegal activity. And that is what the government is putting in place. And so let me focus, as I said, on some of our capital projects. The youth policy articulates transparent strategies for increasing youth economic participation, civic mindedness, and productivity. And so, as I said, that is why we are focusing on expanding and upgrading our new and our existing facilities to meet modern standards. Some of the facilities were constructed back in the 60s and 70s and may not be able to provide the technology that we need at this point in time. We currently operate 6 non-residential centers. Those are the centers I just mentioned, the ones that are community-based. There's one at Laventil, there's one at California, there's one at St. James, one at Malik, one at Los Bajo, and one at Barcelona Street. And what that will tell you is that we therefore need to expand our reach, because there are several communities that are underserved or that do not have access to this type of this non-residential intervention. These spaces are used, as I said, to deliver programs, youth-related activities, and youth training. And had the members on the other side taken the time to simply download and read the National Youth Policy, they would recognize that this activity falls under Pillar 4, that speaks to creating safe spaces, peaceful communities and environments. We will, as a government, upgrade and refurbish these facilities to ensure that they continue to meet the needs of our youth, Madam Speaker. And yes, we will construct, as funding allows, new facilities in the communities most in need throughout Trinidad and Tobago to serve a broader cross-section of the population. To extend our reach, Madam Speaker, we will be constructing in the immediate term a facility at La Hoqueta, which is one of the largest housing developments in this part of the English-speaking Caribbean, one in Point Forte, and one at Palo Seco, those fence-line communities of the oil industry, to create opportunities for young persons in training in those communities. In addition, I would have mentioned earlier that we have already started work on the refurbishment works at Chatham Youth Apprenticeship Center, Youth Development and Apprenticeship Center, which I'm sure the people of Point Fortin and Chatham and that part of the country will be very excited to know that we are going to reintroduce that facility for the benefit of the young people there. In Presto, work has already commenced there to reintroduce that facility. So when the member for St. Augustine speaks about PNM only doing projects in PNM areas, I don't know if Presto in Freeport is a PNM constituency, but if you wish for it to be so, we can arrange that at the next election. We will as well very soon award a contract, it may have already been awarded, for the refurbishment of the El Dorado camp for girls to cater for young women who would like to upskill themselves in terms of developing their craft. A residential program will exist at El Dorado for them. And in addition to that, because the east of Trinidad is underserved, whether it's a UNC constituency, a PNM constituency, or whatever, it does not matter. We will serve all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We will construct a youth camp for the young persons in East Trinidad. And in the West Trinidad, we will repurpose the Chagaramas Convention Center property as a youth apprenticeship and development center for all those young people west of Port of Spain. And so I'm very pleased to inform on behalf of the government that we continue with our development programs. I should add that we have a responsibility for providing for chins, which are children in need of supervision. You would know of the St. Michael School for Boys in Diego Martin, which we have decided that we will refurbish that facility, and we will now partner with the Defense Force in the management of that facility for our young men who are in need of supervision. And it does not stop there. That facility is currently about 40% of the work has been completed, and that facility will accommodate 125 of our young boys in Trinidad and Tobago. For our young ladies, we have completed the refurbishment of the Josephine Shaw Home. The Salvation Army is our partner in that initiative, and that facility will accommodate young ladies 18 to 25 years old who will transition from community residences. The completed facility contains dormitory rooms, kitchen, dining room, office staff and administrative staff, multi-purpose room, CCTV and access control, and more. And while this home provides accommodation for young women as they transition into adulthood, it also provides a holistic development program that incorporates psychological support, skills training, career and personal development, and job placement to assist them with reintegration into society. We are not going to leave our young ladies to end up on the streets. That is what this government is about. Responsible government, PNM style. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to indicate that the government has also agreed to the establishment of a similar facility in Sevilla. I wonder whether the member for Couva South could tell us where Sevilla is, so that when the member for St. Augustine talking about not only performing in PNM areas, Sevilla is in the constituency of the member for Couva South. We will establish a facility there for the young ladies of the central region. That is the PNM government that does not discriminate against its citizens. The transition home for young men to provide a similar facility as the Josephine Shaw Transition Home. I wonder whether the member for Princess Town will tell us where St. Madeleine exists. That facility is at St. Madeleine. It is a UNC constituency, but the PNM does not sit down and say, well, we will not do this because it's a UNC area or a PNM area. We are about governing the whole country. The country elected us, not you, and we run the whole country. And so, Madam Speaker, the list just goes on and on. Enterprise development is another one of our pillars. And the government, in partnership with NEDCO, the state enterprise that falls under this ministry, will continue to offer a suite of services to micro and small enterprises, because many of their needs may not be able or cannot be met by the traditional lending agencies. And therefore, NEDCO will continue to offer services to these businesses from conception, and therefore bring them into the economy as successful businesses. They offer modules in small business financing, entrepreneurial training, business assessment, mentorship, business advisory, and clients-focused services. One of our very successful programs, fully subscribed, is the Business Accelerator Program, an entrepreneurial development program aimed at creating a group of exceptional business persons and risk takers that will lead the next generation of entrepreneurs into the next decade. The Business Accelerator Program was launched in 2019. NEDCO has partnered with tertiary institutions to assist with the development of our entrepreneurs by providing a comprehensive and practical approach to doing business, injection of capital funding, training in effective marketing initiatives, promoting locally produced marketable products and services. A critical objective of this program is to create products and services which will fill the demands of our niche markets both locally and internationally. And so, Madam Speaker, before I run out of time, I do have some time remaining.
Have about 5 minutes left of ordinary time. You may request an additional 10 minutes to
I'll be
complete
very
the
thankful
contribution.
to use that 10 minutes as well,
Right,
Madam
so you
Speaker.
may
Thank you very much.
continue.
Because I know the opposition pretends not to know about these programs. So I will share with the national community what we are doing as a responsible PNM government. This program, the Business Development Program, has conducted courses such as financial management for SMEs, record keeping, cash management, marketing, social media strategies, digital transformation, and in addition, it provides opportunities for participants to take part in expos and conventions such as the Trade and Investment Convention, Regional Agri-Expo. The NEDCO also conducts pop-up markets for the participants in this Business Accelerator Program. And so we will continue to utilize NEDCO to assist our small and budding entrepreneurs in such areas as the starting up of businesses, competitive strategies for MSE, costing and pricing, customer relationship management, digital transformation, marketing from MSEs, record keeping, and cash management. I know that the opposition members are taking careful note to share this good news with all of their constituents. If you follow our NEDCO's online presence, you would realize on a very regular basis that the agency offers courses throughout the country, many of them online, some of them face-to-face interaction for our young business people. I'm pleased to announce that over 10,560 entrepreneurs, let me repeat that, Madam Speaker, over 10,560 entrepreneurs have benefited from these initiatives. Madam Speaker, the government will as well take steps and has appointed an implementation committee to implement all the recommendations of the previous cabinet committee on the development of the cooperative sector and credit unions in Trinidad and Tobago. And very soon we will be in a position to announce those decisions to the general public. We continue our development, our business development for young people in entrepreneurship. And therefore, it gives me great pleasure to speak about the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program. The program that has some of the members on the other side a bit antsy. This program, Madam Speaker, is designed to introduce a cadre of young farmers into our agricultural sector. And it does not matter where in Trinidad and Tobago they come from. Some persons have written to me correspondence saying that we are promoting strangers into the agricultural sector. I don't know who they are talking about. We are promoting young citizens of Trinidad and Tobago who are interested in agriculture. And in partnership with UTT, ECIAF in Centeno, currently 200 young Trinidad and Tobago citizens are there taking part in the training at UTT And following upon that training, they will get access to 2 acres of agricultural land to practice agriculture in Trinidad and Tobago for the benefit of all citizens. And they will receive support from the government, Madam Speaker, in terms of a $20,000 grant to assist them with start-up. The land preparation will take place in partnership with the Land Settlement Agency. They will get assistance in brush cutting and plowing and rotavating, all the modern techniques to assist them to become 21st century agro-entrepreneurs. I know the people of South Trinidad in Chatham will be very happy that the first location for the Yap estate is the former Chatham Dairy Farm. And when the member for Couva South tells us where Grand Couva is, we'll understand that this P&M administration will cater for all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago wherever they are. When we advertise this program, over 1,400 young persons from all walks of life accessed and put in applications for this. And we also catered for graduates of UTT and graduates of UWI who had already successfully completed programs. This program will also cater for some of them to take part in this program because the previous programs didn't offer land to them to practice their skills. So if you want to get now into hydroponics and aquaponics, this is the program for our young people in agriculture. And it does not stop there, because this government is concerned about our development of our young people, creating a suite of programs, this holistic development of our young people we're talking about. So we have also introduced, in addition to the full-time Youth Agricultural Homestead Program, we will advertise at the end of this month for a part-time Youth Agricultural Program, expanding the program for those persons who might already be employed somewhere, but they now want to switch careers into agriculture. They have the opportunity now to take part in the training. Madam Speaker, the program will give agricultural apprenticeship training, infrastructural development, and business advisory and support services. So on the development, there will be a monitoring and evaluation office staffed by persons from the Ministry of Agriculture, from NAMDEVCO, from ADB, from the Ministry of Youth, and we will be able to give advice on soil testing. UE will also be involved, also give you advice on what crops you should get involved in, and NAMDEVCO will assist with the marketing of these products so that we will encourage local consumption and healthy eating among the population for locally produced commodities. In addition, coming out of the Prime Minister's visit to Guyana, where that team was able to observe shade house production of high-value vegetable crops, a team from the government paid a follow-up visit, and I'm pleased to say, Madam Speaker, that we have launched a youth agricultural shade house project to be located in Tucker Valley, West Trinidad, for the benefit of our young people. We have partnered with the University of the West Indies, and the first cohort, 100 young persons, will enter UE in mid-October to begin 1-year certificate program in shade house agricultural production. We will as well receive assistance from the government of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and the National Agricultural Research Extension Institute, NARI, will also assist in this program. And by this program, we will then train these young persons in the formation of a cooperative. The model will be an agricultural cooperative. So coming out of that training, they will be able to go into business, produce these high-valued vegetables like broccoli, etc., and be able to supply the tourism industry, the fast food outlets, and you, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, with your consumption of locally produced high-value vegetables at effective and competitive prices. And then we turn to the question of national service, which is the other pillar in the Ministry of Youth Development. And we must say thanks to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago in the formation of this government, who saw it fit to have a ministry specifically dedicated to youth development and national service. What that speaks to is a leader with vision who wants to invest in the future of the country and understands that in order to do that, we need to cater for the needs of our young people who are the future of this country. The government appointed an advisory committee headed by Dr. Ruby Allen to advise us on how should we put together this voluntary national service program. Because you know what we know for sure is that if we come with anything else, those on the other side will not support it. They are not concerned about the young people. So we had to do it voluntary to bring it so that we make it attractive so you could come in. Because I'm sure Couva South wouldn't support it if we brought it here otherwise. So the government has designed a program on advice from the advisory committee that will allow our young people to be trained in areas of civics and national service and nation building. Our first campus is at Mausika, the training facility, the former teachers training college in Mausika, and our young persons there exposed to MILAT, which is the military-led academic program. We have young persons going in there with no CSEC subjects and coming out with 4, 5, and 6 subjects. The MyPath program, which is another military-led program, training them in skills and technical vocational areas. We have the CCC only last week, or Monday it was of this week. We had the graduation for over 727 young persons coming out of the Civilian Conservation Corps program. And you know what? Those citizens came from all walks of life and every area of Trinidad and Tobago, including Naparima, including St. Augustine, including Couva South, including Chaguanas East, and Oropuch. As we create opportunities and provide opportunities for all our young people, and we are very proud of that program. Our second location for National Service Complex will be at the former beach camp facility in Palo Seco. And the member for Labre was sharing with me how excited they are and looking forward to that facility as we provide at that location a transition home, because there are over 1,000 young citizens in need of transition facilities. So we'll have another facility there for transition. The CCC will operate out of there. MyLAT will operate out of there. MyPath will operate out of there. And therefore, 2 locations, one in the north, one in the south, for our national service offerings. And the government of Trinidad and Tobago will continue, as I said, to deliver for our young people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, when I attended the MyLAT graduation, it evoked certain emotions in me. As I listened to the testimony coming from young men who shared with us, I think the Minister of Education was present, and some of my other colleagues, Minister Leonce was also present, who shared with us some of their experiences as they faced life challenges and how they left secondary school before time, could not complete the examination. And coming into this program in partnership with the Defense Force, it was so pleasing to see these young men, well organized, disciplined, and achieving success to chart their life in the right direction. We will continue to support and expand that program for our young men and women. So you would have heard the announcement from the Ministry of Education that the MyLAT program will now be available to those young men who are having challenges at school, who may have been suspended on more than one occasion. This program will be available to them so that we can help these young men to become successful citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam Speaker, as I said, in the areas of Moruga, Faizabad, Mayaro, San Fernando, Claxton Bay, Tunapuna, Aruca, Sandy Grande, Enterprise in Central Trinidad, Oropoon, Maloney, Diego Martin, Betama State, Morva, Sealots, throughout Trinidad and Tobago, we are going to be rolling out programs bringing programs closer to you. And as much as possible, we use existing facilities, and where those facilities don't exist, like in the case of Moruga Tableland, we will make sure the facilities are available there for the benefit of the young people in Moruga Tableland. The government has also announced that we will take steps to introduce the Moruga Farm School. We have already identified the site, and the consultants are currently engaged in the design phase to bring to reality the Moruga Farm School, a project of the People's National Movement government. So, Madam Speaker, it gives me great joy to have been able to share with the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago the plans of the government, the Al-Rawi government, to work towards a holistic program for the development of our young people as we chart a course, as we develop the future of Trinidad and Tobago. You can rest assured, young citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, that your future is in good hands under a caring People's National Movement government. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Moruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to stand here to contribute in this budget debate. I intend to use my voice in this House of Representatives to support the stakeholders in culture and tourism, the two sectors that are suffering from lack of consultation and support from this government. Equally, my constituents of Moruga Tableland, for they have tasked me to add to the national agenda all the developmental challenges that they are faced with. Madam Speaker, I will use my time here today wisely. I would not use my time to make public announcements. In replying to the Speaker before, this PNM government shut down the youth camps, Madam Speaker. In South, we know that the youth camp at Chatham that was under the partnership government was used for military youth programs. This government left that, and they felt that it was of no use, Madam Speaker, to their own constituents in Port of Spain, in Point 14, forgive me, Madam Speaker, and environs, and they shut it down. Madam Speaker, I was glad to hear the member call Moruga Tableland. They would have announced, as I said, the speaker before me made a lot of announcements. The Minister of Youth, the member for La Hokita, he made a lot of announcements. He made announcements for Moruga Tableland. That farm school was announced, Madam Speaker. We had an allocation for $15 million. I see it's back on the books, and we have a drawdown on the allocation. I would be thankful, as my constituents would be thankful, should that become a reality. But as we know, PNM promises fail to materialize. So, Madam Speaker, I would not kill or waste, I should say, too much of my time dealing with certain things in that vein, but I will focus on my constituents of Moruga Tableland, who charged me today to bring their cries to this hall. Allow me to raise my first concern, Madam Speaker. Please stabilize the road, so I will not lose my house. Please, I beg you, stabilize the road. This was the cry from Robin Singh, Trisha Paris, Marlon Hackett, and Daniel Davis of Lengua Village for the last 7 years, Madam Speaker, as they pleaded and begged for those in power to help them save their homes. But at last, the earth crumbled, and so did their homes, Madam Speaker. They cried for stability. Arnold Maraj, a farmer who has been planting for several years, lost his crops earlier on this year due to flooding. Madam Speaker, this is a yearly occurrence in Barrapo, resulting from improper drainage, poor infrastructure, and inconsistent cleaning of the watercourses. This affected his financial and emotional stability, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and I'll tell you of Mr. Ronald Cadil of Tableland. He has been requesting, no, begging for the repair of a collapsed bridge, Madam Speaker, so he can, one, access his home, access his crops, Madam Speaker, but he's forced to put his life at risk on a daily basis, compromising, Madam Speaker, just so he could reach his home, he used his vehicle over 2 planks, putting his life at risk and his family lives. He is still waiting for a stable bridge so he could find some stability for his family again as they struggle to make ends meet. Madam Speaker, the next area I'm going to mention is the Youth of Six Company, who remind me every time we meet that a homework center and a functional recreational facility are needed, as it will help produce more scholars and sporting personalities from their community. They have great tenacity, but lack of stability, Madam Speaker, as this government failed to create the right environment for them to strive. Madam Speaker, they are drowning because of this government. Today I stand in our nation's parliament to give a voice to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and in particular, my constituents of Murga Tableland. The Minister of Finance speaks of tenacity and stability in the face of global challenges. But today I represent those who have been begging for stability for years, Madam Speaker. I represent them. They are asked to bear the burden year after year, budget after budget. I represent them. They are the forgotten ones, Madam Speaker. These are the same persons the government are asking to make a sacrifice. But they are the ones, in my perspective, Madam Speaker, who are being sacrificed for this government political gain, or should I say financial gain. This government and its cabinet, Madam Speaker, and I choose to use a local parlance, Madam Speaker, because I sat and I listened to this budget debate attentively. And I would say, in terms of local parlance, that this government and its cabinet members have gotten rich and switched.
Okay, member. I think that borders on imputing improper motives, so I'll tell you, find another way.
No
That
problem,
withdrawal
Madam
of another
Speaker.
way, please.
I withdraw and I move on. They are now the haves and we are the have-nots. But what asks us to sacrifice? Madam Speaker, we have been sacrificing. Everyone's standard of living in Trinidad and Tobago for the last 7 years have dropped. Madam Speaker, I'll paint a picture. If a household had 2 cars, they now have 1. If they had 1 car, Madam Speaker, as they were instructed to buy a bike, they would have done so before the member probably would have mentioned it, Madam Speaker, because they cannot afford. Madam Speaker, so this just shows that this government is not in touch with reality. They have affected the standard of living of each and every citizen in Trinidad and Tobago. If the government was in touch, then maybe, just maybe, Madam Speaker, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago would not have such an out.
Until West stand on 48.6 should withdraw that word that he just used in the parliament.
Okay, so I haven't heard it. I don't know. Is the word unparliamentary? Is it?
Clarify who he was alluding to when he used the word thief, shouted across the floor.
Okay, so, member, I don't know what context it was said in, but what I'd say is I'll caution you. I know between you and the other side that faces you certain sorts of words are exchanged in terms of picong and so, but I caution you. Please, let's keep with parliamentary language and our standing orders that we don't impute improper motives and also that we don't engage in insulting language. Both sides that applies to. in this chamber. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and my point exactly, this government takes nothing seriously. We are here debating a budget that is affecting each and every one. The outcry after this budget was laid last Monday is great throughout our nation, yet they come here. Madam Speaker, and I move on. I will not allow my constituents, nor Trinidad and Tobago, to pay for the mistakes of this government. Madam Speaker, we have been thrust into the darkness by this government. Madam Speaker, it is now that Trinidad and Tobago appreciate the light that is the member of Superior, the Honorable Mrs. Kamla Persad-Bissessar. This country was thrust into darkness by a government with tunnel vision, who instead of leading us into the light, cast us further and further into darkness because of the myopic vision. Madam Speaker, they would have created this situation in Trinidad and Tobago, mainly by one faulty policy decision by closing of Petrotrade. This budget presentation is a clear indication that they do not know how to run Trinidad and Tobago. Today, Madam Speaker, I shudder to think that this was meant to be the mother of all budgets, a real comprehensive, thought-out document which is needed, Madam Speaker, after 2 years of a pandemic that shows real growth and prospects for Trinidad and Tobago economy, not this copy and paste version that we are faced with year after year, Madam Speaker. The PNM has been so caught up with their position, Madam Speaker, that they forget the real purpose, which is to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I would like to use a quote from Albert Einstein that said, "We cannot solve a problem with the same mind that created it." Madam Speaker, and I say that to say this, in order for us to solve the problem that is going on in our economy, we must remove this government. Based on their track record, the PNM has shown that they are not willing or are incapable of running this country. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, I think about the visionary leadership, my political leader, Mrs. Kamla Persad-Bissessar, whose government would have inspired hope and empowered a nation. As such, our advice to the government is he who feels it knows it. It is clear this budget presentation demonstrates how disconnected, as I said, they are. Madam Speaker, think about someone who is working for a minimum wage salary. And this salary is reflected in the public service range 26, Madam Speaker, thereabouts. Madam Speaker, these persons in this salary range may not be able to pay their rent, may not be able to buy a proper food basket or make groceries, or even send their kids to school due to the ripple effect of the rising gas price. For instance, Madam Speaker, my constituents in Marak, Laloon, and Larafin, who charged me here today to mention that due to the increase in fuel, Madam Speaker, and even before, they are finding it hard, Madam Speaker, to send their kids to school. It is in such a state that in some households, the children go to school twice for the week. And that is because it costs a parent $60 per day for a child, Madam Speaker. Can you imagine a mother on a minimum wage, a single parent, a one-income household, sending 3 kids to school? But then how could we want everything? At the same time, Madam Speaker, we are being told by the persons elected to run this country. Madam Speaker, my contribution today will focus on tourism and the environment, agriculture, and of course, my constituency as stated. I will expose this government's dereliction of duty. And though they wish to portray themselves as the good shepherds, leading their flock to safety, it is clear they have been leading the flock to the slaughter. Madam Speaker, when you look at the tourism industry, small business owners that our industry depend on. The member for Diego Martin East is offering only 60 small and medium-sized enterprise, SMEs, Madam Speaker, a reimbursement of up to $50,000 from digitizing their services. Madam Speaker, I ask, how will these 60 SMEs be selected? And bear in mind, Madam Speaker, this, when thoroughly explored, because once again, these decisions show how disconnected they are from the people. The average roadside vendor is not digitizing any service. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, persons in tourism and culture do not have the required financing for this initiative, as this was further explained in October 1st editorial, that this is a reimbursement and not a grant. Madam Speaker, we are coming out of 2 years from a pandemic where persons in the industry supposed to get this funding. We had our film festivals that this government didn't even sought to support. We wanted to hear about how Trinidad and Tobago craftsmen, how are they going to be assisted by this government to maximize their business, as they play a critical role in advancing the tourism industry. Madam Speaker, our tourism industry depends on their souvenirs and baskets alike. These vendors are the first point of contact for many of our international visitors and the same cruise ships that we are eager to bring here. Madam Speaker, the Caribbean Small Tourism Enterprise Project, STEP, has received an increased allocation by almost $500,000, but there is no transparency as to who will be benefiting. My table and pineapple vendors are in the same spot. Madam Speaker, as always, we don't know who will benefit from these initiatives. As my colleague stated, these are for selected P&M persons. No help is being given to them, Madam Speaker. No help is being given to the average person. The unemployment is high in this country. You would have listened to the speaker before me, Madam Speaker, and he would have, as I said, made announcements of several projects and initiatives. But I could tell you, the youth in Trinidad and Tobago are feeling neglected, are feeling deprived, Madam Speaker. When you look at our culture, besides the $30 million allocation for the upgrade of our tourism sites and attractions, which can only hope to see, Madam Speaker, where there is an attempt to promote culture and heritage that is not a heritage park or green space. Outside of renovating these parks and green space, there is nothing in this budget for our culture. All we saw in the budget prior was a 5,000 grants for cultural artists. Madam Speaker, that was all the assistance given. Our culture is left to private entities. Though this government promises partnerships, we know from their repeated actions, this will not come to realization or fulfillment, Madam Speaker. There is no permanent carnival village, but it was mentioned, announcement was made, Madam Speaker, or regular community festivals, and our local vendors are not consulted and given the opportunity to promote or to influence the tourism sector, Madam Speaker. More so, they are not even given the necessary support required. The greatest show on earth can only continue to be great if it is rebranded and packaged differently to attract international investors. But no, this government is sitting idly by. In case this government has been living under a rock, many other countries around the world have been copying our brand and doing it well. Even the steel band is being showcased overseas more than within our Twin Island Republic. Madam Speaker, even our cultural icons, including our calypsonians and chutney artists, are being given more respect on international platforms. Our massmen and wire benders must be respected, Madam Speaker, for they are the ones that make the sacrifice to keep our carnival going and our festivals. Madam Speaker, what about our local artists? What is being done for them? Nothing, I tell you. Madam Speaker, we have Rambally festivals going on, and in preparing for my budget presentation, I was contacted by several groups that have not even been offered, Madam Speaker, any sort of assistance. And this is what our festivals and the persons that have to carry on our culture are being faced with. No support from this government. Madam Speaker, we wanted to hear about the protection of the steel pan industry. That is not done in this budget. We wanted to hear how tourism would be used to diversify our economy. It was mentioned before, plans was laid, but as the Speaker before, announcement made, nothing put in place, Madam Speaker. We had the member for Diego Martin stating in the budget statement, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Diego Martin, he stated, they are actively promoting cruise ship tourism, boast of the employment effort for both skilled and unskilled labor. We saw lines extended for miles with scores of citizens eagerly trying to access jobs, which gave the grave indication of the desperate need for employment. But yet the Speaker before made a lot of announcements of things available to the youths, and as I stated, things that they cannot access, or things that have not been put into realization or implementation. Mere announcements, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you look at the tourism, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my apologies. When you look at the Tourism Trinidad Limited company, this is a true state of our tourism right now, evidenced by the latest dismissal of the CEO. This company was established in 2017, and it is, in its short lifespan, have changed or has seen 5 acting CEO. But this company was charged with our tourism product. This is a clear indication that we are not serious about our tourism product, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We see hotels being built or money being put in pockets because we no longer have the Hospitality Institute to train our youths. But we had the Speaker before making announcements. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like now to move to my constituency of Murga Tablan, where I will further incorporate local tourism and show that this government is neither serious about tourism, neither serious about the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We have many gems in Trinidad and Tobago. We have many assets that are not being utilized. Murga is filled with landmarks in Granchiman that attract a lot of people. We have the Murga Museum, the Catholic Church, the Monument of St. Peter's. Sadly, Madam Speaker, if nothing is done to reinforce or stabilize the structure, it will be lost to the sea. Are these sites being actively maintained and promoted by the plethora of tourism industries that we have? I can tell you no, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Murga Tablan can also sell itself to agro-tourism, but no help is being given. What we have is total neglect. What we have is a government that is not doing anything with regards to the infrastructure to maintain our sites.
No, please. Please, members, both sides. No. Naparima, please. Minister, you all can have a sidebar if you all can. Right? You all can have a sidebar. Yes, proceed, Murga to Tablan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sometimes hearing the truth hurts. And as I continue, But this government would tell you that they are serious about our tourism. But nothing is being put in place, nothing to fix the local infrastructure with regards to connectivity from site to site. We would have heard the member for St. Augustine mention the Devil's Woodyard. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the road to the Devil's Woodyard, as stated, is in such a deplorable state, and I would have used parliamentary time and raised that same roadway here last budget, and I could tell you nothing has been done. Yet we are being told today that we will get things fixed from the local government minister. His contribution here today would make one feel that everything will be solved through that app. And that is left to be seen. Mr. Deputy Speaker, but I could tell you that under the United National Congress, we had foresight for local tourism. We had foresight for medical tourism. We had put things in place with the building of state-of-the-art facilities, facilities that are not even being maintained by this government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you look at the state of our tourism product, both in Trinidad, and I will go so far as to say Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is lacking promotion, it is lacking marketing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When you see the government could come to this house and increase our local sea bridge transport to 400 return, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you will know that they are not serious about local tourism. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when our elders have to pay more, they are not serious about our local tourism package. But they will tell you that they are, but they are not. This government does not know what to do when it comes to tourism, but they know, all they know to do is to come here and make announcements and talk, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When you look at my constituency of Murga Tabelon, and you're speaking of broken promises, and the farm school was raised here by my colleague before me. Mr. Deputy Speaker has stated it was promised and never materialized. Speaking here today to put on record all the developmental challenges and infrastructural woes that is currently Murga Tabelon constituency, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I will tell you of poor road infrastructure landslips, lack of maintenance of rivers and watercourses, flooding, no support for farmers, little to no upkeep of our school buildings, the need for school transport, crime, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Our police stations and officers have little to no support because there is no police vehicles. Broken promises, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regards to our roadway, the $178 million that was promised, a high unemployment rate. The constituents of Murga Tabelon have been suffering for far too long. The constituents of Murga Tabelon are used as a political football, political victimization. When this government don't get their way, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what you see is blatant neglect, and what you hear again is announcements, but nothing materialized. Anyone here ever take a drive through Murga Tabelon? These are some of the worst roads in the country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is painful and infuriating. The Honorable Prime Minister recently said that he spent the last 2 years keeping us alive due to COVID-19, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I find that to be a great statement because most of the problems with regards to the road network existed way before COVID, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This government tends to forget they were in power before COVID. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government does not seem to have the tenacity to get the job done and continues to complain instead of doing it. The dangerous potholes and numerous landslides and lack of sidewalks for pedestrians. Roads that are literally caving away. The journey to and from your home each day can give you a headache. Taxi drivers and commuters, they complain alike. And with the rising gas prices, Mr. Deputy Speaker, most persons don't know how they're going to make it on our roadways in that constituency. Meanwhile, some households have no one working or only one person. And these unforeseen transportation costs can detract from the ability of persons to provide for their family. The Ministry of Works and Transport was allocated a further $1 billion for the development program in 2023, as well as an increased allocation in other line items for road repairs at district level. In fiscal 2022, $754.1 million was utilized for new and ongoing works to improve the road network. Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but yet every time I would have sent a correspondence or my constituents would have let their voices be heard in a protest, we were told there was no funding. Then we hear a further $1 million was allocated to a new secondary road and rehabilitation company under Mr. Faris Al-Rawi in the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. Which secondary roads will be rehabilitated and improved with this $200 million? It is my intention to submit all Murga, Tablan, and Barapur roads. Hundreds of millions have been already spent, and we are not seeing any tangible or visible changes to the conditions of the road in Murga, Tablan. Are we not part of the map, or are we only part of the map when the election bell is rung? On August 15, 2022, the Minister of Local Government would have sent to each corporation an elaborate PR stunt, I call it, a letter asking for each corporation to submit roads, pothole-ridden roads, and flood-prone areas. To be honest, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my office would have sent hundreds of letters outlining every pothole and landslide within the constituency that is vested in local government. And that goodly minister, although he said, I am LG, I have not received one response from that minister. If I had received a response from that minister, then Diamond Road, I know he will be long gone. They all will be very soon. But had I received a correspondent or a response from that goodly minister, Diamond Road would have been restored. Sahadat Road, where Mr. Bridgemohan would have lost his two-story structure, would have been restored. Barapur would have not been flooded anymore. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government is full of PR stunt. They would come here and make announcements. When they don't get their way, they will hold town hall meetings and they will let them have their say with regards to their ministers. But it's only a PR stunt, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And with that being said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thought it wise to stand here because if I come to this house and do not put on the record all the roads in Murga Tablan that is in need of repair, that $200 million that is allocated, we will be back in this house come next budget and I will see no improvement. But I want to be able to pull the Hansard and say that this was not done. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with that in mind, Rosha Douglas Road, Barapur, Kunjal Road, Realize Road, Diamond Road, Mantakul Road, they are all in need of refurbishment. Mantakul west of Glod Road, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is home to one of the biggest poultry farms in the country, but because of the state of the road, the farmer is contemplating relocating. If this farm is to relocate, my community will be not only losing a permanent business, but jobs, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that is because this government will not do their job. Penal Rock Road in Barapore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the same set date that the budget was read, 2 Paramount trucks would have tilted over, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Larfin Road, Mr. Deputy Speaker, home to one of our biggest fishing community, is in need of repair. Marak and Laloon, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Due to the PNM government, they see neglect. 6 Company Circular, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Samuel Cooper Road, 5th Company Road, 3rd Company, Mr. Deputy Speaker. On this said road, I have lost 2 houses. Platanet. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would not have only written to the Minister of Local Government and to the Minister of Works concerning this roadway. I would have also written to the Minister of Public Utilities, because this community has no pipelines, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The corporation, PTRC, if they do not truck this area is without water, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Hindustan Frederick, Mr. Deputy Speaker, home to Devil's Woodyard, as stated before, and it is home to one of the most deplorable road network in this country. This road alone has over 7 landslides, but this government does not have the commitment to fix it. Matolia Road, home to another poultry farm, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but because of the state of the road, the farmer had to close down his business. Puran Road, Mr. Deputy Speaker, home to the Nepal Presbyterian School. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this road is in need of dire repair. Sahadat Road, as stated before. Kanhai, South Orapooch, Komoto Road, Lengwa Road, and Puri Road. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't want to weary the patience of this House, but if I don't do this, I am the member of Parliament for this area. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and when I send correspondence to the various government ministers, although they will come here and say they are committed to serve the entire of Trinidad and Tobago, whether it be UNC or PNM areas, that is an untruth, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And the biggest political victimization, I will tell you of a project that started in 2017.
Yes, so honorable member, member, please, in terms of how you're trying to put across your point, I'll give you a certain leeway, but for future, please.
Guided, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 2017, the Murga Highway project was launched from Pitikafe Junction to Grand Chimay. This project was allocated $178 million. It was earmarked to be completed in 2019. To date, this project is still ongoing. Why, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Because contractors are not being paid, projects are being delayed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And due to the failure of this completion of this project, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my constituents are being denied services. My constituents, because of the numerous landslips that this government failed to repair along the Murga Road, do not have access to PTSC buses. There was an article over the weekend in the Nation papers with regards to the use of PTSC buses, which something my community is clamoring for, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But because of the state of the roadway, a promise that has not materialized, because of the lack of the willpower, because they no longer have the constituency, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my constituents are suffering. Because of this delay in this same project, we are losing homes along the Murga roadway. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would have written to all the government respective agencies, Mr. Deputy Speaker, asking for assistance and nothing to date, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am here today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to plead on behalf of my constituents that some willpower be put within this project, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Because if it is not done, I stand to lose 10 homes along the Murga roadway. I have here before me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 2 lists. One comprising a list of homes, 109 homes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is being affected by landslips. And the other list is a list of 72 active landslides within the constituency of Murga Tablan. Mr. Deputy Speaker, from the list of 109 names, I have 12 critical cases. I would have written to Social Development, to the Ministry of Social Development, and to HDC, Mr. Deputy Speaker. All we receive back is acknowledged. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Yes, you have roughly about 5 more minutes of your initial speaking time. However, you have an additional 10. Do you care to avail yourself?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to raise these homes and again put it on Hansard. These constituents that would have lost their homes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Ms. Grace Williams, Mr. Hayden Grant, Mr. Stanley Smith, Mr. Taradat Bridge Mohan, Mr. Robin Singh, Akida Breton, Gloria Kalinda, Terry Rampasad, Osei Noel, Lisa Thompson, Daniel Davis, and one of the latest one that made the news about 3 months ago, Ms. Lorna Hamilton. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we would see the Housing Development Corporation currently engaged in a home for Christmas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am pleading on behalf of my constituents that no longer have their home, that they get a home for Christmas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we were put here to represent persons, and it is only fair that we use the offices assigned to us to do just that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to raise within the constituency of Murga Tablan, we have 3 HGC developments. One that is totally vacant, that could be utilized to assist these persons. Pro Village and Barbaram Trace. They are HGC houses that were built, and they are currently vacant for the last 3 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I have constituents that have nowhere to sleep. So I am asking, and I am using this time to plead on their behalf. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you look at these HGC developments within the constituency of Murga Tablan, they are plagued with several issues. That was raised by the member of St. Augustine, that because of the issues that they are plagued with, they are dependent on the regional corporation, in this case, the Princestown Regional Corporation. As we speak, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Phase 1 HGC unit in Gomez Trace, we have 3 homes that would have given way to landslips, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have this particular agency development being a burden to the corporation because of a failure in the sewage. Water is an issue, rodents, and different things, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what we need in Murga Tablan is assistance from this government. We do not need announcements. We do not need them when an election bell is rung. What we need is assistance now. Mr. Deputy Speaker, And I would like to use my time left to thank the volunteers within the constituency, to thank my constituents that show great tenacity, because they are the ones that would make sure that their brothers, that they are their brother's keeper. Right now, we do hampers without the assistance of this government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the business community fix roads without the help of this government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in preparing for the opening of school, the business community would have restored the schools with regards to painting, maintaining of the lawns without the help of this government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, without the help of this government and the assistance of my constituency office staff, we have a milk program where we give milk to single mothers, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would have mentioned that we do hampers on a weekly and a bi-monthly basis without the assistance of this government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the constituents in Murga Tablan have great tenacity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to tell this government that if they don't listen to the cries that they would have heard after this budget was read, come local government elections, they would see and they would feel, just like the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago are feeling the pain that they are inflicting on them right now, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I close by reminding those in office today that no matter how elevated their status may feel, it is on the shoulders of we, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, they stand. The power of those masses of citizens, therefore, is far greater than those on the other side. I will continue to serve the people of my constituency of Murga Tablan with every breath that God put in my body, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And to this government, it is painfully obvious that you no longer have the mandate of the people. Withdraw this budget and call elections now.
I now recognize the Honourable Member for Tobago West.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution to this 2023 appropriation bill for the new new fiscal year that we're already in. I want to first and foremost commend our Minister of Finance and his team in the Ministry of Finance for their hard work. I salute and honor our Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, who has led our nation through a most turbulent time. He is definitely a leader, phenomenal, right man, right leader for the right time. And I am happy to serve on his team and to provide leadership and direction to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to, at this moment, recognize the 36 decampers, the interns from the Ministry of Sport and Community Development Dream Chasers program. They are part of our internship program that was based on the Community Recovery Project. You would remember, Deputy Speaker, in July of 2020, the Honorable Prime Minister established a committee to place specific focus on the East Port of Spain area and to treat with the issues that they're experiencing in those areas, and asked us as a government to place specific focus there and to provide opportunities, especially for at-risk youth. In the beginning of the July-August period, we issued an announcement inviting youngsters to come into the ministry and get training in life skills development and so on, and to help them to choose their careers and do what is necessary towards contributing to making a better Trinidad and Tobago within their communities. These are youngsters who came from communities where most people don't have any hope in, but we have been able to make that investment, and we continue to work with them. We had initially planned to have 60 interns, 101 applied, and we took all 101 applicants. Today, 60 of those youngsters have returned to school to do sixth form studies and gone back to UE and UTT. And we have left with us 36 in Trinidad and 4 in Tobago. And we are working hand in hand with these youngsters to promote education within their communities and to promote programs to help to develop other youngsters. So I am happy that these young people took the time out to come to the Parliament today. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is why we do what we do. This is why we make the hard decisions and take the necessary actions, even though they are unpopular. And we may have to make political sacrifices to ensure that these youngsters have a future and have the opportunities that we have experienced. So I'm pleased to have the decampers with us today. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is quite interesting that I would come immediately after the Member of Parliament for Moruga, and I sympathize with her, and I hear her as it relates to crying out for the roads in her constituency to be fixed. I think all of us as members of Parliament, we want the roads in our constituency fixed, but it's just quite interesting that this member from Moruga, who was caught on camera inciting her constituents to light the road afire and light tires in the road and incite protest action, destroying the road, have the nerve to come to this house, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and make a list of roads to be fixed when you're out there busy destroying the roads in your constituency. And you want to tell us about compassion and caring for your constituency? This is not hearsay, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This member was caught on camera and then had the nerve to come to the Parliament immediately after in her smoky clothes and sit down and have a session normal. Smelling of smoke in the Parliament.
No, member, so, please. Hold on. Let's for the records. Retract, please. Let's for the records now. Let's for the records. No. That's straight to the point, Honourable Minister.
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. No. Caroni Central. Please. Proceed, Honourable Member.
So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I sat here and I also listened to other members of the opposition preach like they're paragon.
Couva South. Let's retract. Couva North. Retract. No, listen, let's retract the statement. Let's say you retract.
I retract, Mr.
Thank
Deputy
you.
Speaker.
Proceed.
So it's interesting to sit here and to just listen and to watch them promote themselves as paragons of perfection and like they're the next government in waiting and what they would have done and what they should have done and what they had prepared before they left and the PNM come and mess it up. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have been in town long enough to know that that is not true. This is my 13th budget and this is my third term as a member of Parliament. I have sat opposite when they were in government. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the things that they hope we have forgotten, I have remembered. And I know the people of Trinidad and Tobago remember too. This is the same. The member from Moruga spoke about the government not caring about tourism and not helping out as it relates to tourism in Tobago. She said we don't have the foresight for tourism. I remember assuming duties as Minister of Tourism in September of 2010, and the tourism accommodation upgrade program was only accessible to hoteliers and tourism stakeholders in Trinidad, and Tobago was totally left out, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because after they lost the election in Tobago in 2013, Tobago was cut off from self-help, cut off from a number of grants and opportunities in Trinidad. It took this People's National Movement government to come into power in September of 2015, and by December, Tobago then, for the first time, had access to the tourism accommodation upgrade program. They hope we've forgotten, but Mr. Deputy Speaker, I remember that. And who out there want to play they forget, that is their business. But I remember, and I know a number of right-thinking citizens out there remember fully well. We remember having to break up TDC and give Tobago its the responsibility to run its own business and to market Tobago so that we can get the benefits of tourism. Those are the things that we had to do to give Tobago a better chance at tourism. We cried out for many years. This whole issue as it relates to building an airport in Tobago, a proper airport in Tobago to suit modern day tourism, had been going on for a good 20, 30 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and government came and went, came and left, and found that it was too much money to invest in Tobago. It took this People's National Movement government under the leadership of Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley to say we are going to invest that $2 billion in giving Tobago a proper airport. When they were in power and had the opportunity, they cordoned off the area and put green galvanized in the area and gave us the impression that work was taking place there, Mr. Deputy Speaker. After their 5 years, nothing was done. We remember having to take our suitcases and slide it down a slide. Instead of fixing the belt, they gave us a slide. And we had to slide down, or whatever you call it, our little suitcases in the airport. In 2019, in 2014 and 13 and 12, it took this People's National Movement government to come into power to give Tobago the expansion we need and to upgrade our airport so we can have the kind of business that is required and that would be necessary so that we can truly improve tourism in Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is the same opposition who run sandals out of Tobago. They ran sandals out of Tobago and now want to make complaints about not having proper accommodation and tourism is low in Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, standing order 48-6, the only person who get run out of Tobago is the PNM.
Overruled.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can't even respond to that. The UNC has never fought and won any election in Tobago. They don't even have the ability or the audacity to try to contest a seat in Tobago. They have to hide behind PDP, and it have no PDP for them to hide behind, because what's on you tech backy party anyway. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, their only contribution to tourism in Tobago, in Trinidad and Tobago, was a fake award. Who could remember the fake award? And they had a big celebration, song and dance that Trinidad and Tobago got this international award. And when we did the research to find out who was the company or the entity issuing the award, it was a fake institution that they had paid for us to get an award. That was their contribution to tourism. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm not fighting up with them. I do one kind of fighting, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that's at the polls, and I never lose yet. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I heard the member for Siparia spoke about, this government lack compassion and wasting the taxpayers' dollars, and she made comment about the phone bill in 2018 or sometime thereabout, when I had gone to Barbados and didn't take off my roaming and didn't know that Bahamas was not on the CARICOM treaty, so therefore they were charging 10 times more. Quite unfortunate, but she forgot to tell us about when her personal assistant or the person on her personal team who is now a member ran up the phone bill, and he wasn't even in any political position.
Member, please, the pronouns either identify by the proper names or constituency, please.
At that time, that person was not a member of a constituency, but I continue to move on, and I will give you more, because it is the same member of parliament for Superior who took her sister on several trips on taxpayers' dollars to the amount of about $800,000. We remember that, Mr. Deputy Speaker? We remember, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when they hired a plane. They took a plane to go over to Brazil and had a good little time. We remember when they took over 10 people over to India. All of that was on taxpayer dollar. We remember when they took the pundit and his wife up to India. They told us they were going to negotiate something relating to airplanes, and the person had no qualification in that area, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that is just a handful. We remember that leader of opposition who was then Prime Minister, yes, member for Superior, who sat at the head of a cabinet that moved a fire truck from the side of a road at 9 million taxpayers' dollars. So the things they hope we have forgotten, we remember. So don't play paragon of perfection for me. And anybody out there who wants to pretend they forget, we very well remember. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also remember sitting here and watching protesters outside. You saw that protest action last Friday? That's nothing new to them, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When they were in power, they had CPEP workers and URP workers reporting for work, doing protests outside the parliament and passing around the time book for the people to sign, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And you want to tell me about compassion for poor people? We know what we have witnessed. We know what we have seen. We know what they are made of. The people of Trinidad and Tobago know that too, and that is why they're over there. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to my contribution. So we have these 36 interns here with us today, and to me that is compassionate leadership, that is intelligent leadership, that is doing what we have to do during the time of global pandemic and economic turmoil. It's not a PNM pandemic, it's not a Trinidad and Tobago pandemic. All over the world is experiencing it, and all over the world we have to do what we have to do to make it through this pandemic. We have to provide for the current population and do what is necessary to provide for the future generation, these youngsters who are coming up. Youngsters in this parliament today from Beverly Hills, John, C. Lutz, Beatham, you name it, Chumaka, Never Dirty. These youngsters have been putting their shoulders to the wheel, and I'm most impressed by the fact that some of them who interned during the July-August period, the companies with whom they interned kept them. So they are now employees, and in some ministries they reached out to keep these employees. So we have good crop and good stock coming out of these areas. Young people with real dreams and real identity and real passion and real hope for this nation, and I stand very proud as a member of Parliament to provide this opportunity and many other opportunities through the Community Recovery Program for the people of these areas. That is what community development is all about. We depend on great men to build society, therefore society must build great men and women and young people. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and this is just one program amongst a fleet of programs. As mentioned by the member for La Hoquita earlier, you have the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program. the Agri-Shade House project, the Amplify program for those who are interested in music producing and being arrangers and so on. You have the All Set program to help them find their way. There are those who got out of school and didn't get their 5 subjects and looking to make that connection from school to work. That's the kind of business that we're into. I was proud last Wednesday when 227 youngsters graduated from the CCC program, and I must say I'm very pleased with what MIC is doing. My part must hype, providing access to opportunities for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. At the end of the day, we are helping our people, all our people across Trinidad and Tobago, especially those who came from these areas, to redefine their role and to not be confined by the labels placed on them by those opposite who call them a lost generation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are helping them to find their way in Trinidad and Tobago and in the world, to go out there and to shine their lights brightly, to do what is necessary to benefit from what Trinidad and Tobago has to offer and to show what they have to the rest of the world. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hail from Tobago. We receive 4.3% of the budget. The usual allocation is 4.03%. And as you know, the conversation and the proposals made for internal self-government calls on us to get more responsibilities, and that would come with a bigger budget. I'm pleased that ministries would, across the Trinidad and Tobago, would be investing more than that 4.03% that's given to the House of Assembly. We are looking at least $750 million spent across other ministries towards helping to improve the standard of living in Tobago. I know particularly pleased about the Ministry of Public Utilities projects, which are coming to Tobago very soon to help to provide better water supply to Crown Point area, Bonaccord, Buku, Lowlands, Canaan, and the electrification project that is taking place, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have benefited from this government. We boast today of 2 brand new ferries owned by the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That hasn't happened by guess. The government made a deliberate decision, represented by Ayana Webster Roy in the east and Shamfa Shaki Cudjoe in the west. We sit at the cabinet table and we continue to push and to fight and to promote Tobago's cause. And it is because of that Tobago has benefited from what this government has to offer to that extent. There are many opposites who made so much noise about Tobago getting these ferries. It was too much money to spend on Tobago and so on. And here we are. We kept our shoulder to the wheel and stayed focused, and we delivered like we usually do in true PNM style. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are set to arrange to get 9 new ATRs to Trinidad and Tobago to improve the inter-island transportation, and I'm pleased to see that happening. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we as government, we are supporting hotel investment in Tobago. Right now, I hope to see the Marriott project come to life despite all the naysayers, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because we know it would redound to the benefit of the people of Tobago. And I am particularly interested because I am from Tobago West and I live a stone throw away from that area. The government stands ready and committed to helping Tobago to grow, because no matter who's in charge of the politics in Tobago, when Tobago wins, we all win as a country. And that is very, very important, not only to Tobago's development, but to our development as Trinbagonians. I am pleased to know that at the time of reading this budget last week, Monday, the Minister of Finance announced that the Tobago House of Assembly had already received at least 96% of its allocation. So the Assembly has been receiving its monies. And I think that it is very important to state that, because you hear the chatter on the street and there is some impression given like Trinidad is suffering, Tobago and the government not sending the money. So I was very pleased to hear that the Ministry of Finance have been doing what it ought to in making its allocations to Tobago on time and delivering. So to the point of last week, Monday, 96% I think it was 96.7% of the allocation had already been given to the Tobago House of Assembly. At the end of the day, it is what we do with it. The leadership in Tobago, it is what they do with the money. Whether they invest in projects and programs to benefit the people of Tobago, or they make deals with contractors from Trinidad and our money end up in Trinidad some way, somehow. But that is for the people to judge. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, at the end of the day, our development is not only about financial resources, it's about being organized, it's about having vision, it's about having the political will and wisdom to get from one stage to the other. By now, you know it's no secret that there's new leadership in Tobago and they're experiencing some problems. I try to stay out of their business. I hope that they get themselves together soon so we could get on with the business of developing Tobago. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I turn to the Ministry of Sport and Community Development. I assumed duties in the Ministry of Sport and Community Development in August of 2020. And I must say the community development portfolio had been a quite interesting one for me, where we get the opportunity to not only deliver community centers, but to really get out there and feel the pulse and to touch and to interact and to have real conversations with real people within their communities about the issues that affect them. I have been doing that from day one, and that I will continue to do. Mr. Deputy Speaker, during the COVID-19 situation, we didn't get to have the community centers open, so we created TT Online Community Voices. And we had panels talk about different topics that are important to our people's development. And just like we used to have Dateline back in the days, TT Online Community Voices spread throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And the persons at home were very pleased and continue to stay tuned to our programming. Now that things have opened, now that Trinidad and Tobago has reopened fully for business, we are doing more in-person interaction. But I would like to see TT Online Community Voices return in the new fiscal year, because I feel like we were able to reach a larger number of persons in one sitting. Their times of viewing would get up to at least 17,000 viewers had been following and being a part of our conversation. So I would like to touch more people. And if doing it virtually allows us to do so, then I think we should go ahead. And I know there are members in the ministry who think we should continue the in-person talks. I think that helps, but I like the idea also of getting to touch many more people. We passed in 2019 the National Policy on Sustainable Development, and that gives us the opportunity, or that provides a platform for us to cooperate with the private sector, the members of village councils, stakeholders within the community, to create a little community committee, and they came up with the projects that they want to see advanced or implemented within their communities. And I am happy that private sector entities like NGC and Digicel came on board, and they are working hand in hand with communities throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Digicel Foundation is working with Perseverance Village as we speak, and National Gas Company has taken on projects in Labray and in Keenan, Bonaccord, Tobago. The projects coming out of this initiative range from redeveloping tourism sites within communities, for instance, the water wheel project in Basijou, if I said it right. We also have back-to-school projects and so on. In Tobago, the community group there is looking at taking care of Killigwin's wetland restoration project with NGC. And there are a host of other different community projects in Bozijou, Canaan, Bonaccord, Tobago, Labray, and the list goes on and on. Mr. Deputy Speaker, an important part of my role in the Ministry of Sport and Community Development and our ministry is the delivery of community centers, the construction and the refurbishment. Community centers are an important organ, or I like to say the lifeblood of our communities. I think we're the only Caribbean country that has so many community centers from village to village. We boast of at least 300 community centers throughout throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And that is because Dr. Eric Williams, the founding father of not only the PNM or nation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, did Meet the People tour in 1963, 1 year after our independence. And he went from community to community to feel the pulse of the people. And he found that community development is important to building this nation where every creed and race find an equal place. It gave the people within the community the ability to influence the political process and to come together and to share their culture and their ideas and thoughts and plan different projects towards improving their community. So we have he gifted the different communities throughout Trinidad and Tobago with community centers. Of course, the upkeep is a very challenging one because we try to ensure that village councils have a tremendous amount of authority in the upkeep and management, but that in itself has resulted in some challenges. This year, we were able to deliver, should I say quite recently, we delivered the Lisa's Gardens Community Center in Couva. We delivered the Belmont Community Center. We went to St. Joseph and delivered the Cayman Community Center and the Maitawa Community Center. And just last week, we delivered the Maraval Community Center and the Tacarigua Community Center. At this time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are working on 20 community centers and they are varying stages of completion. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we continue in the business of delivery, and that is what this People National Movement government is all about. Mr. Deputy Speaker, short courses or skills development programs, that has been an important feature of our community centers since 1963. We had been doing in-person training. In 2020, when the pandemic came on really hard and nobody expected it, we made it our business to transform our community engagements to virtual engagements. And that allowed us to have a larger classroom or a larger class virtually. So we are now training up to 13,000 persons per year in developing skills, whether it's soap making, candle making, helping to develop entrepreneurs for those who are underemployed or unemployed. And an important feature that was added during this fiscal year is to we partnered with NIDCO and we partnered with other stakeholders to help them to develop businesses. Because if you're training 13,000 persons per year and developing new skills, entrepreneurial skills, we have to ensure that they're able to transform or monetize these skills so they can have businesses and they can contribute to the economic development of Trinidad and Tobago in a real way. So it's not only about preserving the culture and teaching people how to make all pastels and these other foods that are unique to us, but we are also teaching them to develop a business, to monetize their skills. It's a means of not only preserving the culture, but teaching our people to embrace entrepreneurship, another area for revenue generation, and so on. And that's what it's all about, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I wanted to now to more efforts in community education and entrepreneurial development. This year we tried for the first time, and this project has been moving along quite smoothly, a project called With These Hands, where we issued a call throughout communities that if you have anything that you can do with your hands, whether it's tie-dye, sew, cook, braid hair, whatever you can do with your hands, we are going to help you to develop that skill, put you in contact with or pair you with a master, somebody who has tremendous experience in that specific area. And we work alongside NETCO also to provide skills training and entrepreneurial development for you. We had planned to treat with or to assist 50 persons on that project. Right now we have 54 persons enrolled in that project. And at the end of the project, we are going to select the top 5 participants and give them seed money to fund their business. And that is the kind of work that we are doing in communities, turning the everyday man and woman into an entrepreneur with These Hands project. I move now to the Artisan House. The member from Aruga spoke about giving craftsmen the opportunity to sell their products and to showcase their products. And this is our way of providing a platform for artisans to come out and earn some money. During the COVID-19 period, the cruise ships didn't come in, and many of artisans lost the opportunity to showcase, to sell, to learn, to share. So we go from community to community in Trinidad doing these craft markets, so as we call Artisans House, and we work hand in hand with ECCL, which is the Export Center Company Limited, and they are supposed to, or they have the responsibility of not only helping our artisans to develop skills, but to ensure that they are certified at an international level, where they can go into not only making their own stuff, but teaching through our virtual platform. Teaching through a virtual platform, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I forgot to mention, as we deliver these community centers, you would recognize that the structure and design is particularly different from what we would have seen in growing up. These days, our community centers boast of auditorium that could fit over 300 persons, in some cases 150, stage, audio, visuals, ITC centers and cafe, internet cafe. So members of our community can go there and learn, they can go there and share, they can develop themselves professionally, they can have access to the services of the government, they can teach others, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to commend the Minister of Digital Transformation. When I assumed duties in September 2020, one of my first gigs was to open an internet cafe in Carenage, at the Homework Center in Carenage, and by now we have delivered at least 30 of these internet cafes, and that's what digital transformation is all about, opening a window of opportunity for the members of communities like Maitawa and Cayman and so on, so they can see the rest of Trinidad and Tobago and the rest of the world and access the opportunities through the internet. Mr. Deputy Speaker, another opportunity for artisans, we have developed the handicraft policy and we have worked hand in hand with TSTT. I want to thank the Minister of Public Utilities for that collaboration. I'm sure you would have heard of Parlor, and that is an online platform that was created by TSTT to allow entrepreneurs within Trinidad and Tobago to showcase their products throughout the world, just like we have Amazon. That is what Parlor is aimed at doing. Within the Parlor, there's an area called Craft Hub TT, and that's a platform for artisans to go on and showcase all that they have to offer, showcase their handicraft, sell to persons living abroad. So we won't have to worry too much about, okay, if the tourism season has closed, they get no sales whatsoever. At least there's a place not only for them to sell, but that platform can also be used to train other upcoming artisans. So we are pretty pleased with what is taking place in that collaboration between export centers and TSTT in the Parlor platform. Right now, I know at Export Centers Company Limited, they are working with bands like Tribe so that our artisans could provide, our craftsmen could provide trinkets for your backpack and your packages when you collect your costumes. And that's the kind of work we're doing, providing an avenue and a platform so that these artisans, these craftsmen can get out there, showcase, sell, and not only preserve the art form of creating all these wonderful things, but also to make some serious money. Many of our craftsmen were trained through the Prime Minister's Best Village competition. And the Prime Minister's Best Village competition is another program that came out of Dr. Eric Williams' Meet the Community tour. We are people of different backgrounds, different ethnicities, different races, different religion, and he found it fit to provide a platform for us to unite and for us to share our culture and to really practice that discipline, tolerance, and production. And here we are in 2022, we are about to celebrate our 60th year of Best Village. And Best Village turns 60 next year. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we were unable to roll out Best Village in the way that we're accustomed to, because the Best Village community is a very touchy-feely community. We couldn't trust them to really stay socially distanced. So we didn't have Best Village in 2021. So there was a lot of hype and excitement in coming out this year. We stepped out very cautiously with much smaller crowds, but I must say the quality of the shows was second to none. I want to salute and commend the Best Village fraternity for their professionalism, their dedication, and the way in which they executed these shows. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is something that you have to see. I grew up in Best Village and in Tobago heritage. I used to dance the reel and the jig with rhythmic vibrations, and I used to sing folk songs with Mike Duncan and Mr. John Arnold. So I had the opportunity this year to look at Best Village from the other side as the minister, trying to make sure everything goes well, and I must salute the Best Village community. Next year, we intend to expand our offerings to include school children once again, to have the camps, the craft camps, the cultural and creativity camps. We are going to reintroduce the Village Olympics, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the community fairs to help to promote entrepreneurship. One part of Best Village that is pretty new, and that was introduced during Dr. Dolly's Member of St. Anne's East time, is the Grow It Yourself competition. When COVID-19 came on, there was much fear as it relates to food production and the availability of food, and we established the Grow It Yourself competition so that families, individuals, students could get out there and plant. They compete. We distribute over $300,000 in prizes, and the numbers get bigger and bigger every year. So I'm particularly pleased about that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I come now to the community recovery program, which really is one of my favorite parts of what I do in the Ministry of Sport and Community Development. The Community Recovery Program was established based on the Community Recovery Report, where Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, or Honorable Prime Minister, saw it fit in 2020 to establish this committee geared at focusing on East Port of Spain, as I mentioned before. Of course, East Port of Spain isn't the only community of focus, but it is group one in the report. We are also looking at Embakadere Enterprise.
Honourable Member, you have 5 more minutes of your initial speaking time, but you have an additional 10 minutes. You care to avail yourself?
Yes, of course. Thank
Proceed.
you. Thank you very much. So I spoke earlier about the DCAMP and the internship program and helping out these young people. Out of that program, we are expanding our youth lead program. When the Commonwealth Youth Games Federation came last month, we had discussions with them as to the different features of Commonwealth Youth Games 2020. And a major part of it, it's not only sport or culture, but education, utilizing young people to promote education in their communities. So we intend to use to work with these 40 youngsters from now until Commonwealth Games towards promoting education and entrepreneurship within their community. So I'm happy to have them on board, and we hope to work with them up until Commonwealth Games, at least 2023, August 4th to 11th, 2023. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are so many parts of this program. There's the quick win side of it, the Community Recovery Project, where we get into communities in the East Port of Spain area and other areas of focus and fix community spaces like Mango Rose, Sea Lots Community Center. We are getting ready to do some work in St. Paul Street, where they have a very strong basketball project, and the list goes on and on and on. So we are moving from community to community, doing our work and putting our people in a place throughout all of Trinidad and Tobago, where they're empowered and they can get to a place of taking care of themselves and developing and delivering programs and projects that would assist in their communities. Another part of the community recovery program that I'm very excited about is Empower TT. Empower TT is our male empowerment program where we help to develop young men who have dropped out of school for some reason or the other and are more prone to getting into a life of crime. We have over 300 men throughout Trinidad and Tobago who have signed up for this program, and I want to salute the mentors, the masters, and the brand ambassadors. These are men throughout Trinidad and Tobago who have volunteered their time and their talent and their service to walk and talk and guide and direct these young men. It's one thing to sit and say, oh, they're no good, and all the kind of all the names that were called, a lost generation. I remember the leader of the opposition calling them a lost generation. But we are making that investment and turning these youngsters into having more pride and more confidence so that they can make their contribution towards the development of Trinidad and Tobago. I want to talk a little bit about sports, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure the opportunity would come for me to say a little more. This year, we contributed over $210 million to the development of our athletes and our national governing bodies, placing this money directly in the hands of national governing bodies and our athletes, providing rewards and incentives. I want to congratulate our athletes who would have performed outstandingly in the Commonwealth Games, and as you know, we are hosting Commonwealth Games again this year. We've taken the opportunity, and it's a deliberate thing that we're doing to invest in community sport. So we have been providing tremendous support to community groups so that they can execute their sporting programs and promote our Sport for All initiative. We've partnered with OCM to do the 7-a-side football competition, which is taking place right now, and the finals is next weekend. We've done the Learn to Swim program at the different swimming pools that we have opened in Mova, in Sogren Trace, Lavant Hill, and we want to thank the TTDF, the Defense Force, for assisting us with that. We also have the Pink Rain campaign where we promote women and girls in sport, and we have over 300 girls who would have participated in that program this year. We are working with the international bodies, International Tennis Federation, with FINA for swimming, and UCI towards developing our facilities here into regional hubs for development, and we continue to promote sport tourism. As it relates to facilities, our facility of priority this year, of course, would be at Oboldham and Dwight York Stadium, since they would be used to host the Commonwealth Youth Games, but we are also getting ready to do work on Maniram John, Larry Gomes Stadium, and of course we are in discussions with UDCUT about taking down Hasty Crawford Stadium and Jean Pierre Complex and getting something new. We host the Commonwealth Games from the 4th to the 11th of August next year, and the TTOC have been working diligently on this. As it relates to my constituency, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hail from the mighty Tobago West. I serve a good people, a people who's responsible, disciplined, generous, compassionate, sensible, wise, and fair. If anybody knows me, they know me, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I've been their voice in this parliament for the past 13 years, and it's my pleasure and my privilege to serve them. I want to thank each and every constituent for their love and support. Just last week, I walked Riseland, and the love coming from the people of Riseland have been overwhelming. Next week, I walk again like we usually do, because walking is not only for election time. So next week, we walk again through. This time, we go to Riseland 3, and then we head to Black Rock. I want to thank my constituency staff because they go above and beyond the call of duty. We continue to have our walking days or roving public days once a month, or school visits. Our back to school drive this year was excellent, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We helped over 72 mothers to outfit all their children to go to school with their books and supplies. And I continue with my Fresh Start program where I select a mother in the constituency and pay all her bills at the beginning of the school year so that she wouldn't have a worry her focus is on her children. So I want to thank the parents who have reached out to my office for support or forms there where we help constituents to access the services of the government by helping them to fill out their forms. It has been a pleasure, and it continues to be a pleasure and a privilege to serve a great people. I am humbled by this opportunity. We continue to do what we must to develop Trinidad and Tobago, and I want to restate our commitment as a government to helping Trinidad and Tobago grow and to advance development, not only in Tobago West, but in all of Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and to my colleagues, I thank you very much. May God bless you, and may God richly bless our nation. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is of course my honor to address this House on what is undoubtedly an extremely important debate. First, I would like to thank the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Member for Siparia, Mrs. Kamala Prasad-Bisesa, for her insightful contribution, exposing the numerous but well-expected flaws in this government's latest attempt at producing fiscal policy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I get into my contribution, I would first of all let me deal with some of the comments made by member for Tobago West. Now, I want to say that I heard the member start off by, somehow seeking to criticize member for Maruga in terms of, participating and statements that would have been made on behalf of her constituents regarding the conditions of roads. People throughout the country, and if they choose to ignore their own constituents, we are not prepared to do that. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, one would observe that during the period 2015 to 2020, the benefit of the doubt was given to the PNM administration that something would have been done with respect to roads. But you can't leave the roads in total state of disrepair for over 5 years and then expect everyone now post-2020 election, when a lot of promises were again made, not fulfilled to date, but they were made. We have to stand up for our constituents. We are their voice. And I don't know, inciting people to participate in protest. The last time I checked, Trinidad and Tobago was a signatory on the convention, ILO convention and UN convention, where this was something referred to as the right of assembly, freedom to express one's views, freedom of association, freedom of expression, and they do use the words riot. So that is a right given in all Commonwealth countries. Member for San Fernando West will have to enlighten them some more on that side. I do miss member for San Fernando West as the Attorney General. That being said, I will not don that T-shirt, I am LG, I am sorry. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to say that, the member for Tobago West, went on this sort of tirade that who out there forget what happened about Tobago, and nobody forget that the UNC didn't do anything. I know that the UNC is a party that respects other political parties. I know that the UNC is interested in people's views and their wishes, their freedom of expression yet again. The people of Tobago chose the PDP. What we did before is of no concern, is of no moment at this point in time. People of Tobago have spoken, but I understand Tobago West, they have a real problem with what Tobagonians have said. And no, people of Tobago don't have a short memory, and that is what they showed in the last THA elections. So I don't know what is the long song and dance about, but trying to juggle our memory about who traveled where and did what, and some of it may not be accurate. I want to know whether member for Tobago West remember who was the person who went and intercept a merit list in the president's house. I wonder if member for Tobago West knows about that.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, 48-1, please. Thank you. Not to this debate. Oh, my God.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Debating the budget.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, you see, they're talking about short-term memory, but when we start to juggle people's memory, persons jumping up about relevance. What about, I wonder if member for Tobago West criticizing members on this side, including member for Siparia. Member for Siparia never went in no international court and misrepresent her position, her involvement in any court matter. They have a member on that side who misrepresent the extent of his involvement in court proceedings. And you want to know what's the relevance of that to this budget? Taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago have to pay for that now. We have to pay for continuation of proceedings when if they had said the truth would have set them free. You want to know what is the relevance of that? Raising gas prices when you could have had some more monies in our coffers. I want to know, juggling people's memory, if member for Tobago West remember that it had a Judy Jones report that they sat down on for more than 4 months. And they had some very damning statements in that. There's some serious findings. So I don't know about this jogging people's memory, and we have short-term memory, and people on this side somehow involved in some kind of activities that we profess to be paragons of virtue. I mean, who the cap fit, we wear it. But that is not our attitude on this side. So I don't know what is that about. And I want to know if member for Tobago West, all that song and dance about how she loved Tobago, the none other than the Honorable Prime Minister went on a platform last weekend and when dealing with the criticisms of increasing ferry fares now to go to Tobago, he said, all of you only good to carry your outside woman to Tobago, that is what the destination of Tobago represents? That is what was said.
One second. I would like you to retract the adjective that you use and say it differently in this parliamentary chamber. Whatever was said outside,
yes,
is for outside. But for this parliamentary chamber, I prefer better language than that. So I'd like you to retract. Well, that's it. And hello, members.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will. Right. Thank you. I want to know if member for Tobago West would agree with a statement that you're increasing fares because you want to dissuade members of Trinidad, maybe members of Tobago too, from going to Tobago with somebody other than your wife. Is that what Tobago represents? Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that okay? Now, I don't know. I mean, I listened to that. I have to say that, I mean, it just sounded like a member who was completely out of touch. And some of those same things I juggling memories about, Mr. Deputy Speaker. If somebody on this side had done that, oh God, Kamla must go. Dinesh must go. All over. Member for San Fernando West, you're laughing. But it is true. You ought to see them, oh God, you ought to see member for Portersfield South coming down on the cocoa bends and beating a coal pot. Balancing, trying to do a wheelie. Coming down St. Vincent Street to burn down Port of Spain. That is what we're dealing with here. You know, it sounds funny, but it is not that funny. I want to tell member for Tobago West, cockroach have no place in foul party. So when you see it come to Watson Duke and it come to Augustine Farley, leave big men in the business. The last time I heard Watson Duke in one of his famous, I have to really commend this guy, Watson Duke. His famous YouTube videos, he said, my brother, he said, let's kiss and make up. It is time to kiss and make up. You stay out of that. The people say that Augustine Farley and Watson Duke, Farley Augustine and Watson Duke. Thank you, member for San Fernando East.
Please.
Thank you. People said that they are in charge. Deal with it. Now, Member Faruqa Maloney, I have to say that when I see that kind of contribution being made, I have to meet it in some measure, right? I don't know. I want to just say something about sport. I don't know. I heard some statements being made with respect to sport. And not everyone. I mean, there was a recent article that I saw, and some basketball players were stranded or something to that effect. I remember for Chaguanas East. And my sister in the other house, Senator Marsha Walker, they having to get involved in that to ensure that these players could have, gotten to their destination. I don't know what was the final outcome. But when we are dealing with sport, one must remember, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that not everybody has access to means. And this is what the government is there for. You're not there to talk down to people. You are there to prioritize and see who are the most vulnerable, yes. You have to see those who are deserving, and you try and help, but you don't criticize and broad brush everybody who is seeking help as though they are asking for something they're not entitled to. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was lucky, I consider myself lucky in Chaguanas West, that during the July-August period and part of September, we ran a youth cricket camp. I mean, I don't like to say these things, but monies from my own pocket went into it, but not everybody is as fortunate as that. We had over 200 children who participated in that camp. 200, ranging from ages 5 go right up to 16 and 17. We were fortunate to be able to afford, with corporate sponsorship, we were able to afford and Central Sports Cricket Club, a renowned cricket club from Chaguanas West. And so they paid for the professional coaches. But not everybody is in that position. And this is what we must understand. We have to not lose touch with the people. We are here to serve the people, not the other way around. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to say this, and this I give the very clearest of assurances that I mean this with no disrespect to Member for Tobago West. The word is not pundit. It is pundit. And I know I say that very gracefully. I mean it in that way. I am a pundit, so I can say it. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just point out that, and as I said, I gave the assurance that is on a lighter note, bringing it back down to a lighter stage. One of the things I heard as well, and it goes in tandem with the team, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we have to see how we can help the people, and this is where we must be prepared to listen. So I heard about the pastels and stuff and entrepreneurs, but if they can't afford the basic items, what entrepreneurs are you going to make out of these persons? And this is something that I feel that Member for Tobago West and her government has to remember. One, people are complaining about being able or the inability to afford the basic items. So I think I don't want to take up too much more time with some of those things, but the attitude of, I saw a recent video where, a particular member of the cabinet driving off in the back of the Prado, talking to the media reporters, and as the media reporters are asking questions, the glass goes up. I think that does not bode well. And that is something that the people are saying, that, we need to know that you are listening. If they are confident that you are listening to them, it is very likely. And when I go to my other part of the budget, my contribution, I will talk about human capital and the trust that people must have when you see you presenting budgets, social capital, intangible capital, and those are things that I want to move on to, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So I will get more into it, and the reason why one must have trust, the population must have trust in the governance, and particularly when we are formulating fiscal policies. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to say that I fully agree with the member for Siparia in her description of this budget as a great betrayal of the hardworking people of Trinidad and Tobago. This budget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will further increase the pressure on the poor and vulnerable and the middle class. And let me also say the fact that the government's friends in certain organizations have given them the Judas kiss of approval for the budget means absolutely nothing to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. You see, what I mean by this is that simple. The economy of Trinidad and Tobago is not about the Chamber of Commerce, you know. It is not about a special interest group. The economy of Trinidad and Tobago is the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The economy is the doublesmen, the taxi drivers, the shopkeepers, the nurses, healthcare workers. The economy is our defenders of justice, policemen, our women in society, and our young professionals, those who are seeking jobs. That is the economy, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, for the past week, the people of Trinidad and Tobago have made their voices heard. They have rejected this budget of betrayals, and they are rejecting this government of betrayals. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the past week, while every sector of our society were expressing their anger and anguish over the punishing measures meted out to them by way of this budget and what they must now endure, members of the government chose to ridicule our citizens, attempting to shame them into silence. When citizens were crying over high gas prices, this heartless government responded by telling them to ride a bicycle. In this age, we are calling, all countries are talking about the age of SpaceX, member for Point 14, flying high in the skies. But instead, this government wants to take us back in BMX and chopper, riding Coco Benz down the road. This is not a bicycle budget. We have to look beyond these things now. When mothers were saying they cannot afford to buy food for their children, this heartless government told them to cook some breadfruit on a coal pot. Mind you, nothing is wrong by itself to cook something on a coal pot, you know. But to allude, to go so far as to say, well, they can't afford gas, stick with a coal pot, I think that is really a slap in the faces of, you know. I see Member for Laventille West, you know, getting a little bit excited. But I want to say that, you know, one of the things that people are crying out and what they have not heard in the budget is what are the immediate measures this budget will translate into in terms of fighting crime. And that is something we'll have to hear, because the common notion on everybody's mind is that the government cannot catch the criminals. The Minister for National Security can't even catch a fly on a Sunday. So this is something that we have to look at.
Members. Hello, member for Laventille West.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, what kind of outburst?
Listen, you cannot do the same. Hold on. Member for Laventille West, please. This is not the place for this kind of discussion. You will have your opportunity to enter the debate as soon as you raise your hand. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when our brothers and sisters from Tobago who need to traverse the sea bridge daily to conduct business in Trinidad and to return, and some of it is vice versa, they complain that the fares are now too high. And as I indicated before, what were the statements of the Honorable Prime Minister about those who somehow allegedly taken advantage of this trip to Tobago and what activities they engage in? This is really a slap in the face of Tobagonians. This is just a government, as I said before, completely out of touch with reality, out of touch with the daily lives of the people and of the nation. And it is being led by a Prime Minister completely out of control. I want to tell this government their job is to serve the people and that the people do not serve them, something I cannot say enough. The people in this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are demanding that this PNM government stop attempting to ridicule them and shame them into silence. This needs to stop. Your job as the government is to listen to the voice of the people. And if you as the government cannot do that, get on your bike and ride out of office now. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support all of my colleagues on this side who stand in defense of the people, particularly the poor and vulnerable. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to say it is not hyperbolic to say that Trinidad and Tobago is at a crossroads in our nation's history, where we are confronted by opposing pathways. One path, Mr. Deputy Speaker, takes us on a journey of success through innovation, investment in our people, improving our national security, and ensuring equitable access to opportunity and prosperity. The other part, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a temptation to the unintelligent mind, beckoning us down the road to ruin, where the poor and vulnerable, Mr. Deputy Speaker, amongst us are ignored, where the seeds of division and inequality are sowed, where social chaos and crime drain the lifeblood of this nation, literally and figuratively. For the past 7 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it has been clear to those of us on this side, as well as to right-thinking and civic-minded citizens, which path this government, PNM government, has chosen. But now, after last Monday, as evidenced by mass outpouring of outrage and shock, Mr. Deputy Speaker, being expressed by the people from all walks of life in our nation, the entire country is now wide awake to the fact that this government is kicking our nation down the road to economic and social ruin. Permit me to quote from the editorial of the Trinidad Express from September 27, 2022, that said, and I quote, "Ignoring last year's complaints, Finance Minister Colm Imbert scraped everything he could find into yet another budget that was long on talk, yet short on strategy." Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Express in those 3 sentences said far more than the Minister of Finance said in his 4-hour presentation. In my presentation today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I intend to do 3 things. 1, look at what a budget is supposed to do and point out how this budget and the PNM's budgets have failed. 2, look at some of the underpinning ideas of this budget, the economic paradigm it is trapped in, and propose some crucial ideas and concepts which the government seems clueless about. And as I indicated before, these include inequality, behavioral economics, and the social economy. And 3, I will give some examples, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of how the new thinking in economics has been used in the region and elsewhere to improve lives and the economic outcomes in the hope the government adopts some of these policies. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to get it started, what do we expect of a national budget? The aim of any government, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is development of the country and to ensure the welfare of its people. The annual budget is its immediate statement on how it will accomplish these aims, what policies it will pursue using the people's money. The PNM has spent more in the last 5 years than we, the UNC, did in the 5 years we were in office. Shockingly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and yet unsurprisingly, they have nothing to show for it. Petrotrin is closed, 3/4 of the Point Lisa's plant industrial estate is closed, foreign investors have packed up and have gone elsewhere, including down to Guyana. Crime is not only rampant, but a public health emergency, as declared by none other than the Honorable Prime Minister himself. So I wonder who in this Parliament, Madam Speaker, is brave enough to venture out and to have some doubles on the promenade after this budget debate is over. Something, Madam Speaker, as casual as going for that doubles that I was referring to has become like walking in the wild, wild west with a big bullseye on your back. And this is what we in Trinidad and Tobago have been reduced to under this government. During their term, we have seen a consistent decline in social and economic indicators and quality of life. They couldn't even maintain the high benchmarks of economic development which they met when they came in 2015. Now, in this time of higher oil prices, the windfall revenue has tragically not led to a balanced budget, but merely a smaller deficit. But, Madam Speaker, they are the same ones who preach to us that the windfall will, and I quote, spur an economic recovery. and enable, and again I quote, transformation agenda. It's the same old talk which we hear from the PNM time and again, and all evidence suggests that the opposite will happen. Madam Speaker, let us reflect on the cycle of boom and bust we have experienced now twice in this century alone. Boom from 2002 to 2008, ending with the global crash, and then boom from 2011 to 2015, ending in 2016. So each party had its turn with a boom. When the UNC partnership was in office, everything improved. We never...
Madam Speaker, 48-1, please. There was a global crash 2014. Thank you.
Overruled. Member for Shagona.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, we never told people that crime was something we had to live with. Or women, we never told our women that they need to choose their men better. We never told starving people that they should use coal pots if they couldn't afford gas. We served the people and we were never contemptuous of them. You see, Madam Speaker, the poor mattered back then, no matter which little nook and cranny of the country they lived in. By contrast, in the PNM years, we had a situation in Trinidad and Tobago where rising inequality led to rising crime and social unrest. As with the minister's 7, and I mean Minister of Finance, 7 previous budgets, there are too many examples of unkept promises, wild assertions, and deception instead of a much-needed sensible and fact-driven assessment. The clearest example of the deception I refer to, Madam Speaker, is in the ministers describing our GDP in nominal terms, something which has been said before and which I will only reference it as the minister proudly announcing this as the highest in the country's history. So, Madam Speaker, not to get too much into it because of time, nominal GDP is quite simply GDP measured without inflation. Boasting about nominal GDP is like boasting about a low crime rate after you have removed all the murder statistics. So the dollar amounts might be higher, but because of inflation, the value is lower than previous year's figures. So nominal GDP has to be adjusted for inflation, Madam Speaker, using a base year. And again, I use an example. That is to say, if you compare GDPs of 2020 and say 1970, it has to be either $1970 or the $2020. Any first-year economics student knows this. What the minister has done is to attempt to shift the goalpost to suit his own narrative. He is being very liberal with the truth, Madam Speaker. And no economist worth their salt will use nominal GDP as the minister has done. This fact alone should disqualify all other information in this budget. If the minister has no qualms about distorting our GDP, what trust, Madam Speaker, can the people of the nation have in any of his promises or projections? And this is why neither the public nor investors have any confidence in this Minister of Finance nor this government. But moving along, Madam Speaker, in the budget statement, we were accosted by the ad nauseum listing of government's pet projects which have yet to start or which have started and will probably never end. But what we do not hear of is the masses of unemployed, the alarming spike in crime, collapsing infrastructure and institutions, and importantly, how the government is going to spend the people's money to fix the people's problems. I know my colleagues and I are dealing with these in detail one by one, but allow me, Madam Speaker, today to point out some of the more egregious absurdities. We heard again of the 14 million Despers Pan Theatre, which would supposedly boost tourism. We heard again of the Statistics Institute and the need for data, which we heard last year and before. Again, we have to enjoy a rise in the price of fuel, which will ripple through the economy and affect the most vulnerable. We heard again of the $5 billion spent on COVID relief, of which $3.7 billion was spent on VAT refunds. Let me stick a pin, as some people would say, or let me pause, Madam Speaker, on this issue of the VAT refunds. VAT refunds is owed to businesses. How does that qualify as pandemic relief? This is an example, as I was indicating earlier, Madam Speaker, of how the Minister of Finance misusing, or I should say, playing around with the data, as he has done with nominal GDP. In this case, misusing COVID relief monies, or I should say, miscategorizing COVID relief monies to settle debts which accrued before the pandemic. How can you pay people money that you owe them and then claim it as an accomplishment? How, Madam Speaker, is only the PNM could do it that way? I want to ask the Minister of Finance today, where is the US $644 million in special drawing rights this country got from the IMF as part of the global COVID relief package in August of 2021? Where is the audit and transparency of how monies were spent on so-called COVID relief by this government? This is a government only concerned with its members' families' rentals, contracts, and grazing in state pasture as they deny senior citizens free travel on public transport, and as they conveniently forget, Madam Speaker, legislation which can benefit the public, like the promised and forgotten pepper spray legislation yet to be implemented, and the implementation of the procurement legislation. I leave those two there because I know persons before me, Madam Speaker, would have spoken about those. But Madam Speaker, how did we get here? Madam Speaker, I think it is important to digress a bit to point out how PNM budgets got us to and keep us in the position this country is in now. It's important, Madam Speaker, that we never forget the long history of PNM's malfeasance that has brought us to the brink of the precipice today. Permit me to correct the member of San Fernando East, who said last week that the fuel subsidy was about poverty reduction, as the Express newspaper editorial pointed out today. And I quote, contrary, and Madam Speaker, I'm reading an extract of today's Express editorial, as I quote, contrary to the view of Junior Finance Minister Brian Manning, the fuel subsidy was not introduced as a poverty alleviation measure, but as a cushion for all against a record level of 23% inflation. And I continue with the quote, having come into the unexpected good fortune of an oil windfall in the last months of 1973, the Williams administration moved to blunt the punishing impact of inflation by redistributing some of the windfall to the entire population through a package of subsidies in the 1974 budget. And Madam Speaker, I will just go with just one paragraph. At $973.9 million, it was the largest budget ever in the country's history, with subsidies for flour and other food items, gas and public transport, among other things. The truth, and not a distorted, self-serving version of history, is a far more productive basis for an honest conversation about the economy and sharing of national patrimony. Close quote, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm hearing the Minister of Finance. I mean, Eric Williams must be rolling in his grave today. In fact, Madam Speaker, I dare say that the member for San Fernando East has the unique ability to cause, or the distinction to cause, two previous prime ministers of this country to roll in their graves. But I want to move on, Madam Speaker. You see, the late, great Professor Selwyn Ryan, in his book, No Time to Quit, noted that the PNM channeled hundreds of millions of dollars into URP criminal gangs as a form of welfare. In his book, he says before the year 2000...
Madam Speaker, 48-6, please. Oh my God.
Overrule.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm just making the point utilizing Professor Selwyn Ryan's book. He said before the year 2000, Madam Speaker, there were about 10 criminal gangs in Trinidad. And after 9 years of the PNM, by 2010, there were more than 100. So crime had risen to unbelievable levels, Madam Speaker. And just a few years before, criminals became more brazen. And there's relevance to this to even today. By virtue of this fiscal package that we are producing, are we really going in a vicious circle, a cycle, or are we moving forward? Criminals became more brazen, and kidnapping became a form of entrepreneurship. In the words of one PNM Calypsonian, kidnapping go build back the economy. The collective and individual psyches, Madam Speaker, of our citizens became battered and warped, and we became as a people more hostile, violent, and angry. My raising this point, Madam Speaker, is not gratuitous. I am pointing out a pattern of governance enacted through successive budget policies under the PNM and its consequences, which recurs whenever the PNM is in power. And that is the point, Madam Speaker. This has manifested to a dangerous level in this budget. Once the UNC partnership came in 2010, everything improved from the previous decade. Crime went down. We expanded access to education, as we have heard other speakers speak before, and we strengthened institutions which protected people's rights and provided necessary services to them. Health, education, protective services, infrastructure development. Then the PNM came in 2015 and reversed all this progress, as only they have that special ability to do. They cut access to higher education, unlawfully interfered in the independent institutions and protective services.
How do you word unlawfully? Withdraw that?
Yes. I withdraw, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, there is a ruling of the High Court, a recent High Court ruling. I withdraw it. But the ruling suggests that the government was at fault in terms of interfering in the independent institutions, Police Service Commission, and their conduct. Protective services, yes.
I have no problem if you want to refer to a ruling, but that broad brush statement that you made, that's what I'm dealing with. Yes.
And thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
And thereby, that process that I was referring to, thereby unseating a commissioner of police, they contributed to the largely preventable deaths of more than 4,000 citizens during the COVID pandemic because of their mismanagement of the healthcare system. During the pandemic, they denied citizens who were stranded abroad, to access, return to their home, to their land of their birth. They obliterated jobs, Madam Speaker, in the name of pandemic restrictions, and continued to crash the economy, a process which began long before COVID. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I go to the paradigm shift, and this is something that, Madam Speaker, as I indicated in the beginning when I mapped out how I wanted to treat with this issue, when we look at the problem of the paradigm, which is what is the PNM's way, we can attribute, Madam Speaker, that the pattern of governance and consequences under the PNM's governance to a number of things. However, relevant to this budget debate, I propose that the problem is the antiquated economic paradigm from which the budget policies are generated. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I will describe this. The government handles the country like a crude plantation factory machine, shifting large and clumsy macroeconomic gears, using the blunt instrument of spending cuts and the poisonous medicine of austerity measures. All these policies come from the dictates of multinational institutions, the IMF, the World Bank, and redundant 20th century proposals and economics. Madam Speaker, these outdated ideas include assumptions of rational economic behavior, the neoliberal consensus of self-regulating free markets, and trickle-down economics, with which our Prime Minister seems particularly enamored of making the rich richer so the money filters down to the poor. Madam Speaker, this country does not need trickle-down economics. It needs trickle-up economics. Why not educate all, empower all, give them finance in this economy? Let the economy work for all. We in the UNC opposition believe in equity, Madam Speaker. The days of everyone eating crumbs from the PNM's financiers' dining tables are over.
Madam Speaker, Standing Order 48-6, please.
Okay, so, member, I'll ask you to withdraw that. I think you can find another way to say what.
Thank you. Withdrawn, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, immediate and long-term past experience have shown us that the policies of the PNM that they are addicted to or are ordered to implement rarely, R-A-R-E-L-Y, not really, rarely work and are intellectually empty. Madam Speaker, I move to a new human-centered paradigm. Permit me now to present the government with an illustration of new and updated economic paradigms and policies, which should be taken into account in a national budget. I will introduce the government to two concepts: human and social capital and inequality. Madam Speaker, first let us look at the human and social capital paradigm. The Minister of Finance, talking about education, said developing and promoting human capital is a driver of sustainable growth and development. He mentions in describing, Honorable Minister
Honorable
mentions.
Member, you have 5 more minutes of speaking time left.
Yes.
You're entitled to a further 10 minutes if you request and so wish.
Madam Speaker, may I please have the full time, 5 minutes and the 10?
Yeah, sure. You may proceed.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister, in describing human capital, Madam Speaker, terms like the social fabric, social development, and social equity, he then mentions a World Bank ranking in human capital, which places Trinidad and Tobago as number 67 out of 157 countries. That World Bank document defines human capital as the knowledge, skills, and health that people accumulate over their lives. The Minister, however, believes knowledge, health, and skills are commodities, diplomas, hospital beds, and job placements. He believes human beings are merely equipment who needs to be serviced with grants, fireworks, and make-work programs. But human capital, Madam Speaker, is much more than that. It is derived from a most important economic metric, intangible capital, of which this government knows nothing. It is this government's failure to invest in the people, which is the reason why Trinidad and Tobago cannot seem to progress and seems to fall back into depression after every period of economic growth when the PNM gets back into power after the UNC has already calmed and steadied the country. Permit me, Madam Speaker, to elaborate on human capital and its parent construct, intangible capital. The World Bank, the institution whose report the Minister quoted, published a report in 2006 entitled, "Where is the Wealth of Nations?" which introduces the concept of intangible capital. The report examines natural capital, Madam Speaker, and produced capital. That is, resources like land, oil, manufacturing, agriculture, services, etc. But the report concludes, and I quote, "Most of a country's wealth is captured by what we call intangible capital, a variable which captures all those assets unaccounted for in the estimates of produced and natural capital. It includes skills and know-how embodied in the workforce and the trust among people and their ability to work together for a common purpose." Madam Speaker, let me repeat that last sentence. Trust among people and their ability to work together for a common purpose is an economic output. It might interest the Minister to know that Trinidad and Tobago in 2006 had one of the highest GDPs and one of the lowest measures of intangible capital in the region. People do not trust each other, Madam Speaker, or the government. This would explain why, despite all the money that passes through, the society remains poor and conflict-ridden. Madam Speaker, this World Bank report in 2006 marked a great shift in economic thinking. Instead of seeing human beings as equipment, it became evident that you have to consider their emotions, their beliefs, and their identity. Feelings, beliefs, and identity are all now taken into account in crafting economic policy and making economic decisions. Madam Speaker, as I go into this part of my contribution, When I conclude, we will see that there are countries that have actually measured this intangible capital, the introduction of behavioral economics, and how it has actually shown an increase in GDP. Let me say this in short, Madam Speaker. Invest in the people, not just your friends and financiers. We on this side, Madam Speaker, hold true to the motto of putting the people first. That, in brief, Madam Speaker, is intangible capital. The other concept I want to introduce the Minister to is the term inequality, a cornerstone of international debates about economics and society. A major study on inequality, Madam Speaker, by the French economist Thomas Piketty, Capital in the 21st Century, published almost a decade ago in 2013, initiated this debate. But it seems, Madam Speaker, that debate has not reached this government as yet. The only sign that this debate has reached Trinidad and Tobago is the slogan, which is now dubbed in the population, the 1%, which we hear regularly describing certain arrangements between this government and its cohorts. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, Standing Order 48-6, please.
Okay, so member, again, I think you can find another way to put that. Okay, so just withdraw it and find another way to put it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will just simply end that it has found its way in the slogan, the 1%, and I full stop at that point. Thank you. Now, Madam Speaker, what is inequality? Inequality is the Prime Minister flying abroad every time he seeks medical attention, when everyone else has to access a deteriorating domestic health care system. Inequality, Madam Speaker, is when you have one rule for some and another rule for the others. But returning to the budget at hand, inequality describes the unequal distribution of the material wealth of a nation. Briefly, inequality leads to wealth being concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, which leads to institutions like banks, courts, legislatures, and business chambers being controlled by a few in their own self-interest. The masses becomes poorer, angrier. They develop behaviors, beliefs, and practices which are intended as a form of warfare against this inequality. These include protests, something that I spoke about at the beginning, Madam Speaker. These include various forms of violence, and finally, crime. Of course, I am not forgetting the signature form of protest that we are seeing these days, the tire burning. Madam Speaker, I put it to the government that the government practices the economics of inequality. And this budget, like all other budgets, is a blueprint for maintaining and increasing inequality. If we look around Trinidad and Tobago today, Madam Speaker, what we see are the symptoms of growing inequality and the destruction of human capital. The society in these circumstances grows more hostile, divided, and violent. The government imposes senseless, wasteless, destructive policies which perpetuate this inequality and destroy the intangible capital I was referring to. Its idea of social welfare and human capital is grants. And grants by itself, nothing is wrong with that. But very small grants, it must be said, or handouts to the masses. And otherwise, Madam Speaker, this has always been the way of the PNM, to enrich a few at the expense of the many. Madam Speaker, this occurs and the inequality is exacerbated when you have a situation like this. You are not investing in the intangible capital, and then you have persons in authority who speak down to the population, and I use that as a phrase, not as an accusation. But I say case on point would be the recent Express newspaper editorial, which related to the ministers of sports utterances at that point in time. So the mindset has paralyzed the nation. On the one hand, we are told hard work is a means to success, and then we look at the government and see the opposite. Success is all about who you know, whose back you can scratch, and whose family you are. What is the way out?
Speaker, Standing Order 48-6.
Member, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I move very quickly to a way out of this mess. I said earlier that economic thinking had evolved, and the government's plans and policies and economic vision embodied in this budget statement were outdated, flawed, and futile. Allow me, through you, Madam Speaker, to show the government how new economic thought manifests in policies that improve people's lives. The hope is that they will include these policies, Madam Speaker, and not just include it, but also this thinking in revisions to this budget and any other budgets. The genesis of the ideas I'm referring to are found in a new field of economics called the behavioral economics. And we have two Inter-American Development Bank publications published this year, Madam Speaker. They show how the new concepts described can be used to improve people's lives. They are trust, the key to social cohesion in Latin America and the Caribbean, and nudging Latin America and the Caribbean, a decade of improving public policies through behavioral economics. Those are the two publications. The first publication proposes that trust is the glue that holds societies together, and it was seen to be rapidly declining in the region. When people do not trust each other, Madam Speaker, crime and social disintegration follow. And Madam Speaker, I will not go too much more into the report in the interest of time. The solution to the problem of trust is relatively simple. We have to stop misrepresenting facts brazenly and serially. We must have more transparency, more information, higher literacy. And this is where sometimes I say, Madam Speaker, fewer talk radio and social media trolls creating echo chambers of chaos and anger. But to move on, Madam Speaker, to the other publication, which is Nudging Latin America, Mobilizing the Theories of Behavioral Economics. 38 small interventions were made in Latin America and the Caribbean in the areas of education, gender, health taxes, and business. Madam Speaker, what it really entailed was that these targeted interventions was really they were using even WhatsApp to send out these messages, and very carefully worded messages to encourage people to pay their taxes, to tell them what to do in education, what arrangements they can make with respect to their children, health, take your vaccine. So these were the targeted interventions that they spoke about. Madam Speaker, a few concepts of contemporary economics which governments transform into policies to improve societies, this is what is needed. These are the kinds of policies and thinking you will see in UNC budgets when we form the next government. This is not to say, Madam Speaker, we do not need the big items, roads and hospitals and schools. We do, but the PNM has proved that they cannot deliver those either. So what is the people's view of Trinidad today, Madam Speaker? Permit me now to examine the consequences of this government's budgets on our country. When I look at our country today, I do not simply, like others, feel like shedding a tear. In fact, I feel to hold my head and bawl, Madam Speaker. And I am not the only one who feels this way. I heard early in the debate, one member, Lopino Bonner West, as he quoted a early 1800 poem. And, you know, I have to say that I want to be a little bit more contemporary in the region. There's a poem called The Spoiler's Return by Derek Walcott. And I would urge my fellow members on the other side to read this poem. This is our second Nobel laureate, Madam Speaker. Even though he was born in St. Lucia, he lived here for the quarter century of the PNM's governance from 1956 to 1981. And this is how he described his reaction to what he saw. I watched these islands and I feel to bawl, areas of darkness with VS nightfall. Allow me to read a little more of this poem, Madam Speaker. Looking at the government in the 1970s, Walcott wrote, all those who promise free and just debate, then blow up radicals to save the state, who allow in democracy's defense a parliament of spiked heads on a fence. All you go ball out, spoils, things ain't so bad. This ain't the dark age, it's just Trinidad. Is human nature spoiler? After all, it ain't big genocide, it's just bubble. This is the Trinidad that he spoke about, 30 unbroken years, 1956 to 1981 onwards. Today, Madam Speaker, little has changed. And I want to now go a little bit more contemporary, Madam Speaker. How much time do I have again?
You end at 3:08:32.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was in the Express newspaper of last Friday, and many may know that the 2022 installment of the Trinidad and Tobago Film Festival was recently hosted in Port of Spain. And the title of that article is Walking the TNT Film Festival Red Carpet. And what you have is a very, I have to say, the film itself, whilst the name is somewhat, catchy, Cheese, it is directed by a very talented Trinidadian filmmaker, Damian Marcano. And it is about a young man in a village along the coast who sees the only way out of poverty is by selling a unique brand of cheese which contains a large dose of plant-like substance. He is quickly drawn, of course, into a quicksand of crime and hopelessness anywhere he goes. And cheese, whilst it is not offered as tragedy in the film, Madam Speaker, it is comedy. Anyone looking in from the outside at the life the young man lives in that show, the smallness of his hopes and dreams, the obstacles, the hostility he encounters, there is little to laugh at. So I would urge members to look at that, to listen to a few songs in what is called the Trinibad genre. This is the Trinidad of today, created by this PNM government through budget policies like the one we are debating, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say that you have a distinction to be made, and that distinction, Madam Speaker, is a budget which is one for the people, and it is whether or not it is versus this instant budget, one which is an assault on the people. So, Madam Speaker, I urge members of the population to look in very closely to this budget discussion and to pay attention, because this government, this budget is one which is an assault on the rights of the people and the way of life of the people. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much.
Member for Laventille East, move on.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute in this debate. A debate where, in my view, is critical to the sharing of information to the citizens of this beautiful Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I love my country. And my contribution, I want to speak positivity, speak facts, and most importantly, speak truth. I would like to share some information on how some of our most vulnerable benefit from this budget, starting with the ministry that I am assigned to, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Let's start with the Housing Program Facilitation and Implementation Unit, the HPFIU. The Home Improvement Grant. In this grant, it is critical for low-income persons that are living in homes where upgrades are necessary. In development of family, there are changes that are needed to support the dreams, visions, goals under that roof. Sometimes it is an elderly or disabled that require ramps for access or handlebars. Sometimes it is a young, budding star that requires a study space, or a growing family where more room is required. Also, it can be a dilapidated home as a result of age, like roof leaks or structural damage. I can go on, but I think the message is clear. This government is committed to giving these deserving persons a grant of $15,000 to support such development. Madam Speaker, in this budget, the government allocated 3 times the allocation from the 2022 budget estimate. 3 times. This is the positivity and truth that I want to share with my colleagues and my country. Madam Speaker, we are in a time where adverse weather conditions are becoming more of a norm than scattered events. Look what is going on in the region with the recent hurricane. Every year we have emergency situations where immediate action is required with respect to shelter. The ODPM and the corporations are the first respondents. In addition to this, we have the Emergency Shelter Relief Fund to give a grant to deserving persons that have either shelter damage due to some emergency situation, including fire. This government increased this subsidy in the budget of 2023 budget estimate. This is the message that I want to share with the country. Let me move to Program Monitoring, Coordinating and Evaluation Unit, the PMCEU. This unit, under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, is responsible for our Neighborhood Upgrade Program. This is a US $50 million loan program, an agreement between the Inter-American Development Bank and the government of Trinidad and Tobago. This program is broken up into several components: squatter regularization and upgrading, home subsidies, sector and institutional strengthening. Madam Speaker, component one of this agreement is managed by the Land Settlement Agency. There are several works that are ongoing, and I want to just let the country know what is happening. Works in Bagwande, in Sandri Gandhi, where 56 lots are being completed, and it is currently at 45% complete. Works also where in a different area in Sandri Gandhi, in Bagwande, 92 lots are being done, and this is 42% completed. Sahudin Trace, where 120 lots are being done. Projections for the next fiscal year include Factory Road in Indigo Martin and also in East Port of Spain. Employment opportunities will be created for several hundred persons under this early and emergency works program. This is a positivity that we have to report. Madam Speaker, the home subsidies are broken into two categories: home improvement and home construction. This is focused on the most vulnerable persons in our society that need assistance in upgrading or even constructing their homes. This subsidy can be as much as $50,000. Several thousand persons have already benefited from this initiative, and we look forward to continue in fiscal 2023. Madam Speaker, this is yet another fiscal measure that benefit the most vulnerable people in our society. These contributions to the citizens will help in reducing the need for new housing units, as it allows less persons to be in need of HDC subsidized housing. This is a positivity and truth that we must talk about. Let me just talk a little more on the Land Settlement Agency. The Land Settlement Agency was established under Section 5.1 of the State Land Regularization of Tenure Act, Chapter 5705, an act to protect certain squatters from ejectment of state land, to facilitate the acquisition of leasehold titles by both squatters and tenants in designated areas, and to provide for establishment of land settlement areas. These persons are vulnerable citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. The LSA is responsible for the following programs: regularization of squatter communities, the Housing and Village Improvement Program, the Government-Aided Self-Help Program, development of residential lots for former Petrotrin workers, development of agricultural plots for the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program. The LSA is also at the forefront of implementing the housing policy that brings much needed relief to the poorest and the most vulnerable families in Trinidad. Much of these families face the blunt of climate change, and on one hand, the neglect and social segregation on the other.
Madam Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 4410 to assist my colleague. I'm sure he can do better than that.
Madam Speaker, they should allow you to why is this house burst from the government?
Okay. All right, so could we all resume our composure. All right? Now, member for Couva North, I've observed, yes, that many members have been closely knitted to their notes on both sides, okay? And while it's a debate, and we are all here sufficiently senior, I think, I also know, having regard to the nature of the budget, that I tend to cut people a bit of slack. Okay? So thank you for your observation. Member for Laventille East Mover, yes, I know you don't need to be that closely tied, but I've observed it for almost everybody who spoke today.
Thank you very much. Member for Couva North, I just want to give you some facts, right? So all these numbers I really cannot remember, so I just want to give you some facts. So for example, the LSA is responsible for certificates of comfort. And I would like to tell the member for Couva North, take some notes, because this is the information that you need to share with your constituents. I want you to share with your constituents the persons that we have been seeking under the LSA who would have applied for certificates of comfort to come forward and let us see how best we could process them. We have been asking persons who would have applied, and we have very little coming out. So assist us and take some notes. The LSA have reviewed 264 COC files and 82 have been prepared. The LSA is currently engaged in an exercise geared towards processing of statutory leases and therefore deed of lease in respect to the following 17 sites. And I'd like to call these sites out: Pine Settlement, Graham Trace, Sandri Gandhi, Jacob Hill, Wallerfield, John Budu, Milton Village, KP Lands, Harmony Hall, Bornier, La Pile Village, Akbar Ali, Samaru, Squatterville, Macaulay, Racecourse, Springle Village, Point Fortin, Rice Mill, Picton Road, Extension, Lawrence Wong. These are areas that we are seeking to get assistance in getting persons to come forward so we can continue doing these COCs and continue so that those persons can benefit from moving from COC to deed of lease, to statutory lease, to deed of lease. This will greatly benefit persons because a number of persons are unable, Couva North, are unable to have tenancies, have statutory lease that they can go to the bank with. This is something that you can give to your children. This is part of development of generations. This is the positivity that we are speaking about. Go out on the platform, go out in front of the Red House and speak positivity about development for Trinidad and Tobago of the less vulnerable, of the vulnerable in society. I want to also talk about the Tenancy Pro program. In 2020, the Cabinet approved the tenancy whereby occupants of the residential structures on land surveyed and approved by the Director of Surveys on or before June 16, 2014, would be entitled to a tenancy agreement from the state. In 2022, the LSA has conducted 176 investigations and recommended 82 beneficiaries. These were forwarded to the Commissioner of State Lands for execution. Holders of this agreement can qualify for statutory lease, deed of lease under the Tenancy Pro program. The remaining COC applicants totaling 2,300 will be fully processed in the fiscal year 2023. Additionally, the LSA will execute a little over 600 of the tenancy agreements. So I'd like to just encourage my colleagues, all of my colleagues, that we still have 2,300 COC applicants to process, and we intend with this budget to complete it in the next fiscal year. I want to repeat, I want to advise my colleagues, especially those opposite, to encourage their constituents to access the COCs that they would have applied for the LSA, so that I can achieve the goal to fully possess, so we can achieve the goal to fully process the remaining 202,300 applicants. Madam Speaker, this is the positivity and the truth that we want to share in our country. In fiscal year 2023, the LSA will finalize the regularization process under the PEU initiative, which commenced in 1989 under the then National Housing Authority. Accordingly, beneficiaries of 11 sites under this initiative will benefit from an improved quality of life through provision of security of tenure and improved infrastructure, thus promoting the development of sustainable community. And I would like to, Madam Speaker, if you allow me, to call out these 11 sites. Bagatelle with 116 lots, Malik 1 and 2 with 703 lots, Bamboo number 3 with 379 lots, Maturita Triangle with 224 lots, Zone 8 with 204 lots, New City with 104 lots, Upper Leon Street with 92 lots, Pleasantville, Blitz Village with 295 lots, Embarcadero with 96 lots, Sugreen Trace, Warden Road with 259 lots. These persons we want to ensure benefit from tenure and infrastructure development. This is what the budget is doing for the vulnerable in Trinidad and Tobago. During 2022, the Land Settlement Agency also engaged in pre-construction activities on 9 sites, yielding more than 2,000 lots. These sites, and I want to call it out, because a lot of people are saying we not doing work in certain constituencies. So I just want to call out the sites. The Demerara Road, Ponta Rosa, Golconda, River Estate, La Philippine, Guapo, Heights of Guanapo, Calvary Hill, Brazil, 5 Rivers. These activities will continue into 2023 and will commence on the number, and this will commence on a number of these projects. For 2022, we have also embarked on infrastructure works, including roads, drainage, water reticulation, portable water supply, etc. in the Bagwande site. We will also continue in other 14 other sites that we have planned for 2023. Some of these sites that we have been doing land use planning and subdivision activities include Blake Avenue, Guayco, Blitz Village, St. John's Road, Williamsville, Whiteland, Heights of Aripo, Butler Park, Train Line, Dundonald Hill, Badass Lands, Enterprise, Guayagarari, Brickworks, Maturita. When completed, these sites will yield more than 5,000 developed lots. This is a positivity, Madam Speaker, and the work that the PNM government is doing. For the upcoming fiscal year, we also plan to undertake construction works, including remediation works, earthworks to detention ponds, and associated drainage works, electrification, site infrastructure, and other emergency works in the following areas: Damarara Road, Picton Extension, Jacob Hill, Blake Avenue, La Philippine, Grand Couva, Wallerfield, Calvary, Lawrence Wong, Five Rivers, Guayagarari, Maturita, Bulls Lane, Butler Park, the train line, Tomato Savannah, River Estate, Pentonville. This will create, thank you. This will create over 400 persons of getting employment under this program. Please blow your trumpet outside and explain to the people what is being done. Tell them positivity. Let the persons of these communities understand that work is being done for them. We also understand that there are some challenges with the statutory approvals, and under the astute leadership of my minister, we have an approval and coordinating committee to ensure that these approvals are done in a quick and short order. We project in 2023 that the agency undertake 26 new projects, and it will build approximately 260 persons with employment under this program. We are also surveying squatter sites, and this, if you look in the budget estimate, you will see a significant increase. The survey is important for cadastral subdivision, industrial lot plans, cadastral perimeter, and topographic surveys. The agency engaged in 24 so far, and we intend to do 21 more within this fiscal year. Madam Speaker, I want to talk a bit about the Housing and Village Improvement Program. The HVIP, as we know it, is geared towards improving the standard of living of beneficiaries within neglected villages in Trinidad and Tobago. The approach of our intervention, which includes village improvement, house reconstruction, and repair, and it also creates employment and training opportunities. This program is an embodiment of Team 1 of Vision 2030, putting people first, nurturing our greatest asset. The HVIP uses self-help approaches to address housing and infrastructure development. At the household level, the HVIP committee has approved 147 new starter homes. This was added to the 161 units that were approved in the later part of 2021. The construction of these was started in 2022. The LSA is also project managing 3 construction row houses at the Beetham Gardens, comprising of 21 residential units. Also managing 12 units at the Jacob Hill East, which we gave out yesterday. It was a beautiful ceremony. Also in Wallerfield, Fort 14, and in Mover, we also doing the relocation of families from Crystal Drive. The HVIP is a very effective program, and we have expanded it in the budget. Almost twice the amount of money have been allocated to this program to ensure more persons benefit from this. We are targeting communities in Borneo, Mbakadere, Sandy Grande, Diego Martin, Demerara, Couva, Point Fortin, Claxton Bay, Wallerfield, Mover, Laventil, Princestown, San Fernando, Guayagarari, Tunapuna, Labre, Moruga, St. Joseph, just to name a few. The agency is expected to create employment opportunities for thousands of persons under this HVIP program. please, colleagues, help us share this information with the rest of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, we also have the government-aided self-help housing program, the GASH program. This is another housing initiative of the ministry with the intent of empowering persons to manage the construction of their own homes with the financial and technical support from the state. The GASH program is an affordable and high-quality housing initiative administered by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and project managed by the LSA. The LSA continues the processing of 700 beneficiaries who were approved for residential lots under this GASH. The following sites were developed for fiscal 2022. Alambi in Turuba, which was 84 lots, and Picton Extension Diamond, which was 31 lots. We plan to continue this and undertake 26 new projects in fiscal 2022 to 2023, and it will create job opportunities for it will create opportunities of 260 persons to benefit from this particular program. We also have drainage works to be undertaken in Balmain, Couva, in Cashew Gardens, Chaguanas, and expected a lot yield of about 500 lots. Pre-construction works are also undertaken in St. Madeleine and Korea Village, and also in Rupsing Road. The LSA will also be completing the following sites in fiscal 2023: Orangefield, Karipichaima, Milton Village, Couva, Bukaro, St. Mary's Village, Freeport. The LSA will also engage in general site maintenance, including quarterly clearing of grass and removal of silt from drainage channels in the following areas: Orangefield, Korea Village, Waterloo, Chinchin North and Chinchin South, Milton Village, Cashew Gardens, Picton Extension in Diamond Village, Factory Road, Pitimon, Balmain, Bukaro, and Rupsing Road. Employment opportunities will be created for approximately 750 persons on this program. Now, most of those areas I just called are resident from persons on the other side. Please encourage your constituents and tell them the good news of these opportunities that are coming. In fiscal 2022, surveying activities were conducted. These include cadastral subdivision, individual lot plans, cadastral perimeter, and topographic surveys. The agency is engaged in 24 perimeter and cadastral surveying projects. The agency intends to engage in 21 new perimeter and cadastral survey plots. We are also developing the residential lots for the Petrotrain workers. We are tasked with the development of the residential lots for former Petrotrain employees who received termination benefits resulting from the closure of the refinery and the restructuring of the exploration and production activities in November 2018. The provision of infrastructure and necessary lot notification is to assist persons that would have been employed there. In 2022, the LSA hosted 2 distribution ceremonies in which lots were assigned to 38 persons in La Savane and Guayagari, and Nurse Trace. The agency is currently developing 149 lots in Glenroy, Princestown. Works will be undertaken in the following sites in fiscal 2023: Woodford Lodge, which will yield approximately 650 lots; La Romaine site, which will yield 400 residential lots; Ponta Rosa, which will yield 90 lots, La Philippine Grand Couva, which will yield 100 lots, Guapo Point Fortin, which will also yield 100 lots. The LSA is also involved in the redevelopment of Bayshore housing. They're giving support there, and they're doing approximately 80 residential units in Marabella. To date, 13 tri-party agreements have been fully executed for the construction of homes, and 12 homes have been completed. We are also involved in support of the YAP program, which was mentioned earlier, and the LSA is responsible for component 2 of the program in collaboration with the MyDNS. This involves infrastructural development and is governed by the Memorandum of Understanding between the LSA and MyDNS. The agency is actively involved in developing the agricultural lots of the following sites: Chatham, Kendall, and La Gloria Estate. In 2022, the Cabinet also approved the Tucker Valley Shade House project, in which LSA was mandated to develop on behalf of MyDMS. Madam Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about the East Port of Spain Development Company. The East Port of Spain Development Company is a company that comprises of 19 communities. These communities I would list below: the Beetham, Belmont, Upper Belmont, Port of Spain proper, Port of Spain East, East Quarry, Picton, St. Babs, Gonzales, Laventil, Chumacac, Mary Road, Romaine Lands, Never Dirty, Monrepo, Chinapoo, Mover North, Caledonia No. 2, Mover South, and Success Village. Now, this company is a very special company, Madam Speaker, because it is geared to developing persons within these communities as we identify certain socio-economic challenges within these spaces. And as such, there are infrastructural development, there are social development, and generally, the East Port of Spain company is geared to partnering with any development agency to target specific groups within these 19 communities. They are doing a wonderful job, and we continue to look forward in making changes in these communities. The Port of Spain shopping complex comprises of the new City Mall, where there are 120 tenants, and the Eastside Plaza, where there are 143 tenants. Now, in this space, all these persons occupy a space that is subsidized. They are able to express and develop their business within these spaces at a subsidized rate. And there's also a program to assist these young entrepreneurs in these spaces where they are able to build their business. So there's training and development for the persons. This program is geared to build entrepreneurs, the most vulnerable that want to contribute to our society. This is good news, and I want to congratulate the Port of Spain shopping complex for this. At the HGC also, there's a program geared for small and medium contractors, where small and medium contractors are asked to register, and they are given homes to build. Right now, we are looking at launching some programs where persons will be able to build in old HGC abandoned lots, and they would be able to be trained also by partnering with MIC. So persons, how it is designed, persons will be able to, one, develop their space, change abandoned lots and lots that may be creating a health hazard, and also come out with certifications through the MIC. This will help in building businesses. It will also help in building individuals within the community spaces. We already launched one at the BTAM, and we also plan on launching another one in Mover. And we look forward to continuing this program throughout Trinidad and Tobago. This is something that I think the AGC should also be commended on. Madam Speaker, we have an agency called the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance. And this agency is geared to assisting persons with earnings less than $14,000 to be able to qualify for a 2% loan, either for buying land, for building a house, or for buying both house and land. This 2% loan this rate is subsidized by the government. I know the average rate. I'm not in finance, but the average rate I believe is 8% or more. And the government is providing ways to make it easier for vulnerable persons to access home and to access financing for home, to build a home or to buy land. This is an excellent program, and the government has been continuously putting this within the budget. We have also expanded it. We also expanded it to get between 5% for persons where household earnings are up to $30,000. So more persons will be able to access this for first-time homeowners. Madam Speaker, I would like to turn my attention to my constituency, Laventille East Mover. Firstly, I must give gratitude to my very hardworking, committed, and passionate staff. Along with my family and friends, they gave me the driving force and support required in doing the business of the people. My constituency office has become a place of comfort, has become a place of counseling, a place where we support all government services. We have made the office a space where we assist persons for applying for self-help, for home improvement grants, for subsidies, the residential electrification assistance program, the water tank program, and many more. Our office space is open to all constituents, and even persons outside of the constituency come. We also strengthen and encourage community-based organizations and NGOs to apply for government assistance to assist in the development of various community activities that are available from the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, Sports and Culture Fund, etc. This is important because there are many persons within the community that want to assist, that want to help. You know, and I encourage all members in the House to get their community-based organization and their NGOs, work with them, and get them to assist and apply for assistance through the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, the Sport and Culture Fund, etc., so that more activity and more things can be done within the community. This can only happen because this is a fiscal measure that the government, the PNM government, would have put in place. I want to thank the government of Trinidad and Tobago for the pool facility that was built in Mover. the one that was built in Laventil and the one that was built in Maloney. I must thank the government for that. I am seeing a significant effect of this investment in my community. Persons who could not swim now competing. Our very own Chantal McLean, who, by the way, is a two-time Olympic representative of Trinidad and Tobago, is a mover, born and resides in Mover. She is very integral in the training and development of these future Olympic swimmers. I've also received numerous testimonies of persons who suffered with physical ailments that has significantly improved in some of their cases and some totally cured. This is positivity, and this is the messaging that we need to tell the nation. Positive things that are happening. We are also forming our very own Mover Swim Academy. We are building our football clubs, our running clubs, our netball clubs. And I encourage persons in the House to develop this within their constituencies. Let us build our youth, let us put positivity in their minds so that we can move forward as a nation. We work with the people, we work with groups, we support positivity and guide solutions, even in difficult economic times, as we are in currently. Especially in difficult economic times, we as representatives need to work even closer with our people and our groups to build this resilience, to build capacity, to build a better Trinidad and Tobago. Positivity. Let positivity be the word that you use when communicating with your constituency. Let resilience be the word that you use when you're speaking to your constituency. The team...
Member, you have 5 more minutes left of speaking time. You're entitled to ask for 10 more minutes to complete your contribution if you wish.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
You may proceed.
The team support entrepreneurs and guide them in business development. So my team in the constituency, and I've heard several members on this side speak about how they assist persons within their community, and I'm sure others on the other side do the same. I'm just saying let this be the focus of our communication with our people. Let us support entrepreneurs, let us guide them in business development. Partnering with NETCO, doing training and development. We work with them, we help them to register with different government agencies, especially with the knowledge that there's a trust to build small and medium contractors as indicated in the budget. I am so proud. There are persons who were unemployed and are now employers in my community. That is something positive to talk about. This is what we need to do. Make our country stronger. This is what we need to do. Plant seeds of positivity. The team that we have look out for every initiative posted by various ministries, like the YAP, like the Empower, and different programs, whether it be MIC, UTT, YTEP. My team calls persons and assess their challenges, because some persons may have maybe shy or may not have access to certain things or may not even be able to be computer literate, where some of these programs may be online. So we assess them and we ensure all persons who are interested have a chance. This is what we do. This is what we have to do as representatives of Trinidad and Tobago, all 41 of us. This is what service to the people is about. This is the love that we share to our constituency. We are a family. I just want to ask my colleagues to please consider the nation is created by the seeds that we plant. Let us plant positive seeds. Let us talk the truth. I love my country. Thank you very much.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, paying attention is an acquired skill. When you allow yourself to change the way you see things, the things you see starts to change. Over the past few days, Madam Speaker, the government has presented their version of what I suspect is their truth. And the truth surrounding the state of the economy, the impact that their last 7 budgets have made, the impact of the measures of this budget before us, and obviously the future of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, we on this side have countered with a truth of our own, all grounded by how we see things through the lens of the constituents that we represent. Now, Madam Speaker, while the truth presented by the government is shrouded in a colorful canvas made of sugar and spice and all the things that nice, our version is a bit different. Our truth, Madam Speaker, as expressed by the opposition benches, is colorless. It's ugly and at times inconvenient. But as ugly and as inconvenient as it is, we have a patriotic duty to shine a light into this bottomless pit that this government has placed us in. Madam Speaker, as this Parliament continues to prosecute these arguments over the next 2 days, the question to Trinidad and Tobago is, which version of the truth will you accept? And the answer is very easy, Madam Speaker. The truth is the version that you live each day. So for the citizens of this country, you will determine which arguments hold water based on your life every single day. Madam Speaker, and if you pay attention and you change the way you see things, you will be the ultimate judge at the end of the day. Madam Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this debate, this 2023 national budget, the 8th in this era of a stalled management style and a stagnant economy that has been the signature of this government, Madam Speaker. Firstly, let me acknowledge the inspired and visionary contribution of the Honourable Member for Superior, the Leader of the Opposition and former Prime Minister, Kamla Persad-Bissessar. Her shrewd analysis and prescribed resolutions, as identified in our National Transformation Plan, in dealing with the burning economic issues, have set a very high watermark for this debate, and that is what sets us apart from those on that side, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also wish to commend my colleagues who have spoken before me for their sharp scrutiny of the budget and several of the solutions that they have put forward for consideration. Whatever the government may think of our examination of the budget and our workable proposals, we are gratified that the country is aware that there is still leadership in this Parliament and all is not lost, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the most important voice in this debate is the voice of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And the people of our nation are making it very clear of what they think of this budget and this government. I heard the Honourable Prime Minister say that the people of this nation must behave themselves in their reaction to the government's proposed budgets. I just want to take a minute or a moment to remind the Honourable Prime Minister that everyone who sits in this House are servants of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. In short, Madam Speaker, the government works for the people don't work for the government. And if this government no longer understands that basic fact, Madam Speaker, then it won't be long from now before the people of this country remove them from office, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Budget 2023 proved one definite thing. Our nation is in a deep economic and social crisis. And far from trying to steer us away from that storm, Madam Speaker, the government is taking us full speed ahead into it. Despite 7 previous budgets that have amounted to zero, we in the opposition, like the rest of the country, had held out a glimmer of hope that the minister would present a package that comprehensively and urgently address our critical national issues. Tragically, Madam Speaker, that was not the case. Allow me to clearly outline the immense danger that our nation is in, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are in a whirlwind of the worst unemployment rate in 40 years. We are almost on the verge of runaway inflation. We are dealing with a collapsed SME sector. There is an overdue need for economic transformation. We are dealing with a dreadful crime crisis. Only today, Madam Speaker, in my constituency, the mayor police was in an altercation and they had to deal with 4 suspects who are now in the custody of the mortuary in my area, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and when you layer that with the education results from the SCA, we are dealing with failing educational standards as well. So, Madam Speaker, we anticipated that the minister would have tackled the despair and hopelessness in the land, and he would have introduced measures to rebuild around the middle class, to create jobs, to build new modern industries, to grow more food, and obviously restore hope in a people that is in a very, very real sense of hopelessness, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we clung to the fate that the government would have revisited the vision of our founding fathers 60 years ago when they provided a clear roadmap leading to a successful small island state. But, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance, true to his form, with predictable bookkeeping measures, when the country really requires economic and social transformation and a strategy that would have moved every citizen forward. Madam Speaker, this budget as it stands, really, if executed as laid out by the Minister of Finance, would really widen the gap between the rich and the poor, create more economic and social hardship, and deepen the misery and depression in our society. And this is where the danger steps in, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is ironic that this government speaks of developed nation status, even while it wants to take us back to coal pots and bicycles, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as if the half-baked, disjointed, aimless, and irrational package was not dreadful enough, we have the disturbing utterances of members of government over the last couple of days. Madam Speaker, the analysis by members on the other side raises serious concerns about the government's thought process and their priorities, Madam Speaker. For example, with a straight face, we have a government minister saying that the public transport system is efficient and it's serving the people well. Madam Speaker, that could not be the truth. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Social Development, honorable member as she is, has issued a lengthy statement on the occasion of the International Day for Older Citizens, while her government is penalizing senior nationals traveling in Tobago. That does not make sense, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while the rest of the world is talking about artificial intelligence, the metaverse, getting into space, a member is asking us to invest in bicycles. Madam Speaker, this week in Barbados, Barbados is hosting the FinTech Investment Island Conference, where hundreds of the best IT finance minds will be in attendance. But we have the member for Port of Spain South telling our citizens to revert back to coal pots if you can't afford fuel. Madam Speaker, that shows the difference, the dissonance that we have to deal with in this country, Madam Speaker. In other words, this is really a dark moment in our country's history at this point in time. The Americans have an old saying, Madam Speaker, one swallow does not a summer make, meaning that a single development does not mean that circumstances have changed. The Minister of Finance is crowing from the rooftops about an economic turnaround as a result of this short-term condition that is being influenced by high energy prices. The Minister of Finance has quoted statistics showing improved economic performance compared to 2020 and 2021 at the height of the pandemic. He suggests a higher per capita income, even as the unemployment rate, Madam Speaker, is racing to 20%, and small businesses are closing down left and right, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what the Minister of Finance have not explained is why, after all of that, more people are sinking into poverty daily. He has not explained why more people are living in debt. He has not explained why people are unable to send their children to school, and many, Madam Speaker, in rural communities are unable to put food on their tables. This government's failed economic policy has converted the sides of roads in rural communities, Madam Speaker, into linear marketplaces. Vending sheds can now be found in front of every other home as people struggle to make ends meet. Madam Speaker, several homeowners are unable to service their mortgages and are handing their keys over to the banks in droves. Madam Speaker, this budget would worsen that desperate state of affairs that exists currently. The Minister of Finance fails to acknowledge that the middle class is vanishing and more citizens are seeking to bail out of this sinking ship. But, Madam Speaker, what strikes to the heart of what's wrong with this budget, Madam Speaker? And like true PNM fashion, Madam Speaker, there is no philosophical underpinning, no core focus, and nothing designed to lift our people out of the pit that this government has sunk us into, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minister does not tell us of any objective to improve the living conditions of the destitute in this country. He has not said how he's going to empower the small man. Madam Speaker, he has also not identified how he's going to mobilize domestic energies within your communities. And he has not been able to identify how are we going to tap into the country's creative potential. Madam Speaker, there is no trust in this budget towards turning our country into a modern, competitive economy, aggressively wooing investments, upgrading our citizens' skills, and improving our infrastructure, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this budget, it meaninglessly wanders through national issues, and it keeps turning up empty-handed. I would like to refer you, Madam Speaker, to Dr. Terence Farrell, a noted economist and former head of the government's own Economic Advisory Board. And he said it eloquently, that we have run out of time. In all the minister's futile promises and stalled projects, the most disturbing in his government's determination to hold on to a declining energy sector until the last well runs dry or until the world fully signs off on fossil fuel. But, Madam Speaker, we on this side, we agree that the energy sector is our anchor. There's no argument there, Madam Speaker. But it is slowly eroding against a dwindling resource pool and global environmental policies. Dr. Farrell is again correct that Trinidad and Tobago has run out of time for energy transition, and that we do not only need a plan, but we must urgently implement that plan, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, we in the opposition have been issuing this same clarion call to the government for the past 7 years. But unfortunately, there is none so blind as those who will not see. Apart from not leading the process for economic transformation, Madam Speaker, this budget as presented offers nothing through policy measures, fiscal, and other incentives for private sector investments in the renewable sector. Madam Speaker, once again, leadership is painfully absent. As with other sectors of the national economy, Madam Speaker, the government has made repeated failed promises with respect to trade and industry, and that effect presents itself in terms of a declining economy, frustrated investors, and this nagging issue of unemployment. Essentially, Madam Speaker, the government has promised to aid the manufacturing sector to become more competitive, to stir other sectors in a diversification trust, to boost small and medium enterprises, and to create other facilities and amenities for them. But Madam Speaker, these promises have been repeated in each budget speech since 2016, Madam Speaker, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. And the evidence indicates graphic failure on behalf of the government to deliver and to achieve any of those lofty goals that they have set out to do. Madam Speaker, a signature promise of the Ministry of Trade was to create an environment for manufacturers to double the value of their exports by 2025 and to contribute more than the current 20% of GDP and employ over 52,000 workers. But Madam Speaker, today, if one has to take an objective look, there is no evidence in terms of the results that the government has been able to facilitate this role in a real and meaningful way. And how do we test that, Madam Speaker? We look at a KPI, and we use one simple KPI, the improvement in the ease of doing business in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are still stuck at 105. We are still at the bottom of the table at 105. And what we've observed from the central bank data, we still have a net outflow of investments, and I'll explain what that means, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, under the Prasad-Bissessa administration from 2010 to 2015, Trinidad and Tobago attracted investments to the average annual value of $1.5 billion US per year. But Madam Speaker, today, that is being hampered. Why is that being hampered? There's a number of issues that have not been addressed. It's not being addressed, but every year you see a line item where money is being spent on these items. I'll give you a few examples. There's a single electronic window, which is a computerized system, data-driven system, to assist with the smooth processing of goods and services into Trinidad and Tobago. Every year money is being spent in it, and you would hear the brokers, you would hear people involved in shipping and handling complain about issues around that SEW system that is not working. Madam Speaker, there's also a cry from our brokerage folks that there's an underutilization of the Asecuda system, which is a customs and excise system for entry and processing entries of goods into Trinidad and Tobago. And because its risk management modules are not effectively used, that is causing delays. Hundreds of containers are being delayed on the port. Madam Speaker, when our prospective investments see and hear of the see and hear of these things, and that there
is becoming too loud, and I'm getting difficulty hearing the member. All right, so please comply with the standing orders. Continue, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prospective investors, Madam Speaker, continue to face major red tape and long delays to undertake routine functions. And these things are creating a very bad impression and image of Trinidad and Tobago as an investment location. Another promise that has been made year after year, Madam Speaker, is this National Quality Council, which role is to adhere to international standards and regulations. Madam Speaker, no mention was made in this particular, on this particular issue in the minister's budget presentation. As a matter of fact, under trade and investment, I do hope when the minister, if the minister does come to present issues on the trade, that perhaps the honorable minister can address this really key issue. So, Madam Speaker, it seems when you lump all of this together, there seems to be no zeal towards returning Trinidad and Tobago as an attractive investment destination. There is also no evidence that partial scope agreements, Madam Speaker, every year we hear about partial scope agreements that we are signing with Chile, we are signing with Ecuador, we are signing with so many countries. But none of them have substantially altered our fortunes. And there is no presentation in anyone, whether by the Minister of Trade, by either the Minister of Finance, that these partial scopes agreement are putting us any way forward. Madam Speaker, year after year again, there are promises of economic zones, market access opportunities, trade agreements, lots of incentives. Nothing stands out. No meaningful results, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another nagging issue is the allocation of foreign exchange. And that remains haphazard and inequitable and is a major disincentive to trade. And Madam Speaker, because a lot of our vendors and our manufacturers and our business people have to buy forex on the black market, it leads to a bit of inflation because the price is being jacked up to the goods when it hits the market at the end of the day. Madam Speaker, the government has pledged every year for the past 6 or 7 years to create a facility for easier access to foreign exchange for importers. Another barren guarantee. You still hear manufacturers and exporters complaining that they are having problems accessing forex at the end of the day. Madam Speaker, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the government failed to meaningfully support, and I want to stretch this, there was some support, they put out a lot of things outside there that you could get this grant and get that grant and get the other grant. But the position that I want to put forward, Madam Speaker, that there was very little meaningful support for these SMEs that would have facilitated adequate functional financial bailout, banking support, payroll assistance, as was done in many other jurisdictions outside of Trinidad and Tobago. And I'll get into a bit of that in a while, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have another stalled promise again. The promised Labre Dry Dock facility, it remains stalled, it is not completed. And because of the delays, we are not accessing the maritime benefits that was projected with the investment spend, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, none of the proposed businesses for the industrial estates have materialized as of today. I'm not saying it will not, but when you have this lethargic attitude towards getting these things done for whatever reason, it is not benefiting Trinidad and Tobago at all, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have to ask, what about this white elephant complex called the Moruga Agro-Processing Facility? Why, as of today, it is not still fully operationalized? You have these shells, and there are no clients inside of them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate still remains incomplete. Last year it was 90%. I think probably still 90% up to today. Now, interestingly enough, when the Minister of Finance presented his budget presentation, I took note when he said that 78 lots and 5 modern shells, which encompasses the park, he says that investors are committed to being part of the facility, and then there are investors who are in negotiation. Now my question, after $700 million, Madam Speaker, can the Minister of Trade confirm that we have one client who have signed a contract to use the facility? And that's the question. After $700 million, we have people with intent. That is not good enough, Madam Speaker. And what is worrying as a taxpayer, as taxpayers should be worried, are we going to add this facility to the list of white elephants already in this country, Madam Speaker? And that's taxpayers' money, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government has made over the last 7 years no headway in the proposed 7 key national economic areas which has been bantered about for the 7 years. Financial services, maritime services, aviation services, fishing and fish processing, agriculture and agro-processing, software design and application and creative services. All of these, it's like an anthem every year, Madam Speaker, and nothing tangible can be seen or we can boast at the end of the day. Madam Speaker, in 2020, the government promised to make available undeveloped land to the private sector for industrial development. That has gone nowhere. All we know is that we have arable lands going to all kind of people for all kind of things, and we're mashing up good agricultural land somewhere in St. Augustine there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have this new special economic zones that was part of our European Union requirement to set up in terms of dealing with issues around money laundering and so on. So a board has been set up, and 1 year has gone, and we have not heard anything about it. And the risk that we run, Madam Speaker, is that I hope that the regulators who are building regulations for this zone, this economic zone, they don't end up in the same fate like the regulators in the procurement regulation and so on, where it takes years. And while we are taking years to write regulation, Trinidad and Tobago may lose its favorable spot for whatever advantage we may have as a special economic zone, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, these are the things that, the state must pay attention to and not let the opportunities pass us straight because of these issues of ease of doing business and having regulations taking 3 and 4 years to be developed while we lose our advantage, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 2022, the Minister promised to establish a research and development capital allowance to aid companies involved in research and development. The Minister spoke nothing about it this time around. How far along are we? What have been the benefits of it as of today? And that is the issues that we keep having. Things are being said in budgets year after year after year, and we have no accounting for it. Madam Speaker, the Minister had outlined a series of measures during his presentation on Budget Day aimed at the SME sector. But my respectful view, Madam Speaker, that these are very hollow gestures in light of the fact that there were almost 6,000 SMEs that went out of business during the COVID-19 pandemic. So my question, Madam Speaker, to the Minister, did any of these 6,000 SMEs that folded, what was the reason they couldn't benefit from those grants that were presented at those times to keep them afloat? And was any investigation done between then and now before you come out with this new suite of SME incentives to find out why their shops were closed? Why couldn't they get access to this grant? What were their structural inefficiencies, their legal requirements? And what has the state done to help them come out of that, to put back these 6,000 businesses back into operation, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, this is how modern business enterprise operate, by doing key strategic analysis and how do you take action to fix the root causes of problems, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I remain convinced that the government does not appreciate the tremendous economic and social role that SMEs plays in our society. Before the COVID-19 crisis, Madam Speaker, as reported in an article in the Trinidad Guardian, and this was on the 16th of July 2021 that there were about 17,000 SMEs prior, 85% of all businesses, and they were employing about 40,000 workers, 40% of GDP. But I want to ask the government, sorry, Madam Speaker, I want to tell the government, we must stop looking at SMEs as statistics. I would like to briefly say what SMEs really do in our communities. SMEs with lower overheads, they provide competitive prices for goods and services for rural communities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they serve as business incubators and as on-the-job training grounds for aspiring entrepreneurs, for young entrepreneurs. They go to work in these SMEs and they learn the fine art of doing business. Many SME proprietors are innovators as well. SMEs employ villagers and they support cultural, sporting, and faith-based functions in the districts that they operate. They're also a meeting points for village people, Madam Speaker. So they are a source of community pride in rural communities like Mayaro. So SMEs are really the catalyst for economic growth. And if the government is serious about putting people back to work, serious about getting families back in some sort of order where they are no longer in a depressed state or hopelessness, we need to get SMEs back. Family businesses need to get back on its feet, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the minister's presentation, he spoke about attracting non-energy investors, even as the country continues to lag at the bottom of the ease of doing business matrices, as I identified early on. But in 2021, a UNCTAD, which is it's pronounced UNTAD, World Investment Report, this is what they reveal, Madam Speaker, that Haiti, many of us know Haiti, the poorest nation in the Western Hemisphere, is more of an attractive investment climate than Trinidad and Tobago. How do you get to that? Haiti being more attractive than Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, and that is not the UNC saying that. Trinidad and Tobago gathered on Friday, July 16, 2021. Madam Speaker, the government has done nothing to reverse this failing grade. And we are still at the tail end of these global matrices, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minister came and he spoke about this amalgamation of all the state investment agencies. And he's calling, there's a new agency called the Trinidad and Tobago Trade and Investment Promotion Agency. So, Madam Speaker, we are putting Export TT, Invest TT, Creative TT, the Coalition of Services Industries, in this new unit. But you know what is important, Madam Speaker? We're creating a whole new unit, probably some jobs for the boys as well, but we fix the problems, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what this new unit is going to realize whenever they get together is that it is going to still take 254 days to receive a construction permit. It is going to still take 3.5 years to enforce contracts. It is still going to take 2.5 years to resolve an insolvency, Madam Speaker. So while you put this new unit together, you put everybody under one roof, nothing changes below. That is a problem, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just registering a property takes over 75 days. That cannot work in a modern, data-driven world where you are competing with international companies, international jurisdiction for where investment capital must land. Madam Speaker, in Jamaica, it takes just 10 days to register a company, by the way. Madam Speaker, the benchmark for obtaining an electricity connection in Trinidad and Tobago is 61 days. Madam Speaker, and if you're lucky, I mean, it's 61 days. If you're lucky and you don't have some overzealous inspector who wants to discuss profit sharing with you, that might take a little while. Madam Speaker, in most CARICOM countries, it does not take more than 6 weeks. So while we tout this amalgamation into this new organization as a fix for government's inability to bring new non-energy investment, the impediments for the investors still exist, and the budget spoke to none of it. How is it going to deal with those impediments, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, there was no mention of fixing the manpower issues in customs and excise. And don't tell me we're waiting for the new tax company. Yes, the Revenue Authority, right? We can't wait for that. That and all might take another 5 years before it comes on stream, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there was no conversation about removing the clutter of unnecessary custom entries. Every day, those overnight shipping companies are saying 3 weeks and 4 weeks to get spare parts, emergency equipment. It's shipped to Trinidad overnight, you know, but it stays 3 weeks in customs. There are systems that they can reduce the clutter for these things, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, none of those things have been addressed in the budget of 2023. So you put all of that together, Madam Speaker, it creates an environment where capital flight becomes a growing nightmare. Our balance of payment data, Madam Speaker, it shows that net foreign direct investment into Trinidad and Tobago has been on the decline for some time. And more interestingly, that money is moving to other Caribbean countries, including the OECS, Suriname, and most recently, Guyana. I have a few examples for you, Madam Speaker. Just this week, Qatar Airways signed off on an air services agreement with the government of Barbados. Madam Speaker, how can we have one of the best airports, and this is not me saying that, we have been winning all kinds of awards in Piaco for the last 2 or 3 years, as far as the newspaper is saying. How can we have the best airport in the Caribbean, but some of these national carriers going somewhere else to sign services deal? Something wrong there. Madam Speaker, in 2020, the United Arab Emirates bypassed us and went straight to Curaçao and signed a similar air services agreement. Madam Speaker, when these air services providers bypass us and they sign an agreement in another jurisdiction, they are front-loading air traffic traveler maintenance for their planes and so on. It will create hundreds of jobs, a lot of small business opportunities for people to service these carriers and so on. So that's the question. If we have the best airport, why are they going? Something is impeding them. Some information that they have access to is telling them, don't bother to come to Trinidad. Madam Speaker, just last year, 2021, Italian yacht manufacturing company Azimut, these people building beautiful boats, Madam Speaker, they bypass Chagaramas. Madam Speaker, if you know about the boating sector, Chagaramas is one of the safest port harbors in the entire Caribbean. Ships from all over the world, they dock here during the hurricane season and so on. But the best shipbuilding company in the world passed through Strait and gone Guyana. Why? If we have the safest harbor here, why do you go Guyana? Madam Speaker, something is wrong, and we need to get to the bottom of it. How can we explain this? How does he not account for the creative sector and the other pillars that the Honorable Minister of Finance have listed in virtually every previous budget? 2 years ago, Madam Speaker, again the Minister said, and I just want to quote him very quickly, the creative and cultural industries are a critical engine of growth and development. Now, post-pandemic, every other government is backing its cultural and creative talents in a post-COVID era. This year's budget, silence on that, Madam Speaker. We said nothing about that. Just this Saturday, Madam Speaker, the Express editorial, they lamented in the editorial the failure of the budget to address the importance of culture and art as a part of our necessary economic transformation. So, Madam Speaker, that has dropped. I mean, in total, economic transformation has dropped off the government's agenda totally. And you know, the Minister of Finance, you know, like a schoolboy who have gotten an extra wad of spending money. The minister now tells us that oil and gas represents the cornerstone of our economy. Madam Speaker, I'd like to spend a couple of minutes on the issue regarding the rebates of the value-added tax, which is something that our manufacturers, our small businesses, our medium-sized business have had a serious problem with over the last couple of years. And while I can say that there was some release of funds in the last fiscal year, it did not solve the problem for most businesses. And I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker. Delays in delivering VAT rebates, it drains the cash flow from the businesses. And a VAT refund is either working capital, which you need to pay salaries and your expenses and so on, or investment capital. If you want to buy a new piece of machinery, bring a new line of item, you want to invest in a new wing of your business. And when that money is held in the accounts of the state.
Member for Miaru, you have 5 more minutes of speaking time left. You may wish to request an additional 10 minutes.
Yes, please, I'll accept.
So
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Proceed.
So by holding on to that VAT, it really impedes the business from doing its expansions. Madam Speaker, I want to go quickly in asking a very serious question to the government and the national community. And it's really a question that the business community may have an answer for. But with commercial banks being as liquid as they are, why isn't the business community borrowing? Why are they not borrowing, sufficient to get their businesses up and running? What's stopping them? What is impeding them from investing? Is it that they have no confidence in the economy? Is it that they have no confidence in the Minister of Finance and his team? But why it is that there is so much of liquidity, but the businesses are unwilling to running with their investments, Madam Speaker? And Madam Speaker, that's a question I think that will remain the big business question of our era as to why it's not happening. Madam Speaker, I want to talk quickly about the issue of, it's really a query. There is this issue of our European Union blacklisting. I will ask the Attorney General to say something on it when he comes to speak. But on June 10, 2021, the German Parliament, Madam Speaker, they passed a law called the Tax Haven Defense Law. And why is that important to us, especially our insurance sector? Because we are on the EU blacklist, Madam Speaker. Our reinsurers, most of our reinsurers in Trinidad and Tobago, they are domiciled in Germany. And if there were to be a serious catastrophe and a claim had to be made to the reinsurers in Germany, the German federal government will seize and withhold 15% of the money. So, Madam Speaker, that is a dangerous thing, taking into consideration that we are in a issue of our new climate realities and so on. We have more aggressive hurricanes, weather patterns. And it is not only for Trinidad, because while some of them are domiciled here in Trinidad, they are servicing islands of the Caribbean as well. So if some of those islands are devastated, the fact is you can lose, well, not lose, but you will be withheld of 15% of that revenue that you sorely need to get these countries back up. If these reinsurers are at a challenge, they may choose to wrap up operations and go to an island or a territory which is not EU blacklisted, and then we lose the business opportunities. And then we have issues with our pension plans, our insurances. A lot of insurance companies are owners and managers of large pieces of real estate in this country, Madam Speaker. What happens if they go? What impact does it have on our national economy? So, suffice to say, I'm asking the Attorney General to make some statement on the move forward in terms of dealing with the EU blacklisting to deal with our insurers, and bring the necessary legislation for scrutiny and debate, and let's get us off the EU blacklist, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, very, very quickly, issues that I want to touch base in the constituency of Mayaro. I have been championing the same cause for years, issues of our roads, our water. We have the most deplorable roads, I suspect, in the entire country, from San Fernando to Guayaguayari. Madam Speaker, we have an issue of collapsing infrastructure in terms of our landslips. And I think what gets the irk of the people of the constituency, Madam Speaker, in their respectful view, the wealth of the country, a large percentage of that comes from the operations in Mayaro at Galeota, and they feel severely disadvantaged when the conditions to live and to operate in, it is just not acceptable. Madam Speaker, the fuel price increase, Madam Speaker, that has the entire country in an uproar. The people of Mayaro is no different. It impacts our fisher folks directly. I've had so many calls from our fishing organizations because it was already difficult when the government removed the regular gasoline and they had to pay for super. And now for you to take a pirogue to go out to fish at night and you have to fill a 64-liter barrel, Madam Speaker, it's another $200 or $300 for the fishermen at the end of the day. So that is something that we must address. Can we have a beautiful new service station ready to open in Mayaro at some point in time, Madam Speaker, an MP gas station. I'm hoping that the government can consider in fishing communities, they could import a few barrels of regular gasoline for at least the fishermen to have access to ply their trade. Madam Speaker, when we're looking at the issue around the fuel prices as well, I think the government missed a wonderful opportunity to continue the work from home provisions that were made during the pandemic. I did not see the reason for 100,000 people to return back to work in our city centers, Madam Speaker. COVID-19 presented us a wonderful opportunity to find a hybrid system. As the Minister of Local Government said earlier on today, and I agree with him, there are some people that you just need from the neck up on the location. And we could have addressed that and reduced this amount of traffic that is heading into our city centers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's going to be very difficult for a lot of families coming into Christmas as the inflation kicks in, as prices are going to be adjusted, as a lot of the transportation costs are going to be adjusted. I am fearful that many families will have to choose between buying food or paying rent, Madam Speaker, and that is a dangerous place to be in, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our water situation remains dire. I know the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities have made a number of key commitments to the people of Mayaro that we are going to continue to hold him to, and we are going to, hopefully during the course of the entire debate in SFC, we do get some answers on that. So Madam Speaker, in my last remaining couple seconds that I have, I want to thank the people of Mayaro for continuing to support and lend their support for me in having me represent them in this Parliament, and I will continue to do so the best that I can. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Laventille West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listened with dismay at the last speaker, the member for Mayaro. He told us very bold-facedly that imagine it takes 31 days to get a connection from TNTech. I just contacted the management at TNTech, who sent me statistics to demonstrate that 80% of their connections are done same day. In some cases, you have delays depending on how far the TNTech pole is from the location that you want connected. In some cases, the homeowner or business owner has to put his or her own pole. Bar those, 80% of the time they do it same day, rejected as folly coming from the member for Mayaro. Similarly, Madam Speaker, he bold-facedly in UNC terms stood up here and said 75 days for company registration. I just contacted the registrar's department and was told you apply for a name, in 2 days they will have the name checked and approved. And all being well with no queries, you will get your certificate of incorporation in 3 or 4 days. The man told us 75 days, but I am not surprised. The member for Mayaro, I am not surprised. We read this budget in this Parliament on Monday last week. Sunday morning, the member for Oropuch East and the member for Mayaro were in front of the camera on a UNC platform, and I heard with my own, I saw with my eyes and heard with my ears, as Granny used to say. The member for Mayaro told the country in UNC style, I am sure tomorrow the Minister of Finance come in and he will be taxing 1,000 new taxes. You know something, Madam Speaker? We read the budget Monday and it was written before Sunday morning. I can assure you as a member of the cabinet, not a single new tax. But the UNC's business is to go around the place like chickens looking for little faults here, there, in Barbados, in Guyana, in Singapore, everywhere. They could see nothing good about Trinidad and Tobago. Their project is to tell the people of this country that this is a failed country. But the people have said in 2015 that that is a lie. And untruth. Yeah, well, I'm not accusing them of lying. I just said the people. And untruth. And withdraw. 2020 again equally forcibly and forcefully that it is an untruth. And I promise you, Madam Speaker, come 2025, with all the noise and the seagullism that you get from the other side, the people of Trinidad and Tobago will say yea to the PNM and reject the UNC and their devious ways. Madam Speaker, the member went on to tell us about SMEs, small and micro enterprises. Everywhere in the world, everybody understands COVID-19 destroyed economies. There are major companies in the world, including airline companies, that did not reopen business after COVID. They say over the United States, upwards of 3,000 aircraft would have been crisscrossing the United States before COVID. That went to a halt. Many of them didn't reappear. It is normal in the world, given COVID, many companies didn't reappear. He's asking, the member from IRA asking the Minister of Finance, what about smaller? Oh my God, everybody knows the conditions, and this economy and this budget is designed to rebuild Trinidad and Tobago. There's a people budget. Everything I saw in this budget, everything I read in this budget is for the people. They told us to cut the expenditure by 40%, casting thousands out of jobs, making life difficult for people. We did not do that, the Minister of Finance told us. We cut by 13%, and we managed the things skillfully from then, 7 years ago until now. I heard one of them say the other day that is the same old in the budget. Madam Speaker, let me tell you very quickly. I received a gift from an elderly citizen in Laventille, a bound version of every single budget presentation from 1961 delivered by A&R Robinson, right up to about 1984. And I saw in reading those as a young parliamentarian a golden thread all the way through for the development of Trinidad and Tobago. A budget on an annual basis is a developmental program for the nation. I expect to see the same thread running through, especially when it was largely in the hands of the People's National Movement. We built this country. We developed this country. They devastated it and its economy. We protected jobs, provided services, subsidies. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, $5 billion worth of support for the people. And the only how we interfered with that is to increase it. Notwithstanding COVID and all the troubles we have seen, we increased it, didn't reduce a cent. We maintained the jobs of 90,000 public officers, and in the wider public sector, another 50,000. That is about the people. Everything in this budget is about the people. We told you we borrowed money to make sure the people get their salary on time, sometime before time. We did that. And I hear the opposition leader now telling us about public debt. Well, Madam Speaker, in 2008, when the banking system in the world collapsed, by 2012, we were $9 billion in deficit. You know what the deficit in 2022 was? $2.44 billion. Which means we moved from a case of having a deficit. And for those who don't know, that's the big gap, the negative gap between revenue and expenditure. And now we are at $2.44 billion. We are heading north. We are not heading south. We are doing better. And all the major economic in this year, in this budget, reveals that we are doing better. Per capita income is improving. Inflation is better than many countries in the region and the United States. We're doing very, very, very reasonably well. Not perfect. I'm not saying there are not people who are having difficulties, but all things considered, Trinidad and Tobago is doing quite well. And we have to continue to do more. And you know something, Madam Speaker, it is important to be said. For the last 7 years, when we were in opposition, every year we had a big mark to bust. Whether it was SIS, whatever it was. From 1998, I came here in 1995, it was the Piaco Airport scandal, and a whole host of them coming down the road. You know, the last 7 years we have been in here, you didn't hear anything about any mark to bust? None. Because this is a serious government who don't have slimy, slippery hands. We are about the people's business. So what they do and what they are doing in this budget response is trying to look around the society for all the little problems. We spend $6 billion on health, but somebody didn't get the teeth pulled out on time, or they didn't get the plaster on the foot on time, or something. They disregard all of the good. They disregard the fact that we are now replacing the central block, which they knew since 2012 was defective and could fall down on 500 and something people. We are now rebuilding the central block. At the same time, rebuilding a Ministry of Health building to save about $21 million worth in rent. Sandy Grande Hospital, Point Fortin Hospital, you just name it. But they go around finding faults, trying to fool people. I remember when they're in government, the UNC.
Honorable members, you're talking about it.
Yes, honorable members in government, Madam Speaker. I don't like to say honorable, you know. When the UNC was in government, $1,000, I was so happy for it. They gave to members of the police service, protective services, given the circumstances of their duty. That might be about 20,000 people. We decided on this occasion to give a one-off $1,000 grant to 175,000 ordinary people, people who are already on disability grant, people who are already on old age pension, people who are already on food support, an additional $1,000 costing the finance minister $175 million, affecting 175,000 people. They don't see that at all. TTMF, Home Mortgage Bank, available to the people. HTC building houses, repairing houses, making houses available to people in this country, supported by soft loans through the Home Mortgage Bank and TTMF. They mentioned that at all. They're only going around looking for trouble. Most of all, we stabilized the economy. We did. And as I said, all the major economic, and we put $1.6 billion in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund recently. The per capita income for Trinidad and Tobago is on the rise. Everything is actually seriously getting better. But if you listen to the UNC, you will think Trinidad has gone to hell in a handbasket. But that is their mind, and that's what they want to tell the people of this country. But the people are wiser than that. Madam Speaker, everything in this budget, and finally, you see the NIF, the National Investment Fund, which we established and allowed the average citizen to purchase a small chunk where he could, or a little bigger, of shares in the national stake, in the national interest. It has been consistently successful. 543 million went to the corporation sold for the people. It is now at a value of $843 million, consisting of about 16 million shares across the little people of Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know what they're talking about, you know. And you heard the member for the member for Minister Cummings for La Hoqueta Talparo. You heard him this morning talking about how we are proposed to make lands available to the little people. I am seeing in my own constituency great enthusiasm and interest in agriculture from young men. I'm quite surprised because we attach to them a certain culture. But I'm seeing it, and the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service is supporting that. And we are happy about that. And as for SMEs, the member for Mayaro didn't say one word about the 500 million long-term loan guarantee for their benefit. He said nothing about the government loan support guarantee of up to 80%, because we understand the value of small businesses. And that allows you to borrow for up to 10 years with a 2-year moratorium, meaning you don't have to pay the loan for the first 2 years. You start paying in year 3. Not one mention of that. Look, all you better come down from there. Not to mention quality health care in this country. You could get a triple bypass surgery in this country. You just have to take a maxi taxi and go up to Mount Hope and sit down. It's yours. If that happened to you in the United States and you don't have insurance, God alone knows. But all they do is bad talk Trinidad and Tobago and hope it will win them votes. It didn't, and they wouldn't stop. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance in his budgetary allocations favored the Ministry of National Security with $5.798 billion. Not the highest, but certainly among the highest in all of the ministries across, signaling, Madam Speaker, the importance that the government attaches to the business of public safety and security. And when you consider, Madam Speaker, the significant and larger allocations to the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Social Development taken together, you will understand that there's a consistent public health, public concern approach that we take, a whole of government, a whole of society approach even, to dealing with the affairs of national security. Because we know every cent spent on education, every cent spent on health, including mental health, every cent spent on housing for families, every cent spent on old age pension, on CDAP, on disability grants, we consider in that sense to be money spent on national security. So when you hear them talking about people and people suffering and Madam Speaker, all that is UNC old talk. That is not to say that we are not aware that there are people who are facing difficulty. What we do say is that we have in this budget, as we have done in the last, provided opportunities to assist such persons. The idea is to have your people on the job, working, productive, making a contribution, earning their income, taking care of their families. This country doesn't know that about 65% of a ministry's allocation is spent on salaries and emoluments. And if you want to see the prosperity of Trinidad and Tobago, you can't only look in the PSIP. Interestingly enough, you have to look in people's private bank account, look at the home, look at the cars, look at the things they have done. Because insofar as the public sector is concerned, a large chunk of the ministry's allocation goes to people as income and emoluments, and they convert it to whatever they desire. And I heard them talking today. I heard one of the members over there talking today about who have, now people used to have 3 cars, now they only have 1. Ask them to name one person they notice that has happened to, they can't tell you. But in any case, while he's saying that, or whoever said that today, the member, while they're saying that, the police have in hand right now somebody for some big $2.4 million Mercedes-Benz, that is alleged to have benefited from some public arrangements. But I don't want to go there for the time being. So, Madam Speaker, as I was telling you, the Honorable Prime Minister recently announced and directed this country, as its leader, to regard crime and the crisis of violence as a public health issue. And in so doing, we look at the issues of poverty, mental health, substance abuse, physical and sexual victimization, and we design policing methods that would equip law enforcement with the capacity to assess and to treat with how these factors are impacting upon victims and offenders. That's where we go in. Not the only country in the world, it is the modern approach to the problem. So as I said, we take a whole of government and a whole of society approach. As the Minister of National Security, I can say, while there's always need for more resources, as a responsible sector, national security that is, we are committed to optimizing the proposed $5.98 billion based on disciplined expenditure and increased performance, production by all aspects of national security. The Ministry of National Security has set out to integrate government, civil society, and our international partners to develop focused and innovative solutions to our issues and challenges. We propose to commit all of the available resources to the protection of life and property, public property and private property too, because that is our responsibility. And these initiatives will include instituting more proactive and effective law enforcement methods, more effective intelligence and information sharing, improvements in the use and the greater application of technology, and the full application of the scientific method. As a nation, we face what I consider to be 7 enduring threats. Let me list them quickly. Human trafficking, largely illegal migration, narco-trafficking, arms trafficking, terrorism, cyber attacks, global pandemics, and climate change. None of these emanating from inside of Trinidad and Tobago. Not one. Madam Speaker, have identified another 3 evils that has been affecting us in Trinidad and Tobago. And I would take the courage to tell you what I think they are. 1, low productivity. I think Trinidad and Tobago can work more efficiently and work harder and grow the economy and achieve more and improve the quality of life for each other. If all of us in the workforce did that, this country will be better off in terms of the quality of life and certainly in terms of the size of the economy. That is one. The other major issue that confronts us, and the UNC will know well about this, is the business of corruption and complicity on the part of state officials, including former cabinet ministers, who were sworn to protect the public interest. I told this country some time ago, I was offered an object of pleasure by someone. I thought it was an uncomfortable offer. I put him in his place and I sent him away from my office. I called my Prime Minister, I told him about it, because I understand that if you as an individual, sworn as I am, to protect the public interest, if I compromise myself in that way, I will be of no value to the people who elected me and who I'm supposed to protect and serve. None. There are people in this, there are governments in this country who have been bought lock, stock, and barrel, have to do things that they wouldn't ordinarily do because they found themselves compromised. There's somebody horse. Well, I ain't nobody horse. And when I say I mean I and the government. And you know, Madam Speaker, some people don't like that. Principled as it is, righteous as it is, some people don't like that. But they wouldn't go and tell you, Madam Speaker, that they don't like the government because they can't get untrammeled and easy access to state resources. They will go and say something else. Look the road, look the water, look all that. And they wouldn't say a word. I never hear the UNC call the name Krishna Lala or SIS once in the last 7 years. Not once. And I have more examples, but I'm not going to waste time with that today, Madam Speaker, and the third of the evils I have identified is the question of infighting and bacchanal. Even in this parliament, there are things in the public interest that we could come together upon, and we wouldn't do it. So that bacchanal and that infighting affects Trinidad and Tobago in a very serious way. Madam Speaker, improvement in our border security is one of the highest priorities of the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the highest priority for the Ministry of National Security. As an island state with 264 plus illegal points of entry known to us over the years, and our legal ports of entry also used to bring filth upon us, border security is one of our highest strategic priorities. As a consequence, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of National Security, let me just tell you, a lot of people don't know, a lot of people talk, right? But a lot of people don't know. So let me tell you, the Ministry of National Security consists the agencies, that is the police service, the fire service, the defense force, the cadet force, immigration division, of course the general administration, the prison service, lifeguard services, probation service division, criminal injuries compensation board, the Trinidad and Tobago Forensic Science Center, and outside of us, but under our purview, the ODPM. All of those are within the purview of the Ministry of National Security and upon which this allocation will be all spent. Madam Speaker, our approach therefore prioritizes the integration of our border security management system, and we are also focusing very seriously and consistently on the further professionalization, upskilling, motivating, encouraging our premier law enforcement platform, that is to say the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. We also seek to advance our international and regional cooperation and collaboration. I told you about the enduring threats. A lot of them none of them emanate in Trinidad and Tobago, and therefore in order to deal with its impact of Trinidad and Tobago, we have to engage international partners who support what we do, who have the common problem, and we work multilaterally and in some cases bilaterally to resolving these problems. We also focus on enhancing human resource capacity through recruitment into our agencies and training. And of course, enhancing operational capacity. Madam Speaker, let me share with you in respect of the police service. It launched a strategic plan in 2022 to 2024, accentuating the important issues of public safety, operational excellence, information and communication technology, occupation health and wellness with the people in mind, the officers and the operators in mind, and of course community partnerships for the obvious benefits of those. In respect of police stations, we found when we came here, the Moriah Police Station in Tobago, the St. Mary's Police Station in Moruga Tableland, the Barataria Police Station not too far from here, and a couple others were closed down, repurposed according to some. We have reopened every one of them because members of the public had been complaining that they don't have access to police officers when they have their problems. That happened under the UNC. Well, that happened. Operational centers. We have established operational centers, I mean command centers with rooms and cameras and monitors, so that those in the respective divisions, 9 divisions of the police service, the object is to have an operational center in each of them in addition to the national command center. So on the ground in each division, when something is happening, instead of waiting for the national center to send information to them, they have it on the ground for themselves. We are encouraging the businesses and communities to link their camera systems, if they could do it, into those divisional command centers, so that we will be able to assist them a whole lot better, as happens in best practice in other parts of the world. We are aiming, the police service, this is to improve solvability levels of violent crimes. And I can tell you from statistics available to me, they are having more arrests for violent crimes. Time may not permit, but the statistics are here, and I can make it available to anybody, anytime. We continue to have a problem with murders, and that is gaining the attention of law enforcement. Even the one-stop shop model, where you are supposed to go to any police station and report a crime or an incident anywhere in the country, that is a beautiful philosophy and concept. It is having its little challenges, and right now the organization, the Office of Law Enforcement Policy, is engaging the police service with a view to reviewing it and seeing how we could improve it so that the public could be better served. The public will be given an ear when they have a problem. They will expect to see a response from the police when they have a problem, because many times people report things to the police and they get no response. And all of the training led by Mr. Jacob and the police executive at the moment is designed to sensitizing the officers along the lines as I've just described them. And we are engaged as well in the a special evidence recovery ballistic department was established called CERU, and training recently of 21 police officers as ballistic experts. And that alone, Madam Speaker, has gone a very long way in dealing with some of the issues, and so said the Commissioner of Police and the senior officers to me within the last few hours. And I have some statistics and some factual cases where it works. A rebranding of the highway patrol and traffic patrol was recently done. Normally they stop you, it's about traffic issues. Every one of them have now been retrained and retooled and reset, because the roads are where the criminals used to move. So when they meet a patrol out there from the ERU or one of them, in what Mr. Jacob as a police expert describes as a direct targeted patrol, where you will see vehicles at different points and they do a little patrol along where they are inside and so on, but they stand ready for a call. And when they get a call, they come into action, several patrols, and it has worked. Recently there was an incident in St. James, and as the alleged offenders were coming into Port of Spain, they ran into a similar section. And then they went on a thing on certain things, and matter will have to be reviewed, right? And you would have seen recently in La Romaine, the police are able to tell you, Madam Speaker, that it is those direct targeted patrols now put in place so that the criminals are more likely to be confronted by police as they move around on the street. And unfortunately, including this morning in quick police response, in Mayaro, they got a report of a call, intelligence and all that went to work. And as the police got on the scene in quick response, in quick time, they met 4 assailants trying to get out. The assailants engaged, according to the reports, the police, and unfortunately 4 of our citizens lost their lives. So I want to take the opportunity again to say to the young people of Trinidad and Tobago, don't listen to the UNC, you know. Read the budget. Follow the Parliament channel. See what opportunities are in there for you. Come out, reach out and touch. And find a pathway in life with whatever skill or talent or blessing the Almighty God has bestowed upon and in you. And you don't have to cheat to be a winner. You don't have to give up your manly persona and take on the ethic of a mice, hiding and ducking and running and snatching and running around the place. You don't have to do that. Your dignity as a man, the blessing of God is upon you. And the government has set the opportunities for you. When Mr. Leonce spoke, the member for Laventil East Mova spoke a while ago, I was touched to the point where my paws went wild. Because he was saying what we want to do is to encourage these young people to get involved in businesses, develop their skills. You heard the Minister of Sport and Community Development today, crying, reaching out to the young people. Say, come on in. We ain't getting you no box or Royal Castle. We ain't telling you go and commit no crime. We're not giving you $500 and have you in the sun like a fool. We want to develop you so that you can make a useful contribution to yourself, your wife, your mother, your father, your family, the community, and your country. And you have it in you. And that's what this budget is all about. Promotion in the police service. I was a police officer. You see the stripes? 2 and then 3. And then the 2 bars and all the other ranks. That mean a lot to them. And therefore recently, some 200 and something corporals were promoted to the rank of sergeant and 1 to the rank of inspector same day. And the police commissioner is trying to get the promotion system going in order to facilitate that. But I say to the police officer, to whom much is given, much is expected. As you go higher up the rank, more is expected of you. And the people of Trinidad and Tobago in this lawless environment needs you, Mr. Police Officer, at every rank. And we want you to be highly skilled and highly professionalized and come on up and stand in the gap between those who will not make use of the opportunities of this budget and who want to take from innocent people what they have and who want to snitch and grab and steal and human traffic and sell guns and drugs. Your job, Mr. Policeman and Policewoman, is to jump inside of that, take away their liberty and put them before the courts of Trinidad and Tobago. That's your job. And I venture to tell you, I am very encouraged from what I've been seeing in the police service within recent times. The police service seems to be bubbling and coming alive. After a period of trauma. Madam Speaker, consolidation of units. They had a whole lot of so-called specialized units, and the present commissioner and the administration are consolidating them to make them more efficient and effective, and the thing is happening. Technological advancement, body cameras, dash cams, these are being applied. And of course, another part of the government's policy from the National Security Council is an active, consistent gun retrieval program. Every bit of evidence available to me, every day when I read of a murder, every day when I read of a shooting, I know it's because of the presence of an illegal gun for the most part, because there have been cases where legal guns have been found in illegal things. More to be said on that. And I believe every illegal gun in this country is the responsibility of national security. That's what I believe. And since it's a physical thing, an object, it is somewhere and it must be found. And if every police officer in this National Gun Retrieval Program, led by their commissioner and their seniors, get busy and active in the protection of the people of this country, we will clean it up. The estimate is about 12,000 in the national platform, and I know we could clean it up. I have seen the police service and what they have the capability of doing. I am confident that they can do it. And of course, Madam Speaker, I told you about the active targeted patrol and the ERP and the special training. So when you run into a patrol now, you're running into no little traffic police. You're running into a well-armed, well-trained, well-tooled officer with communication to the rest. and he will be well equipped and well able to deal with the situation. And if necessary, more help come, and the law will prevail. And Madam Speaker, intelligence sharing, very important. Intelligence is the lifeblood of law enforcement. White collar crime, a major issue. Oh my God, talk. Thank you. Madam Speaker, so we are tightening up our border security because guns and drugs and human trafficking is real. Only earlier today, I was quite pleased to learn that a major Venezuelan gang leader was arrested by the police and has been charged for trafficking in children and sex, child sex, nasty activity. The police spent 2 years investigating that. And I'm so happy that they got to the bottom of it. A man is arrested and others, and the police are inside of it now. And all I can say, there's an annual TIPS report where we are judged by our partners internationally on the performance in trafficking in persons regime in Trinidad and Tobago. And one of the problems we have, because we are now at Tier 2 watch list, is the fact that we have not had a single conviction. And I took trouble in to tell them, conviction is out of my domain. We lock up, when I say we, the police, national security, and so on, and put them in the hands of the courthouse. It is for the DPP and the court. I want to take the opportunity politely and humbly to ask the administration of the court to take particular care of this and see whether we can get some of these matters out of the system. It will go a long way. And it's something through the conduit of the Attorney General that we are trying to communicate. And also to say to the judiciary, recently a video went viral in this country where the Jamaican Commissioner of Police was saying that there are men laws in Jamaica to give 15 years jail for firearm. And I said to people who came to me, what's new? We have life imprisonment here, 25 years, 20 years, 10 years on the magistrate's court level. Nothing new, we have it, we have more than that. But it is up to the judiciary. When the police spend 2 years investigating a matter, investing man hours, resources, intelligence, and all of that, and you capture a man, police have showed me statistics where a man get put on a bond for firearm. A man get a fine of $2,500, but the gun costs $20,000. He laugh at the court, he laugh at the legal system, and he walk away. And the statistics showing gang operators are the most severe recidivists. So, Madam Speaker, there we go. So we are trying to professionalize them. We have border security exercises, and you would hear from time to time, including what I just...
Member, you have 5 more minutes.
I thank you very much.
Speaking time. Of course, you know you're entitled to request 10 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to tell you quickly, Madam Speaker. Nationally, 3,825 illegal firearms were recovered over the 5-year period between 2018 and 2022. I tell you, guns is the problem. 2,022 pistols, 840 revolvers, 354 high-powered rifle and submachine guns, 567 shotguns, and so the story goes. The handguns, revolvers, and pistols, it must be noted, they are the main type of firearm recovered, accounting for 75% of them, and high-powered firearms accounting for 10%, and we are seeing a greater proliferation of those in recent times. In respect of reports of firearm-related offenses, between 2018 and 2022, we had a total of 1,917 murders with firearms, a total of 1,480 woundings and shootings. And I want to make a quick point, Madam Speaker. When you add murders to shootings and woundings with firearms, you have to consider that every one of those shootings and woundings can easily have added up to another murder had it hit the right spot, so to speak. So we watch this figure very carefully. 1,917 plus 1,480 over the period 2018 to 2022. And therefore, the national firearm retrieval exercise of which I spoke is of great importance to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Insofar as persons arrested for firearm offenses between 2018 and 2022 is concerned, a total of 4,895 persons. Madam Speaker. And I want to share a statistic as well with persons convicted for possession of firearms between 2012, going as far back as that, 10 years. Persons convicted in 2022 so far, 26, but the total figure for all of those years is 462. So, Madam Speaker, 239 offenders received prison sentences and 223 offenders received a fine for firearms. Almost 50-50 as far as I'm concerned. That, to my mind, has a very demoralizing effect on the police, and certainly, Madam Speaker, it even threatens to make a mockery of the law. We can't tell magistrates and judges how to sentence, but at least on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, we could make an appeal that they take a more serious view on the sentencing issue, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, it's not only the police, we have the Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard work closely with the police, particularly along the South Coast, and I could tell you some of these border patrol exercises where we arrest illegal migrants, working with the Coast Guard, working with the Venezuelan authorities, and we get the job done. And the whole idea is to carry out the government's policy, which is to give comfort and security and protection to those people who are here, who we have put in the migrant registration framework, and those who are not. The idea is to repatriate them to their country, Madam Speaker. And that involves persons who might be victims of human trafficking. Once we identify that from screening, we give them protection, we give them comfort, and we keep them, we give them a work permit as well where applicable to allow them to be here to give evidence in the cases. The Task Force Against Trafficking in Persons Working Group was recently established, and it is on the job, Madam Speaker. We are in the process of getting access to experts from the United States. We are in an advanced state of contracting that person. All has been agreed. The contract is now being done up, and we expect that professional to be here to work along with us to deal with this tips, reporting, and so on, and to improve our circumstances in that regard. Our counter-trafficking unit is engaged in training of officers and law enforcement and all over. We have just signed on to AirCop, which is an international interagency platform, and CCOP, Madam Speaker, all designed to improve our border security. Madam Speaker, I want to...
Remember, your speaking time is now up. I don't recall you...
I did ask for the extra time.
Oh, I'm sorry then.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm more than grateful. AirCop and CCOP, two arrangements for the airports and for the seaports, international agreement sharing information with other airports, and we have put a multi-agency task force in our airport to carry out this important work, and I can tell you it is also on the job and working very, very well, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we are pursuing a strong and impenetrable border security arrangement, and that's what we want. We work with CARICOM impacts in that regard as well. Madam Speaker, gangs as well as guns is a major issue, and we see it as a public health issue too. Hence the reason why I said education and health and all of that are important in this. But recently, with our international partners, we put in place what is known as a GRACE program, because we realized a mother came to me recently, Madam Speaker, to tell you quickly, and she cried. She was worried about a 12-year-old son who was with her in my office. And she told me she could see gangsters in her community actively trying to recruit as young as 11 and 12-year-olds. So this GRACE program is a resilience program to strengthen the communities and make them more resilient against that kind of pressure. and sometimes pressure, because I know of cases where young men are being bullied and threatened to come in gangs, which by itself is an offense. And the police are working on those and other matters under the anti-gang law and have been arresting people and charging them, including the Venezuelan I spoke about earlier, who was also charged as a gang leader. So that is happening, and we want to see more of that, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to share with you very, very quickly some of the other issues in terms of recruitment of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. They had done an extremely good job since I was on the desk and even before in terms of boosting up the numbers in the Defense Force. And sadly, recently, a young soldier reported to have been a best recruit found himself in the clutches of police concerns. As a result, we have mandated from National Security, all the heads of National Security, Defense Force, Fire, Prison, Police, everybody, Custom, Immigration, although Customs is in finance, to ensure, look in your ranks. And if you find miscreants there, do what you must to get them out. Because as I told you, corruption and complicity on the part of state officials is a major bugbear and a challenge to effective law enforcement. So we have mandated that. The police service too has been busy recruiting people. In fact, in terms of the Defense Force, we have mandated from the Ministry of National Security that complete and total and proper vetting must be done. The Defense Force is about to bring another 403 recruits in their training platform, and they are very clear in terms of the government policy that not one of them will enter Tetron barracks until they are satisfied that every one of them has been properly vetted. And hence the reason why we had to bring over, Madam Speaker, from the last session to this one, a bill to make polygraphing and integrity testing on behalf of members of the police service, the fire service, the prison service, the defense force, the customs division, immigration division, and certain sections of the public service to be subjected to integrity testing, modern methods. And those are some of the things that we hope to get the support of our friends in order to carry out. Madam Speaker, as usual, there's a lot more that can be said, but time has run. I have just given a sample, a snapshot of the government's policy and how the police in particular are responding to the crime challenge that faces us, Madam Speaker. And I'm satisfied that under the leadership of the police commissioner and the executive, we will be able to bring this situation to bear. Everyone will note the great successes of the police in terms of their response. You saw it in La Romaine. You saw it again this morning in Mayaro. Everyone in this country must know the police are on high alert, highly trained, ready and responsive. And I want to commend the police service for that kind of work in standing in defense of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Recently, they acquired another 80 vehicles, and these are the vehicles that are being used to carry out these direct targeted patrols around the place, and all of the officers are being trained and issued with these body cams and that sort of thing. We are enhancing the capacity of the Transnational Organized Crime Unit, a very effective unit in the police service that works with our international partners, and many times you see major raids. Many times you see major raids, locally and internationally. Very often, the country wouldn't know, sometimes these vessels pass through Trinidad and Tobago, and in collaboration with others around the world, action is taken. You would have seen the French interdict a vessel recently with thousands of tons of cocaine. You would have seen the US interdict a vessel. That vessel passed through Trinidad and Tobago, and with collaborating with others, including the government of Grenada and so on, a major bust was done to protect people from the the business of the cocaine trade. Madam Speaker, I think I would have said as much as my time would have allowed me. I would thank you very profusely for an opportunity to have spoken in this. And I trust and pray that the people of Trinidad and Tobago, who are indeed burdened and traumatized and affected by crime, will understand that it is no overnight business. There is no magic wand. It calls for professionalism. It calls for training, it calls for resources, it calls for good government policy, it calls for motivation, and it's a constant work. And I'm happy to tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the Ministry of National Security is on the job, and we will continue in your protection. Good luck, and God bless people of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was hard to listen to the member for Laventille West. It is pellucidly clear and manifestly obvious that the member for Laventille West has no shame, Madam Speaker. He has no shame. This minister, as we speak, presides over 446 murders to date, more than in any year between 2010 and 2015. He has no shame. Madam Speaker, this minister presides over a country that is heading for 600 murders. 600 murders by the end of the year, and he comes here to pontificate as if he's some expert in national security. He has no shame, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister of National Security comes and tells us that crime is a public health issue which he cannot define, which he does not understand, and the founder of his party had words for that. When you come to Parliament and you read a piece of paper and you do not understand it, Eric Williams called them obscurantist politicians and benighted idiots. I didn't say so. It is Eric Eustace Williams who spoke on that. Madam Speaker, this minister has no shame. He boasts about $5.8 billion budget. But yet, the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Social and Welfare Association, acting ASP Gideon Dixon, said that the police stations over which he presides lack basic equipment. The basics he mentioned included uniforms, bulletproof vests, and office supplies for a station, including printers, paper, ink, and stamps. That is what this slothful minister presides over. Madam Speaker, it is sad that the minister comes and praises the police officers, and yes, they work hard, but he will turn around tomorrow and offer them 4%. He has no shame, Madam Speaker, no shame whatsoever. In fact, he should take example from his colleague, the Minister of Health, who was able to get his officers recognized in the national awards because the president, Dixon, says, and hear what he says. He says the police services operated above and beyond during the height of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. But when it came to commendations, members of the TTPS were slighted. That is what you do. That is what you have done. So you come and you tell us that you have faith, the minister.
Right, and remember, you're addressing your presentation to the chair.
Yes,
yeah?
yes. So the minister comes and tells us he has faith in the police officers. But scripture tells us, it is written, What good is it, my brother, if a man claims to have faith but has no deeds? And the scripture goes on to say, can such faith save him? And I say today, this Minister of National Security is beyond redemption. I could go on and on. I could go on and on. I'll just give one more example and then I'll get into my speech. The minister spoke about a tier 2 watch list that the US government has placed on us for human trafficking. And in that report, it said senior government officers in Trinidad and Tobago are complicit in human trafficking. And the minister, and I raised it at a news conference, and the minister responded the next day and said he did not know who it was. 2 years after, Madam Speaker, if a US government accused my government, and I'm the Minister of National Security, and they say that there are officers in my government complicit in human trafficking, I have to find out that. 2 years after, I'm speaking to the sloth, the laziness, and the incompetence of what passes for governance on that side. But I will... my pressure goes up, Madam Speaker, and I have to take my tablet. So I will leave incompetence at the one side, and I will get into what I came here today to talk. You see, my father was a schoolmaster, Rodney Theophilus Charles, and he insisted on excellence from his children. All his children had to live up to a certain standard, and I cannot tolerate incompetence.
Motives on his father.
Member, please proceed, but I'm happy you said it took your blood pressure tablets, but I just want to remind you, you are the only member that I see that would shake. Okay, okay, so...
I am a Baptist. And Madam Speaker, as far as I'm aware, the Shelter Prohibition Act has changed.
Madam Speaker, is he challenging?
Madam Speaker, the Minister of National Security.
I am standing. Remember, I assure you, it has nothing to do with that. It's purely for your protection against personal injury. That's all.
Thank you for your concern. It's highly appreciated, Madam Speaker. Now, as I listened to those on this side, Madam Speaker, as I listened to those on this side, the speakers before, the political leader, and all my colleagues, and I noted the eloquence, the erudition, the vision, the imagination, and the creativity resident among those on this side. I remain convinced that we are the ones called upon to, at this time, to rescue Trinidad and Tobago from the bondage of the PNM. And soon, very soon, we will, under the leadership of Kamla Prasad Bisesa, make Trinidad and Tobago great again. We will take Trinidad and Tobago from the Egypt of despair to a Canaan, to a land flowing with milk and honey. It is just a matter of time, Madam Speaker. Just a matter of time. So, Madam Speaker, I get to the body of my presentation. I had to respond to what I heard earlier. Madam Speaker, we are here once again in an exercise in futility. We sat here through 4 hours of pure torture, listening to the Minister of Finance repeat ad nauseum the same nonsense he forces us to endure every year. What we will witness was a cut and paste budget. You cut here, you borrow there, you tax in the corner, you defer payments in the middle, you make sure it contains some gravy for the 1%, and you make promises that you know will never materialize. And abracadabra, a budget which makes no sense, fools no one, and lacks direction and vision. Madam Speaker, what we heard on Monday was a budget that lacks high-level thinking, visionary plans, transformative indications. It has no uplifting economic trajectory. In short, it is trademark P&M hoodwinking and misery. P&M speakers on that side, and I listened intently to all, even though it was difficult to take the last P&M presenter. The P&M speakers were at a loss to support this budget and defend the indefensible. The Minister of Finance sought to hoodwink us into accepting that taxpayers are the ones who must bear the brunt of the crisis. They must band their bellies. They must tighten their belts and bear the brunt of the burden through increased taxes and higher cost of living, while well-heeled cabinet ministers, their families and financiers salivate, anticipating lucrative rents, unconscionable legal briefs, and padded contracts. Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter that all our problems rest with the P&M. They are the author, the finisher, the alpha, and the omega of all the problems that we face. The fact of the matter is that our foreign exchange shortage and the majority of our economic woes stem from poor decision making. They do not think about the ripple effects of major decisions seemingly taken by VAPs with questionable data and absolutely no consultation. The central bank, just let me get to another. The central bank in its, warns in its monetary report last Friday that the effects of the increase in fuel prices is expected to be felt by most of the population as soon as next quarter. That's what the central bank said last Friday. But do not fear, according to this P&M. Having an extra $1,500 a year in disposable income because of increased tax allowances will somehow allow those earning less than $7,400 a month to be able to afford the tens of thousands in increased living costs. You know, this budget was about arithmetic, as I said, with no trajectory, no calculus, no trigonometry, no algebra, as Lloyd Best would say. So while first world countries are talking about first world budgets, we in Trinidad are talking arithmetic. Take a little here, get some there. We thief a little, not thief, sorry. We take here, we borrow, we do what, and we fill a gap and we balance our budget. But let's take countries that are futuristic and see how they deal with budgets. President Biden, in his last State of the Union address, lasted 1 hour and 1 minute. The United States President, 1 hour and 1 minute. And unlike our budget, which lasted 4 hours, it proposed to end America's use of fossil fuel and make that country a leader in the 21st century post-fossil fuel future. So, Madam Speaker, let's face it, the world's largest economy, the world's largest oil producer, that's the United States, with 11.2 million barrels per day and with 330 million citizens. And its national statement of priorities lasted only 1 hour and 1 minute. Madam Speaker, if our Minister of Finance were President of the United States and he had to deal with those figures, he would speak for 7 days. President Biden was visionary and futuristic. Meanwhile, our minister, brilliant, you have to call him brilliant, Minister of Finance, takes 4 hours to boast that oil and gas, and I'm quoting here, oil and gas will be the cornerstone of our economy for years to come. End of quote. You see the difference in terms of vision and future? Talking about a post-fossil economy, and we're talking about a reliance on oil and gas. They do not like to hear it, but Singapore hopes to boost exports to at least US $1 trillion. That is futuristic thinking in their budgets. India, whose budget presentations in the Lok Sabha, which is the equivalent of our parliament, last less than 90 minutes, and it has overtaken the United Kingdom as the world's 5th largest economy. And in their budget, they talk about replacing China as the world's manufacturing giant. Where is our vision, Madam Speaker? Malaysia has taken great strides in advancing its digital economy, which contributes 22.6% of its GDP. Mrs. Kamla Persad-Bissessar took the same time to present our challenges, analyze our predicament, and provide strategies for making us a first world nation. By contrast, 80% of what the Minister of Finance said last Monday, we already knew. I was sitting down there, okay, I read it, I Googled that, I know where the economy is going, I know where oil prices going. In fact, I know it minutes before he spoke. So 80% we already knew. The remaining 20% was a mixture of voodoo economics, status quo bookkeeping, goodies for the 1%, and pressure for the poor. Pressure for the poor. So let me suggest some ideas. If the government cared for citizens, it would ease the pressure on the 99% by removing VAT on fuel prices at the pump. I want to repeat that. If the government cared for its citizenry, it would remove the VAT on fuel prices at the pump. Madam Speaker, I'm advised that the government collects VAT on the price of gas at the pump, and this is not included in the calculation of gas subsidies. We call on the government to remove the 12.5% VAT from fuels, thus lowering the price at the pump and reducing the burden on motorists. Madam Speaker, and I'm not talking in isolation. You see, I read, I understand, I explore. For example, when the price of gasoline increased to unbearable proportions in the United States, President Biden in June this year, called on Congress to suspend the federal taxes on gas for 3 months, and he called on states to take similar action. Madam Speaker, Guyana, next door, took similar steps to ease the prices of gasoline because they understand that it is Jah Rastafari who put the oil in the ground, and we, all citizens, must enjoy the bounty of the oil. It is not theirs to give to us. It is Jah who give it to us. So while the United States government, the richest government in the world, and Guyana are easing the burdens on the customers, this wicked and uncaring P&M administration busting with throat with price and laugh because we ain't riot yet. That is the embodiment not of incompetence, but of pure, unadulterated wickedness. And don't tell us that VAT removal will reduce the government revenues. Because being the bookkeeper that the finance minister is, he can balance the books by reducing rents paid to friends and financiers and other goodies to the 1%. Or not wasting billions on an SSA.
Standing order 48-6, please.
You may very well influence the ruling, overrule.
Or by actually completing projects promised in 2016 to 2022 budgets, which were not completed and have to be rebudgeted in 2023. Or not wasting billions on the SSA, which essentially is an overpriced, Israeli-trained, overrated political spy agency for the P&M. And I say it, when you have good ideas
Standing
from...
order 48-6, please. Yeah.
Overrule.
I'm stating, Madam Speaker, that the government should ease the burden of citizens, just as the honorable member for Siparia did when she removed VAT from thousands of food items. That is what we call people-centered governance. She cares for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and she took care of them. The finance minister hid the fact that he was collecting VAT, or let me just state it differently. He did not state, when he stated the cost build-up for the pump price, he, for whatever reason, left off VAT, the fact that VAT was paid on gasoline sold at the pump. So on page 56 of the budget, he identified these ex-refinery costs to make up the pump price. Shipping, he left out VAT. Shipping, handling, storage, marketing, transportation, and distribution to get to the retail price of fuels at gas stations. VAT was excluded, and we asked the question, why? I only dig on these things because I was a marketing manager at NP, and I was privy to these kinds of cost build-ups. So I knew what to look for. And further, Madam Speaker, further, Minister Imbert refused to tell us that the Petroleum Levy and Subsidy Act of 1974, amended recently in 2019, in Clause 5, Section 2, makes provision for the petroleum production companies to bear some of the cost of the subsidy on fuel. So don't give the impression that I am giving you this. Some of that money comes from the petrol, comes from a levy on the production companies in Trinidad. So do not let him fool us that it is only the taxpayer. A skillful cherry picking of facts because he feels we dotish. So we on this side are calling on the finance minister to answer three simple questions. 3 questions. 1, will he remove VAT on the gasoline sold at the pump, and if so, when? Question number 1. Question number 2, is the subsidy supposedly all paid by the taxpayer, inclusive of revenues derived from the petroleum levy, and if so, how much? Do not obfuscate, do not dance. We could check, we could ask for freedom of information, so we're going to get it one way or the other. So come straight with us, level with us, reason with us, and we will have a better approach to governance. And the third question, Madam Speaker, will the minister put in place a formula to adjust fuel prices when the price of oil rises and or decreases? But, Madam Speaker, I suspect we will never answer these questions, because you could ask till you're blue in your face, whether in Parliament or out, no answer. You can ask through a Freedom of Information Act, he will not take you on. It is his money, not ours. And we, in asking questions, we are fast and out of place. I go on to the HSF. Further, Madam Speaker, this minister appears to have little interest in saving for a rainy day. He is a spender, pure and simple. Tax, borrow, draw down from the Heritage Fund, and spend. Tax and spend, they call that in the United States when they talk about the liberals. Better to borrow than save. Easier to draw down from the HSF than to save. The same HSF. So Madam Speaker, he dragged his feet. The Minister of Finance dragged his feet in putting excess revenues in the HSF. I had to literally force him to put a little kakada for a rainy day. So don't come and boast, we put 163 million US. And I'll tell you why he had to be forced. The same HSF fumes money that the UNC left with 5.6 million, that saved us from catching with Sinanan, right, over the past 7 years. That is what I am talking about. Clause 13(1) of the HSF Act mandates, quote, where petroleum revenues collected in each quarter of any financial year, A, exceed the estimated petroleum revenues for that quarter of the financial year by more than 10%, the U.S. equivalent of the excess revenues shall be withdrawn from the consolidated fund and deposited into the Heritage Fund. Clause 13(2) states that the deposits under subsection 1 shall, not if, not may, shall be made no later than the end of the month following the quarter in which the deposit was calculated. So if you have January, February, March, you are mandated to put your deposit for that quarter 1 month after, that is April we're talking about. So I asked the minister in last year, what about that quarter, October, November, December? And he galleried. Charles doesn't know what he's talking about, the member for Naparima. But I was setting him up because I knew the next month, January, February, March, was a month with surplus revenues, and he ought to or had to make a deposit by April. Minister Imbert did not comply with the law. And you know how we know he did not comply with the law? Because the Central Bank Economic Bulletin dated July 2022, page 36, tells us that, and I quote here, for the period October 2021 to June 2022, there was 0 deposits made to the HSF. So no deposit was made. But the law said that he had to deposit for the quarter January to March by April. Madam Speaker, I repeat, Finance Minister Colm Imbert did not comply with the law when he failed to make the requisite deposit in the HSF by end April for the quarter January to March 2022. Madam Speaker, it hurts, eh? I asked 3 times in Parliament how much was deposited, and the minister avoided answering. It is on our records. He even avoided a Freedom of Information request. I got a letter And the letter stated, now the deposit was supposed to be made in April. I got a letter from the Ministry of Finance dated 15 September 2022. Kindly be informed that the Ministry of Finance is currently attending to this matter, and we therefore request an extension of time to the 30th of September to furnish you with the requested documentation. For God's sake, but the law stated you must deposit it in April, and you are writing, the Ministry of Finance is writing me in September telling me they're still working it out. And I came here in Parliament and heard they made a 133 US deposit. Why comply with the law? Set an example. So you see, Madam Speaker, we do not trust. There's a question of trust here. We want to know if that US 163 million truly reflects surplus revenues. That's the question we're asking. Because the trust has been broken. We cannot take the word. The scripture says, your yea must be yea and your nay must be nay. My mother used to tell me, if you cannot trust a man in small things, then you must never ever trust him on any matter. My mother, Ursuline Charles. So I do not trust. We are told on page 35 of the budget that inflows of foreign exchange from oil and gas sector for the first 8 months of calendar year 2022 were US $1.9 billion, 1.9. We ask, how much of that 1.9 billion US is oil and gas revenues? We ask, does the US 163 million represent at least 60% of that surplus, which the Act, HSF Act states should be placed in the HSF? You see, when you break trust, we have to ask questions on everything. Because we know how important it is to save for a rainy day. And you know why we know this? The minister does not like to save. We know this because according to the Standing Finance Committee report dated 15th May 2022, the minister increased the budget estimate going forward to US 95 for oil and $5 for natural gas. That increase was aimed at reducing inflows into the HSF. So the framers of our laws meant that any time there was a surplus because of energy revenues, some portion of the surplus should go in the HSF. If you increase the price at which the budget is estimated, therefore you do not have to put. So putting US 163 in September robs the HSF of 5 months of investment earnings, including interest.
I'll ask you to find another way to say that. I realize on Standing Order 48.6, you used a particular word. Find another way to say what you're trying to say. All right, so withdraw that and find another way to say what you're trying to say.
Joe. But I'm saying that putting in any sum of money in September robs the HSF, well, not robs.
Yeah, that's it, 48.6.
Deprives the HSF of 5 months of interest. So therefore, we are guilty of depriving TT citizens yet unborn in the Heritage Fund of that quantum of money. Madam Speaker, I'm advised that the board of the HSF and the central bank officers are indemnified from penalties in the performance of their jobs in managing the HSF. And we say this is unacceptable. We call on this side for a review of the HSF Act to remove the indemnities granted to the board of the HSF and officials of the central bank to ensure that they are held accountable if they do not comply with the HSF Act, especially the deposit requirements. An empowered independent, accountable central bank should and must be able to rein in any officer, including a finance minister. As it stands, no one is accountable for a future. And that is why the Minister of Finance can ignore 3 parliamentary questions and a FOIA request. The UNC notes that as we speak, the HSF stands at US $4.78 billion. US 4.78. This, Madam Speaker, this is the lowest since 2013. The lowest. And the trajectory, given what is happening in the stock market in the United States, in which some of the funds are invested, suggests that we have to be careful. The UNC also calls for a review of the investment profile of the fund. I now turn to national security. Let me start by saying that this Minister of National Security is totally unfit for the portfolio he holds by virtue of the fact that he lacks the qualifications, experience, vision, track record, or leadership competencies to manage such an important portfolio. And if his leadership skills are reflected in this budget, then heaven help us. So, Madam Speaker, what was difficult in sitting down for 4 hours and listening to this budget is that we know that 90% of what is said in the budget is never operationalized. 90%. I will give some examples in national security. Here, the unfulfilled promises in previous budgets. In 2016, in the 2016 budget, there was a promise made on page 19, and it spoke to the establishment of a joint border control agency. 2016, joint border control. Anybody heard anything about that? No. No one knows what happened to that. 2016 budget, page 20. Re-engineer the criminal justice system as a foundation for crime prevention, law enforcement, and reduction of recidivism rates. Anybody heard anything about that criminal justice system re-engineering? 2021 budget, page 23. You see, we do research and I hit in your page. I hit in your precise. 2021 budget, page 23. Setting up of a multi-agency border port interdiction unit to stop importation of illegal arms, ammunition, and narcotics. Anybody heard anything about this multi-purpose border interdiction unit? 2019 budget, page 29. Page 29. Greater emphasis on a new look TTPS based on cybercrime and improved electronic capabilities. Anybody knows the police have improved electronic? They don't even have paper. They don't have printer. They don't have ink. And they're talking about improved electronic capabilities. They say anything that comes to the head, Madam Speaker. But hear this, 2019 budget, page 30. Hear this, dashboard cameras in all police vehicles. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. It takes a certain kind of fortitude to listen to the nonsense that passes as policy from a government that aspires to lead us into the 21st century post-fossil fuel economy, global economy. 2019 budget, page 30. Laptops and tablets for all police vehicles and computerization of all police stations. Lord have mercy. 2020 budget, page 34. More productive, efficient, and effective use of DNA testing. Broken promise. This is the last one. I could go on and on. 20 pages of broken promises. Give one more. I think the point has been made. Budget, 2021 budget, page 23. The government will hire more forensic experts, investigators, auditors, lawyers, and others to pursue white-collar crime. Another broken promise. So the minister could come and gallery and talk and expatiate and fill us with talk, but the reality is he presides over an abysmal record on the job. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service statistics up to August 22 tell us Trinidad and Tobago witnessed 1,479 robberies. This was a 44% increase from 2021. Madam Speaker, shame, I say, shame. In the same period, under the watch of this Minister of National Security, 608 motor vehicle thefts, 180% increase over last year. Shame. 63 kidnappings, a 61% increase. Shame. 1,066 burglaries and break-ins, a 15% increase. Shame.
Okay, so Member for Naparima, you have 5 minutes left of speaking time remaining, and you're entitled to request an extension of 10 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I humbly request the extension. Thanks. I could go on and on. I could go on and on. You know what? I challenge the Minister of National Security. If he's so good, if he's so competent a manager, I challenge him in Parliament today to promise us that the murder rate will not reach 600 by December, the end of December this year. Promise us. Promise. If he were here in Parliament, I would step and give him a minute of my precious time to make that promise. He cannot, because he understands his incompetence. So when it comes to follow through on their promises, whenever they follow through, they make no impact. The hostile Cape-class vessels, the two we ordered, I understand most of the time they're still anchored. They're still anchored in Stobles Bay. So they could never be serious about protecting our borders when they spitefully left 6 of the 12 Damon-class vessels to rot in Stobles Bay and purchased 2 new Cape-class vessels that are less than suitable for our needs. No doubt, these vessels will soon join the graveyard, since equipment maintenance is a major problem in the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. Madam Speaker, sometimes I wonder when we talk about the problems of Trinidad and Tobago, whether it is deliberate or whether it is incompetence. Sometimes I wonder, because the Commissioner of Police has said that guns coming to Trinidad and Tobago, AR-15s and AK-47s, coming to Trinidad through legal ports of entry. If you're serious about stopping those guns from coming into Trinidad, we should see a budget here for scanners, Madam Speaker. If you don't, it leaves me to wonder whether David Rudder was right. Somebody letting the cocaine pass. Somebody letting the guns come in.
Madam Speaker, 48-6, please.
Overruled, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We see you almost want, I don't want to use the word criminal, so I will say a wastage of money. We see, yeah, I enjoy it. We see a total, absolute wastage of money. How can you spend 243 million on the SSA for 2023? So let me give you some P&M mathematics, Madam Speaker. P&M math. What do we say? Math or maths. They received, that's the SSA, 287 in the 2022 budget. Right? 287. To that was added 66 million in the mid-year review. This adds up to 353 million for 2022. But when we look at the figure given in the 2023 estimates today, we see 2022 revised estimates are 275. So it was 287, they get 66 more, but they only spend 275. This is PNM math, Madam Speaker. 287 plus 66 equal 275. How in God's name do you justify that? How? Tell me. Right? The SSA, under the Interception of Communications Act 2016 and 17, reports that 144,000 plus and 551,000 plus intercepts of communication were made through the SSA. In that 2-year period, only 10 persons were arrested, 10 persons with close to 700,000 intercepts. So who they spying on? In that same 2-year period, there was 0 convictions based on interceptions. Madam Speaker, I talk, no action, talk. Madam Speaker, we have a 10-point plan, but I'll send this to the media. Restructuring of the Ministry of National Security, splitting the ministry into Home Affairs and Ministry of Defense. And I note Singapore has a Ministry of Defense and a Ministry of Home Affairs. Second thing, utilize SMART goals. I don't want to hear we do this and we do that. Reduce the murder rate by 10% annually. Thanks. Police response time by 10 minutes. Reducing recidivism rates by 10% annually. Reducing remand yard population by 10% annually. Increasing conviction rates by 30% 2 years. That's what we want to hear. That's first world SMART goals, not third world Trinidad nonsense. Increasing spending on crime prevention and crime rehabilitation from the measly 5% of the budget to 40%. All support infrastructure, forensic science center, DNA labs, ballistic testing must be upgraded and accredited. I wouldn't say this one. They will get up and stop me. Yeah, thanks. It has to do with the depoliticization of the DPP's office, but I'm not going there. Review the fully resourced rehabilitative and preventative crime initiatives to shift the focus away from crime suppression. Implement an all-of-government approach to crime. And 10, Trinidad and Tobago, listen to this. We are heading for a problem 20 years down the line of Venezuelan youth being a fodder for recruitment by the gang lords, the crime lords. So I'm calling for the integration of youth to ensure that they are benefiting from all educational programs and community development services so they can be productive contributors to our society in line with all the UN conventions on migration and the UN Convention on Refugees. Madam Speaker, here is an opportunity if we bright. We could bilingualize our education system so that when the globe opens, we can use this knowledge to capture the markets in Brazil, in South America, in Colombia, and whatnot, because we'll have a fully bilingual citizenry. But a PNM government just leave them there to walla and hope that somehow it will solve, and then we end up with these fellas in crime, and we're wondering what happened. What will have happened down the line is that we are incompetent. We lack vision. We cannot see opportunities. We see them as problems. In conclusion, before I do that, I must commend my constituents in Naparima. Madam Speaker, I understand that Naparima will be, I cannot understand for the life of me the neglect, the woeful neglect of Naparima. Madam Speaker, I looked at the list, and it's probably some months dated, of CPEP contracts. And while San Fernando West has 46 CPEP contracts, Naparima has the lowest in Trinidad and Tobago, 6.
Okay, so
Member,
I overrule all. Please go on.
Naparima has the lowest number of CPEP contracts in Trinidad and Tobago based on the information that was supplied last year to the Parliament. Madam Speaker, I say, if you don't like Rodney Charles, punish me, my back broad, I could take licks. But not the people.
Member, we're not going down that road.
All right.
All right?
I ask that Naparima constituents be treated fairly and squarely as citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, we have in Ben Lomond Early Childhood Center, Reform Village Early Childhood Center, and we have a dialect word, we say it in Bandan, grass growing over it. Reform Hindu School is not completed. Madam Speaker, when it comes to roads, I see coming after me is the Minister of Works and Transport. Let me tell him, list the roads. Guayakara Tabakit Road, terrible. Naparima Mayaro Road, terrible. Reform Factory Road, worse. Corial Road, Bandan. Ghat Road, they nicknamed that road after the Minister of Finance. Irie Village Branch Road, Sipera Road, St. Cross Road, Bronte, Papuri Road, Jaipal Singh Road, Oraput River Road, Kanai Road. Madam Speaker, Sahai Trace, which they're fixing 2 landslips. There is a 2-mile stretch with 99 potholes in one road. Madam Speaker, we are first world country, 99 potholes, and the ministers. Madam Speaker, I have friends from Canada, they come to Trinidad, and when we drive through the potholes, they could see the in amazement. Is this Trinidad and Tobago, oil-rich Trinidad and Tobago? And while I say that, this is I'm 73 years old. I have lived through booms and busts. This is the first boom in Trinidad where everybody catching in. Madam Speaker, in the 74 boom, men were washing down their car with whiskey. That is what we had. We used to walk with US dollars in my pocket bulging. When we went up the islands, I remember going up the island, they said, Trini, we want US dollars. We were kings. We walked tall. Now you go and you have to scrunt. Where the money gone? Where the surplus money gone? We know it did not go on in the HSF. We know. So where it gone? Where is being spent? Madam Speaker, Busby Trace, Masarap Trace, Munahambri Road, Moonan Avenue, Congo Hill, Mataba Trace, Hope Road, Second Branch. And Madam Speaker, don't talk about water. There are people, and they're cursing me, they tell me minister, they call me minister. Somehow they feel I have power. I have no power. The power resides there. And I tell Trinidad and Tobago, you cannot elect a PNM government and blame the United National Congress for non-delivery. And Scripture tells us, if you do not depart from your wicked ways, Trinidad and Tobago, you will continue to suffer under this incompetent government. Do not blame anybody but yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. The time has come, Madam Speaker. We cannot go on this far. We cannot go on this way anymore. It hurts. Trinidad and Tobago is a great country. God blessed us. He gave us the best religions on planet Earth. Hinduism from India, Islam, Christianity, Orisha from Africa. And he put us in 2009. And he said, go forth and multiply the intellect and philosophical competence of the world. And then we had the PNM. And Madam Speaker, I end my speech. Thank you.
The Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the best blessing God ever gave Trinidad and Tobago is running the UNC out of office in 2015. Madam Speaker, Standing Order number 4410, permission. Madam Speaker, I come to educate you all. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to rise in this honorable house to deliver an overview of progress and achievements of the Ministry of Works and Transport. But before I elaborate on the organization program of works for the past fiscal year 2021-2022, I would like to congratulate the Minister of Finance for his financial assessment and forecast, tenacity and stability in the face of global challenges. Although economies continue to grapple with the economic fallout of the global pandemic, Trinidad and Tobago is showing signs of hope, and I think that is what the last speaker could not understand. He could not understand this budget because the world is going in a different direction, and Trinidad, the economy is moving forward. According to a recent review of the economy, our marketplace continues to show resilience from this economic momentum. The government is poised to achieve tangible structured results in the coming years ahead. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my presentation will be guided by the theme Bridging the Gap to Trinidad and Tobago Sustainable Future. Indeed, the ministry's mission speaks to the provision of modern and reliable public infrastructure and transportation services that support economic development while enhancing the social well-being of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Before I continue, allow me to elaborate on the scope covered by the Ministry of Works and Transport. The ministry is responsible for the physical infrastructure and transport service that are required for social and economic development. Its scope of responsibility is vast and extended beyond the maintenance of building out of roads infrastructure. The ministry is responsible for managing coastal erosion, drainage, bridges, construction, traffic management, national transportation, ports, both air and sea, and public transportation. It has regulatory oversight for the construction industry and provide maintenance and mechanical advice to the wider public service. It encompasses 14 technical and 12 support divisions and units, including the Coastal Protection Unit, the Construction Division, Drainage Division, Environmental Health and Safety, Highways Division, the Program of Upgrade Road Efficiencies, the PURE Unit, Bridges, Landslips and Traffic Management Unit, the Traffic Management Branch, the Maintenance Division, Maritime Service Division, Mechanical Service Division, Transport Division, which is the License Office, the Office of the Chief Technical Officer, the Unemployment Relief Program, and the Traffic Wardens. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it also holds oversight of 16 statutory authorities, state enterprise, and entities, including the Airport Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, the National Infrastructure Development Company Limited, National Helicopter Service Limited, Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, Public Transport Service Corporation, the PTSC, Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority, Trinidad and Tobago Transport Board, Vehicle Maintenance Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago, VEMCOT, the Pilot Authority, Point Lisas Industrial Port Development Corporation, PIPDECO, the Board of Engineers, Trinidad and Tobago Road Safety Council, the Standing Negotiation Committee on Air Service Agreement, Maxi Taxi Advisory Committee, the Board of Architects, and the newest kid on the block, Lake Asphalt of Trinidad and Tobago, 1978 Limited. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I take this time today to reiterate the magnitude and scope of the organization work because its output touches key aspects of life. One aspect is the free movement of people. The cumulative value of free movement surpasses the overall benefit of traversing from point A to point B. Rather, it deepens benefit in the provision of equitable access and opportunities anywhere to every citizen, regardless of where they come from, east, west, north, south, central, or Tobago. Today, it is my intention to assure the nation that the Ministry of Works and Transport remain committed to bridging the current transportation and infrastructure gap so that we can create a nation with no barriers to transportation. This means addressing the issues that have traditionally curtailed advancement. I intend to demonstrate how the ministry is leveling up as we move forward in a sustainable future. under the Road Maintenance and Quality Assurance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to take the opportunity to speak candidly about the current conditions of Trinidad and Tobago roads. Landslip, potholes, and other infractions have been at the forefront of the minds, and the concerns of the general public have not fallen on deaf ears. As you are aware, the Ministry of Works and Transport is responsible for main roads and highways. However, despite our identified areas, we have taken the position that no matter where the challenges has been identified in respect to road conditions, as long as the resources exist, the ministry will respond. In this regard, we welcome the formation of the Secondary Roads Rehabilitation and Improvement Company under the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. And we commit to working closely with this entity and WASA to ensure an overall improvement of the road network across the country. Indeed, over the past fiscal year, with several global issues and challenges, the ministry was forced to reprioritize planned activities, postpone many, and make hard decisions as we sought to implement infrastructure projects across the country. In fiscal 2021-2022, the ministry invested over $250 million on road rehabilitation, drainage, slope stabilization, and bridge reconstruction work across communities. This funding translated into the execution of over 300 road rehabilitation projects, over half of which have been completed and the rest ongoing. Throughout the Highways Division and the Program of Upgrade Roads Efficiency, the ministry has been executing projects across the length and breadth of Trinidad. Mr. Vice President, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the fiscal year 2021-2022, the PURE unit completed over 88 projects, 25 of which are considered major in scope. A snapshot of some of these projects includes the Mova Junction to Maritime Roundabout, the Toko Road, South Trunk Road, bridges on the Toko Road, work from the Taruba overpass going south, Southern Main Road in Rosilac, Southern Main Road in Chatham, Siwa Trace in Debe, in Independence Square South, roads in Faizabad, the Twin City Road at the Golden Grove Road, and I can go on with the list, Mr. Vice President, and clearly you will see that there's no segregation of where we work. Despite ongoing works in areas such as Debe, Brasso, Tabaquite, Rosilac and Labre, Chatham, San Fernando, Princess Tong, Maruga, Erin, Cap de Ville, political opponents continue to incite divisions along geographic lines by claiming that an insufficient amount of infrastructure work occurred in rural areas, particularly in the Southland. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to place on the record that for the last year, in excess of 80 infrastructural projects have been contracted in rural areas of Trinidad. Work has been completed on over 50 of these projects, and work continues on the rest. While the ministry continues to improve the condition of our roadways, we are aware that there is much work to be done. And at this juncture, I would like to thank the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Planning and Development for the continued recognition of this sector needs as evidenced in the 2023 budget. At the ministry level, we have taken the necessary action to review our existing road maintenance strategies. In the short term, a spot patching program has been developed to engage small contractors to undertake spot patching across Trinidad. The contracts involve labor and equipment only, whereby hot mix asphalt concrete is supplied to various contractors by the Ministry of Works and Transport. This strategy allows the ministry to control the quality of hot mix being supplied, thereby improving the durability of spot patching. It also promotes the development of small contractors while addressing the real problem facing certain roadways. In addition to the 8 in-house patching teams, the ministry is executing this program in 2 phases. While phase 1 is in progress with 25 contracts having been awarded, phase 2 covers an additional 25 contractors that have been procured. Upon completion of this exercise, members of the public can expect a vast improvement in their driving experience. The ministry anticipates a continuation of this program in 2023. In many areas, the issue of WASA aging infrastructure has contributed to the deterioration of the roadway. The ministry will continue to work with WASA, and I take this opportunity to congratulate my colleague, the Minister of Public Utilities, for the strides being made within WASA, which will further benefit coordinated improvements that will enhance road maintenance. Madam Speaker, allow me to share some of the new approaches and strategies the Ministry of Works and Transport will execute in the next financial year to improve road condition. I would like to turn your attention to the quality of road infrastructure and execution of projects. Project adherence to design life, whether it is for major work or routine maintenance, has been identified as a significant concern. In this regard, the ministry is presently conducting a comprehensive review of the design and specification for materials that we currently use for road rehabilitation and construction to ensure that our roads last. The intent of the ministry is to change the design and specification where necessary to deliver a road with a longer design life. Traditionally, there is a direct correlation between the cost of roads and the design life. However, recent studies have shown that when one considers life cycle cost, the money spent to utilize a higher quality material is insignificant to the benefits derived. As you are aware, Trinidad Lake Asphalt now falls under the purview of the Ministry of Works and Transport, and previous policies adopted was to utilize TLA cement on all main roads and highways. However, in the past, given several factors, this requirement has not always been met. The ministry intends to work closely with Lake Asphalt to ensure the constant production of high-quality products at a competitive cost. Going forward, it is the ministry's intention to expand our policy to utilize TLA cement on secondary and tertiary roads for rehabilitation and paving projects. It is anticipated that this approach will ensure a more durable road surface. Additionally, Lake Asphalt is collaborating with the University of the West Indies to develop a training program on spot paving for small contractors with the intent of improving the quality of the final product, thereby ensuring durability of our roads. In this aspect, the ministry is doing more for less by using locally sourced products and reducing our spend on foreign currency to import paving materials. The ministry is also proposed to continue the use of recycled aggregate products, or RAP, which is a high-quality recycled green technology for road maintenance activities. This will help to reduce the burden on our local quarries, which have depleted a great deal over the years. Over the next 3 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Highways Division is working towards achieving ISO 9001 certification in design, construction, and project management procedures. By achieving this internationally recognized status, the ministry will have the ability to provide constantly high-quality service using effective processes and well-trained staff. Towards a medium-term solution, the ministry is also working closely with the Inter-American Development Bank to implement data-driven software solution. These tools are expected to improve the efficiencies, accountability, and effectiveness of our local maintenance teams during the inspection, planning, and execution phase of work. Ways for City will be used to update the inventory of all roads across Trinidad. The ministry intends to work closely with the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries, and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development in completing this exercise. This project will allow us to identify and confirm roads that fall under the various maintenance organizations in Trinidad. Classify roads based on usage. The ministry will be able to identify main roads which are most traversed and prioritize these roads for maintenance purposes. Identify orphan roads that do not fall under the purview of any of the road maintenance organizations in Trinidad. This exercise will be completed in accordance with the law, which makes provisions for any of the road maintenance organizations to legally adopt these roads once they're upgraded by the owners or developers to an acceptable standard. Madam Speaker, another software being implemented is which we plan to implement to improve efficiencies of road maintenance utilizing AI or artificial intelligence powered software. This will allow the ministry to generate an objective and unbiased road condition survey, thereby reducing subjective methods and user error. While I present to you the plans to improve the quality and durability of our roadway, I now shift my focus to protecting the valuable investment from premature deterioration from the overloading of commercial vehicles. As you are aware, the Transport Board presently approved the use of special vehicles over 15 tons and trailers over 8 tons, with conditions and restrictions. This is indeed to ensure that vehicles in the range use roads that can structurally support the axle load, thereby minimizing damage. The first approach to solving this problem is the enforcement of route and compliance with the conditions and restrictions assigned to special vehicles by the TTPS and Licensing Division. The Ministry of Works and Transport is working closely with the TTPS to increase enforcements for breaches of these special vehicles which use routes that are not approved. A second approach is weight control. This initiative is being undertaken by the Licensing Division and involves the weighing of trucks to ensure that they are compliant with the license and maximum gross weight. I mentioned, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in my budget presentation last year that the fine for exceeding the license maximum gross weight has been increased to 8,000. Furthermore, the ministry has plans to tackle this program in 2 phases. Phase 1, the ministry has 4 scales fully functional: Caroni, Golconda, Ricin Road, and Aqua Santa. These scales are calibrated and operational. The Licensing Division will be conducting comprehensive and frequent weight control exercises along the highways and main roads to ensure compliance with the law. Phase 2, in the long term, to ensure the sustainability of axle weight control enforcement, the ministry proposed to install 2 axle load scales. One will be placed in the vicinity of the Kuva interchange along the Solomon Holtroy Highway and the other at Valencia. Mr. Deputy Speaker, under our major projects. Mr. Deputy Speaker, to demonstrate further how the Ministry of Works and Transport is pursuing a sustainable future through strategic infrastructure and enhanced mobility, I will highlight our ongoing highway projects. To this end, in the northwest of Trinidad, the ministry is bridging the gap to roadways efficiency through the Diego Martin vehicular overpass. The Diego Martin Traffic Alleviation Program is a multi-year program. Phase 1 of this program, which addressed the dualing of the Diego Martin Highway, was completed, and the ministry is now implementing Phase 2, which is called the Diego Martin Vehicular Overpass. The objective of this project is to improve safety and connectivity and address drainage issues in the area. Contrary to information in the public domain, the cost of this project is 185.5 million and not 500 million as portrayed by our detractors. And the overall project is approximately 78% completed. Phase 3 of this project will address improvements to the Western Main Road and localized traffic alleviation measures. Mr. Deputy Speaker, next I would like to update you on the progress of the Churchill Roosevelt Highway extension to Sandy Grande. This critical project that will bridge the gap to social and economic vitality in the East Trinidad by extending this vital artery of the Churchill Roosevelt Highway New and improved access will be afforded to the communities between Kumoto, Sani Grande that are not currently served by a highway. This project, when completed, will improve traffic flow, decrease traffic congestion, help to effectively link the west of Trinidad to the east, and offer an alternative route during times of emergency. This project is divided into 3 phases. Construction work on package 1A and 1B of phase 1, which represent the roadway from Kumoto Junction to Guaico Trace, are ongoing. Both packages will be completed in the second quarter of fiscal 2023. Work on the next significant portion of the highway, package 3 and 4 of phase 1, a 1.7 kilometer connector road from Guaico Trace to the Eastern Main Road, will commence in the first quarter of fiscal 2023. In a bid to increase the opportunities for growth and development of citizens and communities in this area, the Ministry of Works and Transport remained committed to delivering on the Valencia to Toko Road upgrade projects, a joint project being carried out by NITCO and the Program of Upgrade Road Efficiency, the PURE unit. This forthcoming road to Toko will birth a new economic corridor to support a far more prosperous future for the residents of the East Trinidad. Our local economy will benefit from increased commerce along the designated route and enhance new activities in these areas. The upgrade of this Valencia to Toko Road is being executed under 11 segments. As stated prior, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a significant objective of transportation infrastructure for this government is to closely link the most westerly regions of this country with areas further east. As such, the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway, which begins in Port of Spain and is now being extended further east to Sani Grande, is planned to eventually meet the Valencia to Toko Road through a connector interchange at the Ojo Road. This vital link will ultimately provide high-speed, enhanced mobility from Port of Spain all the way to Toko. Additionally, with the development of the Toko port, with sailing service to Tobago, this vital artery will be extended to the Sister Isles. Likewise, in the south, the ministry remains engaged in the essential extension of Solomon Holshire Highway to Point Fortin to help bridge the gap to opportunities and sustainable improved living. This has been an extensive undertaking with great rewards to the entire country when the planned 30-kilometer 4-lane divided motorway designed to international freeway standard is complete. The project spans from Golconda and will service communities further south, such as Debe, Mondesir, Labre, Faizabad, and as far as the Dunlop roundabout in Point Fortin. The current status of this project is 85% completed, with some segments already open to the general public. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would really want to put on the records at this time, there are some figures being bandied about, again, by detractors about the cost of repairs to the creek. And I have heard at some press conference held by the opposition about 60 million for designs and how much 100 millions to repair. There has been no figures submitted to the Ministry of Works that can justify those figures. So that is just rumors at this time. So I'd ask the opposition to stop spreading those rumors. In addition to these major infrastructure projects, the ministry is also working to eliminate traffic congestions along the east-west corridor by eliminating traffic lights at key intersections along the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway. The Port of Spain East-West Corridor Transportation Project aimed to enhance the service of this artery and increase productivity. The proposed next phase of this project is the construction of the Macoya interchange. This overall project will result in the removal of 3 additional at-grade signalized intersections along the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway in the vicinity of St. Augustine, UWI, Paray, and Macoya. I want to remind the population that the ministries, based on cabinet approval in 2022, has initiated the critical task of developing once and for all the National Transportation Plan. This policy will consider existing and future modes of transportation. It will ultimately provide a rational system, that decision-making tool for investments in land, sea, and air transportation operations and infrastructure across Trinidad and Tobago over the next 20 years. In other words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, finally the country will have a transportation plan. The last transportation plan, I understand, was 1968. Under bridges and landslip, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago bridges represent critical elements of our overall transportation asset. The economic impact of bridges begins with the ability to facilitate the movement of people and goods between communities. Under the Ministry of Works and Transport Bridge Reconstruction Program, 92 structures are scheduled to be designed and replaced across Trinidad. This work is being carried out in phases as we work to repair, replace, in several cases, upgrade pedestrian services and lighting. Today, I'm pleased to state that a total of 37 bridges have been constructed under Phase 1 and 2. Of this program, Phase 3A and 3B will be pursued in 2023 with 24 bridges. Phase 4 will address the remaining 27 bridges. Under a landslip program, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the area of landslip, I am certainly aware of the potential hazard concerns safety, mobility, and connectivity. In response to this ongoing problem of landslips across Trinidad, the ministry, through the Landslip Repair Program, has established a capital-intensive phase initiative of work to tackle such deficiencies. In this strategy and comprehensive manner, under the BLT program, the ministry has targeted a total of 328 landslips. To date, under the current phase, 25 landslips have been addressed and 21 are in different phases of implementation. The landslips continue to be a prevalent problem across Trinidad, and it is the intent of the ministry to embark on an aggressive campaign to address landslips at the earliest stage of formation. The intention is to use a combination of natural solutions and new technology. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for years, the Ministry of Works and Transport has invested millions of dollars into treating with landslips across the country. However, numerous underlying factors continue to accelerate continuous formation of landslips. Given these challenges, the ministry has been engaging geologists' advice to determine the underlying geological factors for specific areas that may actively contribute to formation of landslips. While it may appear that work are not moving fast enough, I would like to assure the general public and members of this House that the ministry is required to undertake the necessary investigation, analysis, and designs to ensure that the work implemented are sound and can meet engineering standards. In doing so, the ministry maintains main objective is to maintain connectivity across each part of the country, thereby ensuring that no community is disadvantage. Under drainage, Mr. Deputy Speaker, switching my focus now to drainage, for decades we have heard scientists utter warnings about climate change. The impact of climate change is real, and Trinidad and Tobago is not immune to its effect. The truth is that with rapid change in weather patterns and intensified rainfall during shorter periods, our drainage and irrigation network, which is over 50 years old, is now challenged to address capacity requirements. As a result, the ministry continues to scale resources to devise the proper system, providing the appropriate equipment, and lay the best infrastructure to mitigate dangerous flooding events. To this end, this year's desilting program, executed through the bonded contractors, remain active and is currently at its 4th phase of work. Approximately 417 projects were proposed, with over 325 already completed and the additional projects still being worked on. Mr. Deputy Speaker, permit me some time to address the misinformation and statements of political detractors who continue to say the idea that the ministry has neglected the Southland in the area of drainage. My fact shows that in fiscal 2022, the ministry has undertook considerable work in areas that are prone to flooding in the south. In fact, over 60 desilting projects were undertaken in areas south Trinidad. Additionally, the Drainage Division also continued work on upgrading of pumps, sluice gates across the country. Today, I'm pleased to report that the Tulsa Trace Pump House and the Trinidad Point Sluice Gates systems are functional and approximately 95% completed. In fiscal 2022-2023, the pumps and gate upgrade program will shift focus to the Caroni catchment area. The Drainage Division also focused on several construction and rehabilitation projects. These jobs include mainly small and medium construction work, inclusive of reinforced concrete walling and paving, gabion basket, rubble masonry, and some desilting work. 22 projects have been executed, with an additional 7 currently being implemented. In working towards the development of a sustainable strategic plan to mitigate flooding throughout Trinidad, the ministry pursued a technical assistance grant of US $500,000 from the Andean Development Bank through the Ministry of Finance. The funding enabled the ministry to develop a strategic drainage plan, as well as to prepare and review detailed designs for immediate structural flood management works. In the strategic drainage plan, structural and non-structural measures are prioritized for short, medium, and long-term execution of all drainage catchments in Trinidad. In accordance with the technical assistance grant, the detailed design focused on the following river basins where drainage studies have recently been completed: the Caroni River Basin, the North Oropouche River Basin, the South Oropouche River Basin, the Ottawa River Basin, the Caparo River Basin, and Port of Spain. As of now, the strategic drainage plan has been finalized and the tender documents for various measures are being completed. For the fiscal year 2022-2023, the Drainage Division will undertake the following key projects: the Infrastructure Rehabilitation and Flood Mitigation Program, which includes irrigation and drainage structure in the Caroni Irrigation Area Phase 3, construction of a hydraulics structure at Mohan Trace Bamboo Number 2, and gate rehabilitation and replacement works at Hossain Circular in Bamboo Number 2. These projects seek to alleviate flooding in the Bamboo Number 2 catchment, specifically at the Mohan Street and Hossain Circular, by mitigating the backwater effects from external catchment through the use of floodgates and the streamlining of embankment. And an additional 2 mobile pumps will be purchased to assist with pumping operations in the catchment area. Under the National Program for Upgrade Drainage and Channels, the proposed projects to be completed under this program are rehabilitation work at the St. Anne's River, rehabilitation work at the Maraval River, rehabilitation work at the Diego Martin River from the bridge on the Wendy Fitzwilliam Boulevard, rehabilitation work along Cascade and St. Anne's River, proceeding upstream to the vicinity of the Scouts headquarters. Rehabilitation work on the Maraval River Bridge at Simpson Drive to Pinehurst Park. As part of this program, extensive walling and paving will be rehabilitated, outfall drains will be upgraded, and any ancillary work will be completed. Under our flood mitigation and erosion control program, short-term flood mitigation program, thus far 8 projects have been completed in phase 1 of this program. 6 projects are expected to be implemented in 2023. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in spite of all the incredible efforts and money and the big investment towards adopting a more efficient flood mitigation strategy and reducing annual flooding, the government cannot solely bear the responsibility of preventing flooding across Trinidad and Tobago. Moving forward, a far more flood-resistant society in the age of global warming, including a collaborative approach that brings together the host of agencies individuals, their families, and communities. Through the collaboration efforts, the issue of land use, unapproved or unplanned development, deforestation of the hillside, illegal stone quarrying, and other related problems can be addressed. I would like to conclude my update on drainage by emphasizing that we can mitigate flooding to a large extent if all of us would commit to treating the environment with greater respect and care. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in addition to the distressing effects of flooding, we also have the problem of coastal erosion. The Coastal Protection Unit of the Ministry of Works and Transport continue to provide scientifically proven strategies and policies to guide coastal infrastructure development against climate-related hazards and natural disasters. In fiscal 2021-2022, the Coastal Protection Unit completed 5 projects, 6 ongoing. And in the new fiscal year, 9 projects will be started. Mr. Deputy Chairman, under the Maritime Service Division, in a bid to support the new emerging field of business, the government is poised to promote the maritime sector as one of the 7 industries earmarked for diversifying the economy that offers new and exciting careers and business opportunities for the nation. A significant advancement for the maritime sector has been the move to repeal and replace the 1987 Shipping Act, which seeks to improve inadequacy areas and optimize aspects of the law to remain responsive to the industry and develop the needs. The draft shipping bill is currently at the Joint Select Committee of the Parliament. The Maritime Service Division is making considerable progress on several initiatives. Some of the key projects include upgrade of navigation aids, disposal of wrecks and derelict ships at sea, and the development of a small boat and jet ski regulation. And also amendment to the Harbour Act to improve maritime security and enhance the collection of maritime fees and reduce the effects of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are also investing in the future of our country when we invest in the Port of Port of Spain. Therefore, it is only necessary for the government to work towards building the capacity of the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Hence, the Ministry of Works and Transport continue to work on implementing the public-private partnership methodology that will improve operations and make the Port of Port of Spain far more profitable. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in addition to the major seaports of entry, the ministry is also focused on build-out of small ports that will develop and support local fishing and other marine industries. It is envisaged that these facilities will boost and stimulate economic activities within smaller communities in rural areas. Through the Coastal Protection Unit and the National Infrastructure Development Company, work continues on the construction of the fishing facility at Grand Chami Village, Maruga. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with respect to the Labre Dry Dock and associated facilities, this project is currently in the feasibility conceptual design phase. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I turn to the license office. This year, we saw at the license office the implementation of the mobile license buses across communities. This has resulted in over 10,000 transactions in rural areas.
Minister, your initial speaking time, you have 5 more minutes, right? But you have an additional 10 minutes.
Okay.
So you care to take the
Yes, I'll take.
Proceed.
Thank you again, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now turn my attention to the licensing division. Its transformation continues as the ministry works towards digitalizing the entire system for continued efficiencies with back-end processing and improving deliveries to customer service. Over the fiscal year 2021-2022, some significant highlights have been successfully implemented. The mobile license buses across communities throughout Trinidad and Tobago. To date, the licensed mobile office have served thousands of residents in urban and rural areas with some 10,000 transactions completed in 13 locations. This initiative has been well received by the general public. Also, in March 2022, the licensing division launched the electronic vehicle inspection system. This new service ensures that all vehicles are safe to operate on the nation's road, contributing to a safer transportation network. This new system significantly curbed the corrupt practices associated with vehicle inspections. In fiscal 2022-2023, the general public can look forward to the implementation of additional online services which will avoid persons having to visit the license office for simple transactions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Transport also remains steadfast in the objective to increase the capacity of the PTSC by bridging the gap towards a future in which the users of public transportation is the preferred mode of travel. Indeed, there is considerable space for bus travel in the years to come. To achieve this, the PTSC intends to increase the number of routes, the number of buses, and the level of service offered to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. The organization is continuing the procurement process to increase its existing fleet of buses with the introduction of electric buses. This is in keeping with the country's effort to reduce greenhouse gases while embracing the use of technology to optimize service and delivery. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Airport Authority of Trinidad and Tobago continues to excel and make the very best of a season in which world travel is considerably lower compared to pre-pandemic times. In keeping with this dedication to excellence, the Piarco International Airport in June 2022 was again chosen as the best airport in the Caribbean region and the third best airport in Central America by Skytrax, an international air transport rating organization based in London, United Kingdom. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, we did not have to pay for that. Furthermore, in July 2022, the Airport Authority turned the sod on the construction and installation of a solar park at Piarco International Airport, a definite first for our nation. It is a large-scale solar panel system capable of generating 1,443,830 kilowatt-hour per year and preventing 1,010 metric tons of CO2 emissions per year in a positive step. In an ambitious move, the project aimed to reduce CO2 emissions from aircrafts operating in Trinidad and Tobago by 40% by switching some 7.2% of its electricity to a renewable source. This project is closely aligned with the Ministry of Works and Transport's strategic goal to implement green practices to reduce carbon footprints and adapt green technology and environmentally friendly conservation practice. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I come to an end of my presentation, it is my hope that I have made clear the plans and activities carded for the development of highways, roads, drains, bridges, coastal protection, ports, and maritime, the Licensing Division, PTSC, and the Airport Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. While all of these services are not new, the world in which we offer them is changing drastically. Therefore, we have no choice but to change along with it. This is why the Ministry of Works and Transport is aligning all of the critical factors relating to transportation and infrastructure to bridge the gap to where these services need to be in order to create a path to a brighter and more sustainable future for the people of Trinidad and Tobago whom we serve. These tasks are not at all easy, but as Minister of Works and Transport, I have consistently relied on my valuable team of the Ministry of Works and Transport, from my esteemed Permanent Secretary to the many qualified technocrats and administrators. They are the executioners and implementers, and therefore I thank them for their efforts. Additionally, I would like to thank the Prime Minister for his astute guidance and for affording me the opportunity to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago in this capacity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, members of this August House, I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Leader of the House.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Tuesday, the 4th day of October at 10 a.m.
Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Tuesday, the 5th of October, 2022 at 10. Oh, the 4th. Okay, running on here. Okay. Let's go over that again. Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Tuesday, the 4th of October, 2020 at 10 a.m. All 2022. All in favor say aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Tuesday, the 4th October, 2022 at 10 a.m.